Chapter 1. It had just struck 9 from the cuckoo clock that hung over the mantelpiece in the dining room, when Victorine brought in the halved watermelon and set it in front of Mr. Bessemer's plate. Then she went down to the front door for the damp, twisted roll of the Sunday morning's paper and came back and rang the breakfast bell for the second time. As the family still hesitated to appear, she went to the bay window at the end of the room and stood there for a moment looking out. The view was wonderful. The Bessemers lived upon the Washington Street hill, almost at its very summit, in a flat in the third story of the building. The contractor had been clever enough to reverse the position of kitchen and dining room, so that the latter room was at the rear of the house. From its window one could command a sweep of San Francisco Bay and the Contra Costa shore, from Mount Diablo, along past Oakland, Berkeley, Sausalito, and Mount Tamalpais, out to the Golden Gate, the Presidio, the ocean, and even in very clear Daisto the Farallone Islands. For some time, Victorine stood looking down at the great expanse of land and sea, then faced about with an impatient exclamation. On Sundays, all the weekday regime of the family was deranged, and breakfast was a movable feast, to be had any time after 7 or before 9:30. As Victorine was pouring the ice water, Mr. Bessemer himself came in and addressed himself at once to his meal without so much as a thought of waiting for the others. He was a little round man. He wore a skull cap to keep his bald spot warm and read his paper through a reading glass. The expression of his face, wrinkled and bearded, the eyes shadowed by enormous gray eyebrows, was that of an amiable gorilla. Bessemer was one of those men who seem entirely disassociated from their families. Only on rare and intense occasions did his paternal spirit or instincts assert themselves. At table he talked but little. Though devotedly fond of his eldest daughter, she was a puzzle and a stranger to him. His interests and hers were absolutely dissimilar. The children he seldom spoke to, but to reprove, while Howard, the son, the 10-year-old and terrible infant of the household, he always referred to as that boy. He was an abstracted, self-centered old man, with but 2 homoeopathy and the mechanism of clocks. But he had a strange way of talking to himself in a low voice, keeping up a running, half-whispered comment upon his own doings and actions, as, for instance, upon this occasion, 9 o'clock, the clock's a little fast. I think I will wind my watch. No, I have forgotten my watch. Watermelon this morning, eh? Where's a knife? I will have a little salt. Victorine's forgot the spooncha, here's a spoon. No, it's a knife I want. After he had finished his watermelon, and while Victorine was pouring his coffee, the 2 children came in, scrambling to their places and drumming on the table with their knife handles. The son and heir, Howard, was very much a boy. He played baseball too well to be a very good boy, and for the sake of his own self-respect, maintained an attitude of perpetual revolt against his older sister, who, as much as possible, took the place of the mother, long since dead. Under her supervision, Howard blacked his own shoes every morning before breakfast, changed his underclothes twice a week, and was dissuaded from playing with the dentist's son who lived 3 doors below and who had St. Vitus dance. His little sister was much more tractable. She had been christened Alberta and was called Snooky. She promised to be pretty when she grew up, but was at this time in that distressing transitional stage between 12 and 15, was long-legged and endowed with all the awkwardness of a colt. Her shoes were still innocent of heels, but on those occasions when she was allowed to wear her tiny first pair of corsets, she was exalted to an almost celestial pitch of silent ecstasy. The clasp of the miniature stays around her small body was like the embrace of a little lover, and awoke in her ideas that were as vague, as immature and unformed as the straight little figure itself. When Snooky and Howard had seated themselves, but one chair at the end of the breakfast-table, opposite Mr. Bessemer, remained vacant. "Is your sisteress, Miss Travis, going to have her breakfast now? Is she got up yet?" inquired Victorine of Howard and Snooky as she pushed the cream pitcher out of Howard's reach. It was significant of Mr. Bessemer's relations with his family that Victorine did not address her question to him. "Yes, yes, she's coming," said both the children speaking together, and Howard added, "Here she comes now." Travis Bessemer came in. Even in San Francisco, where all women are more or less beautiful, Travis passed for a beautiful girl. She was young, but tall as most men, and solidly, almost heavily built. Her shoulders were broad, her chest was deep, her neck round and firm. She radiated health. There were exuberance and vitality in the very touch of her foot upon the carpet, and there was that cleanliness about her, that freshness, that suggested a recent plunge in the surf and a constitutional along the beach. One felt that here was stamina, good physical force, and fine animal vigor. Her arms were large, her wrists were large, and her fingers did not taper. Her hair was of a brown so light as to be almost yellow. In fact, it would be safer to call it yellow from the start, not golden nor flaxen, but plain, honest yellow. The skin of her face was clean and white, except where it flushed to a most charming pink upon her smooth, cool cheeks. Her lips were full and red, her chin very round and a little salient. Curiously enough, her eyes were small, but of the deepest brown and always twinkling and alight, as though she were just ready to smile or had just done smiling, one could not say which. And nothing could have been more delightful than these slow brown, glinting little eyes of hers set off by her white skin and yellow hair. She impressed one as being a very normal girl, nothing morbid about her, nothing nervous or false or overwrought. You did not expect to find her introspective. You felt sure that her mental life was not at all the result of thoughts and reflections germinating from within, but rather of impressions and sensations that came to her from without. There was nothing extraordinary about Travis. She never had her vagaries, was not mood-depressed one day and exalted the next. She was just a good, sweet, natural, healthy-minded, healthy-bodied girl, honest, strong, self-reliant, and good-tempered. Though she was not yet dressed for church, there was style in her to the pointed tips of her patent leather slippers. She wore a heavy black overskirt that rustled in delicious fashion over the colored silk skirt beneath, and a white shirtwaist, striped black, and starched to a rattling stiffness. Her neck was swathed tight and high with a broad ribbon of white satin, while around her waist, in place of a belt, she wore the huge dog collar of a St. Bernard, a chic little idea which was all her own, and of which she was very proud. She was as trig and trim and crisp as a crack yacht. Not a pin was loose, not a seam that did not fall in its precise right line, and with every movement there emanated from her a barely perceptible delicious feminine odor that was in part perfume, but mostly a subtle, vague smell, charming beyond words, that came from her hair, her neck, her armchair hole's sweet personality. She was 19 years old. She sat down to breakfast and ate heartily, though with her attention divided between Howard, who was atrociously bad, as usual of a Sunday morning, and her father's plate. Mr. Bessemer was as like as not to leave the table without any breakfast at all, unless his fruit, chops, and coffee were actually thrust under his nose. "Papam," she called, speaking clear and distinct, as though to the deaf, "there's your coffee there at your elbow. Be careful, you will tip it over." Victorine pushed his cup further on the table. "Is it strong enough for you, Papam?" Yes, murmured the old man, looking vaguely about him. "Coffee, to be sure," and he emptied the cup at a single draught, hardly knowing whether it was coffee or tea. "Now I will take a roll," he continued, in a monotonous murmur. "Where are the rolls? Here they are. Hot rolls are bad for my digestion. I ought to eat bread. I think I eat too much. Where's my place in the paper? Always lose my place in the paper. Clever editorials, this fellow Eastman writes, unbiased by party prejudice and biased. His voice died to a whisper. The breakfast proceeded, Travis supervising everything that went forward, even giving directions to Victorine as to the hour for serving dinner. It was while she was talking to Victorine as to this matter that Snooky began to whine. "Stop. And tell Maggie," pursued Travis, "to fricassee her chicken, and not to have it too well done." "Stew up," whined Snooky again. "And leave the heart out for Papam, he likes the heart." "Stew up." "Unbiased by prejudice," murmured Mr. Bessemer, vigorous and to the point. "I will have another roll." "Pa, make Howard stop." "Howard," exclaimed Travis, "what is it now?" "Howard squirting watermelon seeds at me," whined Snooky, "and Pa will not make him stop." "Oh, I did not so," vociferated Howard. "I only held one between my fingers, and it just kind of shot out." "You will come upstairs with me in just 5 minutes," announced Travis, "and get ready for Sunday school." Howard knew that his older sister's decisions were as the laws of the Persians, and found means to finish his breakfast within the specified time, though not without protest. Once upstairs, however, the usual Sunday morning drama of dispatching him to Sunday school in presentable condition was enacted. At every moment his voice could be heard uplifted in shrill expostulation and debate. No, his hands were clean enough, and he did not see why he had to wear that little old pink tie. And oh, his new shoes were too tight and hurt his sore toe, and he wouldn't know, not if he were killed for it, change his shirt. Not for a moment did Travis lose her temper with him. But very well, she declared at length. The next time she saw that little minor girl, she would tell her that he had said she was his Bohart. Now would he hold still while she brushed his hair. At a few minutes before 11, Travis and her father went to church. They were Episcopalians, and for time out of mind had rented a half-pew in the church of their denomination on California Street, not far from Chinatown. By noon, the family reassembled at dinner table, where Mr. Bessemer ate his chicken heart after Travis had thrice reminded him of it and expressed himself as to the sermon and the minister's theology, sometimes to his daughter and sometimes to himself. After dinner, Howard and Snooky foregathered in the nursery with their beloved lead soldiers. Travis went to her room to write letters, and Mr. Bessemer sat in the bay window of the dining room reading the paper from end to end. At 5, Travis bestirred herself. It was Victorine's afternoon out. Travis set the table, spreading a cover of blue denim edged with white braid, which showed off the silver and the set of Delfther great and never-ending Joyto great effect. Then she tied her apron about her and went into the kitchen to make the mayonnaise dressing for the potato salad, to slice the ham, and to help the cook, a most inefficient Irish person, taken on only for that month during the absence of the family's beloved and venerated Sing-Wo, in the matter of preparing the Sunday evening tea. Tea was had at 5:30. Never in the history of the family had its menu varied. Cold ham, potato salad, pork and beans, canned fruit, chocolate, and the inevitable pitcher of ice water. In the absence of Victorine, Maggie waited on the table, very uncomfortable in her one good dress and stiff white apron. She stood off from the table, making awkward dabs at it from time to time. In her excess of deference, she developed a clumsiness that was beyond all expression. She passed the plates upon the wrong side and remembered herself with a broken apology at inopportune moments. She dropped a spoon, she spilled the ice water. She handled the Delft cups and platters with an exaggerated solicitude, as though they were glass bombs. She brushed the crumbs into their laps instead of into the crumb tray, and at last, when she had sat even Travis' placid nerves in a jangle, was dismissed to the kitchen and retired with a gasp of unspeakable relief. Suddenly there came a prolonged trilling of the electric bell, and Howard flashed a grin at Travis. Snooky jumped up and pushed back, crying out, "I will go, I will go." Mr. Bessemer glanced nervously at Travis. "That's Mr. Rivers, is not it, daughter?" Travis smiled. "Well, I think I would better," he began. "No," said Travis, "I do not want you to, Papam. You sit right where you are. How absurd." The old man dropped obediently back into his seat. "That's all right, Maggie," said Travis as the cook reappeared from the pantry. "Snooky went." "Huh," exclaimed Howard, his grin widening. "Huh." "And remember one thing, Howard," remarked Travis calmly. "Do not you ever again ask Mr. Rivers for a nickel to put in your bank." Mr. Bessemer roused up. "Did that boy do that?" he inquired sharply of Travis. Well, he will not do it again," said Travis soothingly. The old man glared for an instant at Howard, who shifted uneasily in his seat. But meanwhile Snooky had clambered down to the outside door, and before anything further could be said, young Rivers came into the dining room. Chapter 2. For some reason, never made sufficiently clear, Rivers' parents had handicapped him from the baptismal font with the pronomen of Condi, which, however, upon Anglo-Saxon tongues, had been promptly modified to Kandai, or even, among his familiar and intimate friends, to Connie. Asked as to his birthplace, for no Californian assumes that his neighbor is born in the state Kandai, was wont to reply that he was born and rise in Chicago, but he always added, "I could not help that, you know." His people had come west in the early 80s, just in time to bury the father in alien soil. Kandai was an only child. He was educated at the State University, had a finishing year at Yale, and a few months after his return home was taken on the staff of the San Francisco Daily Times as an associate editor of its Sunday supplement. For Kandai had developed a taste and talent in the matter of writing. Short stories were his mania. He had begun by an inoculation of the Kipling virus, had suffered an almost fatal attack of Harding Davis, and had even been affected by Maupassant. He went in for accuracy of detail, held that if one wrote a story involving firemen one should have, or seem to have, every detail of the department at his fingers' ends, and should bring into the tale all manner of technical names and cant phrases. Much of his work on the Sunday supplement of the Times was of the hack order special articles, write-ups, and interviews. About once a month, however, he wrote a short story, and of late, now that he was convalescing from Maupassant and had begun to be somewhat himself, these stories had improved in quality, and one or two had even been copied in the Eastern journals. He earned 100 a month. When Snooky had let him in, Rivers dashed up the stairs of the Bessemer's flat, 2 at a time, tossed his stick into a porcelain canna rack in the hall, wrenched off his overcoat with a single movement, and precipitated himself, panting, into the dining room, tugging at his gloves. He was 28 years old, nearly 10 years older than Travis, tall and somewhat lean, his face smooth-shaven and pink all over, as if he had just given it a violent rubbing with a crash towel. Unlike most writing folk, he dressed himself according to prevailing custom. But Kandai overdid the matter. His scarfs and cravats were too bright, his colored shirt-bosoms were too broadly barred, his waistcoats too extreme. Even Travis, as she rose to his abrupt entrance, told herself that of a Sunday evening a pink shirt and scarlet tie were a combination hardly to be forgiven. Kandai shook her hand in both of his, then rushed over to Mr. Bessemer, exclaiming between breaths, "Do not get up, sir, don't think of it. Heavens, I am disgustingly late. You are all through. My watch, thy's beastly watch of mine, I cannot imagine how I came to be so late. You did quite right not to wait." Then, as his morbidly keen observation caught a certain look of blankness on Travis' face, and his rapid glance noted no vacant chair at table, he gave a quick gasp of dismay. "Heavens and earth, did not you expect me?" he cried. "I thought you said I thought I must have forgotten, I must have got it mixed up somehow. What a hideous mistake, what a blunder, what a fool I am." He dropped into a chair against the wall and mopped his forehead with a blue-bordered handkerchief. "Well, what difference does it make?" Kandai said Travis quietly. "I will put another place for you." "No, no," he vociferated, jumping up. "I will not hear of it, I will not permit it. You will think I did it on purpose." Travis ignored his interference and made a place for him opposite the children and had Maggie make some more chocolate. Kandai, meanwhile, covered himself with opprobrium. "And all this trouble, I always make trouble everywhere I go. Always a round man in a square hole, or a square man in a round hole." He got up and sat down again, crossed and recrossed his legs, picked up little ornaments from the mantelpiece, and replaced them without consciousness of what they were, and finally broke the crystal of his watch as he was resetting it by the cuckoo clock. "Hello," he exclaimed suddenly, "where did you get that clock? Where did you get that clock? That's new to me. Where did that come from?" "That cuckoo clock?" inquired Travis with a stare. "Kandai Rivers, you have been here and in this room at least twice a week for the last year and a half, and that clock, and no other, has always hung there." But already Kandai had forgotten or lost interest in the clock. "Is that so? Is that so?" he murmured absent-mindedly, seating himself at the table. Mr. Bessemer was murmuring, "That clock's a little fast. I cannot make that clock keep time. Victorine has lost the key. I have to wind it with a monkey wrench. Now I will try some more beans. Maggie has put in too much pepper. I will have to have a new key made tomorrow." "Hey, yes, is that so?" answered Kandai Rivers, bewildered, wishing to be polite, yet unable to follow the old man's mutterings. "He's not talking to you," remarked Travis, without lowering her voice. "You know how Papham goes on. He will not hear a word you say. Well, I read your story in this morning's Times." A few moments later, while Travis and Kandai were still discussing this story, Mr. Bessemer rose. "Well, Mr. Rivers," he announced, "I guess I will say good night. Come, Snooky." "Yes, take her with you, Papham," said Travis. "She will go to sleep on the lounge here if you do not. Howard, have you got your lessons for tomorrow?" It appeared that he had not. Snooky whined to stay up a little longer, but at last consented to go with her father. They all bade Kandai good night and took themselves away, Howard lingering a moment in the door in the hope of the nickel he dared not ask for. Maggie reappeared to clear away the table. "Let's go in the parlor," suggested Travis, rising. "Do not you want to?" The parlor was the front room overlooking the street, and was reached by the long hall that ran the whole length of the flat, passing by the door of each one of its 8 rooms in turn. Travis preceded Kandai and turned up one of the burners in colored globe of the little brass chandelier. The parlor was a small affair, peopled by a family of chairs and sofas robed in white drugget. A golden white effect had been striven for throughout the room. The walls had been tinted instead of papered, and bunches of hand-painted pink flowers tied up with blue ribbons straggled from one corner of the ceiling. Across one angle of the room straddled a brass easel upholding a crayon portrait of Travis at the age of 9, enlarged from a photograph. A yellow drape ornamented one corner of the frame, while another drape of blue depended from one end of the mantelpiece. The piano, upon which nobody ever played, balanced the easel in an opposite corner. Over the mantelpiece hung in a gilded frame a steel engraving of Priscilla and John Alden, and on the mantel itself 2 bisque figures of an Italian fisher boy and girl kept company with the clock, a huge timepiece set in a red plush palette that never was known to go. But at the right of the fireplace, and balancing the tuft of pampas to the left, was an inverted section of a sewer pipe painted blue and decorated with daisies. Into it was thrust a sheaf of cattails, gilded and tied with a pink ribbon. Travis dropped upon the shrouded sofa, and Kandai set himself carefully down on one of the frail chairs with its spindling golden legs, and they began to talk. Kandai had taken her to the theater the Monday night of that week, as had been his custom ever since he had known her well, and there was something left for them to say on that subject. But in 10 minutes they had exhausted it. An engagement of a girl known to both of them had just been announced. Kandai brought that up, and kept conversation going for another 20 minutes, and then filled in what threatened to be a gap by telling her stories of the society reporters, and how they got inside news by listening to telephone party wires for days at a time. Travis' condemnation of this occupied another 5 or 10 minutes, and so what with this and with that they reached 9 o'clock. Then decidedly the evening began to drag. It was too early to go. Kandai could find no good excuse for taking himself away, and though Travis was good-natured enough and met him more than halfway, their talk lapsed and lapsed and lapsed. The breaks became more numerous and lasted longer. Kandai began to wonder if he was boring her. No sooner had the suspicion entered his head than it hardened into a certainty, and at once what little fluency and freshness he yet retained forsook him on the spot. What made matters worse was his recollection of other evenings that of late he had failed in precisely the same manner. Even while he struggled to save the situation, Kandai was wondering if they two were talked out, if they had lost charm for each other. Did he not know Travis through and through by know her opinions, her ideas, her convictions? Was there any more freshness in her for him? Was their little flirtation of the last 18 months, charming as it had been, about to end? Had they played out the play? Had they come to the end of each other's resources? He had never considered the possibility of this before, but all at once, as he looked at Travis, looked fairly into her little brown-black eyes, it was borne in upon him that she was thinking precisely the same thing. Kandai Rivers had met Travis at a dance a year and a half before this, and because she was so very pretty, so unaffected, and so good-natured, had found means to see her 3 or 4 times a week ever since. They too went out not a little in San Francisco society, and had been in a measure identified with what was known as the younger set, though Travis was too young to come out, and Rivers too old to feel very much at home with girls of 20 and boys of 18. They had known each other in the conventional way, as conventionality goes in San Francisco. During the season, Rivers took her to the theaters Monday nights and called regularly Wednesdays and Sundays. Then they met at dances and managed to be invited to the same houses for teas and dinners. They had flirted rather desperately, and at times Kandai even told himself that he loved this girl so much younger than Hethi's girl with the smiling eyes and robust figure and yellow hair, who was so frank, so straightforward, and so wonderfully pretty. But evidently they had come to the last move in the game, and as Kandai reflected that after all he had never known the real Travis, that the girl whom he told himself he knew through and through was only the Travis of dinner parties and afternoon functions, he was suddenly surprised to experience a sudden qualm of deep and genuine regret. He had never been near to her, after all. They were as far apart as when they had first met, and yet he knew enough of her to know that she was worthwhile. He had had the experience he wanted with other older women and girls of society. They were sophisticated, they were all a little tired, they had run the gamut of amusements. In a word, they were jaded. But Travis, this girl of 19, who was not yet even a debutante, had been fresh and unspoiled, had been new and strong and young. Of course, you may call it what you like. He was nothing more nor less than intoxicated, drunk. What are you talking about? Gasped Kandai, sitting bolt upright. Jack Carter, answered Travis. No, she added, shaking her head at him helplessly, he has not been listening to a word. I am talking about Jack Carter and the Saturday evening last night. No, I have not heard. Forgive me, I was thinking of something else. Who was drunk? Travis paused a moment, settling her sidecombs in her hair. Then, if you will try to listen, I will tell it all over again, because it's serious with me, and I am going to take a very decided stand about it. You know, she went on, you know what the Saturday evening is. Plenty of the girls who are not out belong, and a good many of last year's debutantes come, as well as the older girls of 3 or 4 seasons standing. You could call it representative, could not you? Well, they always serve punch, and you know yourself that you have seen men there who have taken more than they should. Yes, admitted Kandai. I know Carter and the 2 Catlin boys always do. It gets pretty bad sometimes, does not it? She said. It does, and it's shameful. But most of them do not seem to mind. Miss Bessemer stiffened a bit. There are 1 or 2 girls that do, she said quietly. Frank Catlin had the decency to go home last night, she continued, and his brother was not any worse than usual. But Jack Carter must have been drinking before he came. He was very bad indeed, as bad, she said between her teeth, as he could be and yet walk straight. As you say, most of the girls do not mind. They say it's only Johnny Carter, what do you expect? But one of the girls, so you know her, Laurie Flagcutter, danced with him last night and told him exactly why. Of course, Carter was furious. He was sober enough to think he had been insulted, and what do you suppose he did? What? Exclaimed Kandai, breathless, leaning toward her. Went about the halls and dressing rooms, circulating some dirty little lie about Laurie. Actually trying Travis hesitate to make a scandal about her. Kandai bounded in his seat. Beast, cad, swine, he exclaimed. I did not think, said Travis, that Carter would so much as dare to ask me to dance with him. Did he? Wait, she interrupted, so I was not at all prepared for what happened. During the German, before I knew it, there he was in front of me. It was a break, and he wanted it. I had not time to think. The only idea I had was that if I refused him, he might tell some dirty little lie about me. I was all confused, mixed up. I felt just as though it were a snake that I had to humor to get rid of. I gave him the break. Kandai sat speechless. Suddenly he arose. Well, now let's see, he began, speaking rapidly, his hands twisting and untwisting till the knuckles cracked. Now let's see, you leave it to me. I know Carter. He's going to be at a stag dinner where I am invited tomorrow night, and I. No, you will not, Kandai, said Travis placidly. You will pay no attention to it, and I will tell you why. Suppose you should make a scene with Mr. Carter. I do not know how men settle these things. Well, it would be told in all the clubs and in all the newspaper offices that 2 men had quarreled over a girl, and my name is mentioned, discussed, and handed around from one crowd of men to another, from one club to another. And then, of course, the papers take it up. By that time, Mr. Carter will have told his side of the story and invented another dirty little lie, and I am the one who suffers the most in the end. And remember, Kandai, that I have not any mother in such an affair, not even an older sister. No, we will just let the matter drop. It would be more dignified anyhow. Only I have made up my mind what I am going to do. What's that? I am not coming out. If that's the sort of thing one has to put up with in society. Travis drew a little line on the sofa at her side. With her fingertip, I am going toast there. It's not Miss Bessemer, stiffened Aganthat. I am afraid of Jack Carter and his dirty stories. I simply do not want to know the kind of people who have made Jack Carter possible. The other girls do not mind it, nor many men besides you, Kandai, and I am not going to be associated with people who take it as a joke for a man to come to a function drunk. And as for having a good time, I will find my amusement somewhere else. I will ride a wheel, take long walks, study something, but as for leading the life of a society girl, no, and whether I have a good time or not, I will keep my own self-respect. At least I will never have to dance with a drunken man. I will not have to humiliate myself like that a second time. But I presume you will still continue to go out somewhere, protested Kandai Rivers. She shook her head. I have thought it all over and I have talked about it with Papam. There's no halfway about it. The only way to stop is to stop short. Just this afternoon I have regretted 3 functions for next week, and I shall resign from the Saturday evening. Oh, it's not the Jack Carter affair alone, she exclaimed. The whole thing tires me. Mind, Kandai, she exclaimed. I'm not going to break with it because I have any purpose in life or that sort of thing. I want to have a good time, and I'm going to see if I cannot have it in my own way. If the kind of thing that makes Jack Carter possible is conventionality, then I am done with conventionality for good. I'm going to try, from this time on, to be just as true to myself as I can be. I'm going to be sincere and not pretend to like people and things that I do not like, and I am going to do the things that I like to do just so long as they are the things a good girl can do. See, Kandai. You are fine, murmured Kandai breathless. You are fine as gold, Travis, and I love you all the better for it. Ah, now, exclaimed Travis, with a brusque movement, there's mother thing we must talk about. No more foolishness between us. We have had a jolly little flirtation, I know, and it's been good fun while it lasted. I know you like me, and you know that I like you, but as for loving each other, you know we do not. Yes, you say that you love me and that I am the only girl. That's part of the game. I can play either little eyes began to dance quite as well as you, but it's playing with something that's quite too serious to be played with after all, is not it now? It's insincere, and as I tell you, from now on I am going to be as true and as sincere and as honest as I can. But I tell you that I do love you, protested Kandai, trying to make the words ring true. Travis looked about the room an instant as if in deliberation, then abruptly, ah, what am I going to do with such a boy as you are, after all a great big, overgrown boy? Kandai Rivers, look at me straight in the eye. Tell me, do you honestly love me? You know what I mean when I say love. Do you love me? No, I do not, he exclaimed blankly as though he had just discovered the fact. There, declared Travis, and I do not love you. They both began to laugh. Now, added Travis, we do not need to have the burden and trouble of keeping up the pretenses anymore. We understand each other, do not we? This is queer enough, said Kandai drolly. But is not it an improvement? Kandai scoured his head. Tell me the truth, she insisted. You be sincere. I do believe it is. Oui, Travis, by jingo, Travis, I think I am going to like you better than ever now. Never mind, is it an agreement? What is? That we do not pretend to love each other anymore. All right, yes, you are right, because the moment I began to love you, I should like you so much less. She put out her hand. That's an agreement then. Kandai took her hand in his. Yes, it's an agreement. But when, as had been his custom, he made as though to kiss her hand, Travis drew it quickly away. No, no, she said firmly, smiling for all that, no more foolishness. But, he protested, it's not so radical as that, is it? You are not going to overturn such time-worn, time-honored customs as that. Why, this is a regular rebellion. No, sire, quoted Travis, trying not to laugh, it is a revolution. Chapter 3. Although Monday was practically a holiday for the Sunday supplement staff of the Times, Kandai Rivers made a point to get down to the office betimes the next morning. There were reasons why a certain article descriptive of a great whaleback steamer taking on grain for famine-stricken India should be written that day, and Rivers wanted his afternoon free in order to go to Laurie Flagg's coming-out tea. But as he came into his room at the Times office, which he shared with the Exchange and Sporting editors, and settled himself at his desk, he suddenly remembered that, under the new order of things, he need not expect to see Travis at the Flags. Well, he muttered, maybe it does not make so much difference after all. She was a corking fine girl, but might as well admit its play is played out. Of course, I do not love her any more than she loves me. I will see less and less of her now. It's inevitable, and after a while we will hardly even meet. In a way, it's a pity, but of course, one has to be sensible about these things. Well, this whaleback now. He rang up the Chamber of Commerce and found out that the city of Everett, which was the whaleback's name, was at the Mission Street wharf. This made it possible for him to write the article in two ways. He either could fake his copy from a clipping on the subject which the Exchange editor had laid on his desk, or he could go down in person to the wharf, interview the captain, and inspect the craft for himself. The former was the short and easy method. The latter was more troublesome, but would result in a far more interesting article. Kandai debated the subject a few minutes, then decided to go down to the wharf. San Francisco's waterfront was always interesting, and he might get hold of a photograph of the whaleback. All at once, the idea of the article struck him, the certain underlying notion that would give importance and weight to the mere details and descriptions. Kandai's enthusiasm flared up in an instant. "By Jove," he exclaimed, "by Jove." He clapped on his hat wrong side foremost, crammed a sheaf of copper paper into his pocket, and was on the street again in another moment. Then it occurred to him that he had forgotten to call at his club that morning for his mail, as was his custom, on the way to the office. He looked at his watch. It was early yet, and his club was but 2 blocks distance. He decided that he would get his letters at the club and read them on the way down to the wharf. For Kandai had joined a certain San Francisco club of artists, journalists, musicians, and professional men that is one of the institutions of the city, and in fact, famous throughout the United States. He was one of the younger members, but was popular and well-liked, and on more than one occasion had materially contributed to the fun of the club's low jinks. In his box this morning, he found one letter that he told himself he must read upon the instant. It bore upon the envelope the name of a New York publishing house to whom Kandai had sent a collection of his short stories about a month before. He took the letter into the round window of the club, overlooking the street, and tore it open excitedly. The fact that he had received a letter from the firm without the return of his manuscript seemed a good omen. This was what he read. Condi Rivers, Esquire, Bohemian Club, San Francisco, Cal. Dear Sir, we return to you by this mail the manuscript of your stories, which we do not consider as available for publication at the present moment. We would say, however, that we find in several of them indications of a quite unusual order of merit. The best-selling book just now is the short novel, say 30,000 words of action and adventure. Judging from the stories of your collection, we suspect that your talent lies in this direction, and we would suggest that you write such a novel and submit the same to us. Very respectfully, The Centennial Co., New York. Kandai shoved the letter into his pocket and collapsed limply into his chair. What's the good of trying to do anything anyhow? He muttered, looking gloomily down into the street. My level is just the hackwork of a local Sunday supplement, and I am a fool to think of anything else. His enthusiasm in the matter of the city of Everett was cold and dead in a moment. He could see no possibilities in the subject whatever. His idea of a few minutes previous seemed ridiculous and overwrought. He would go back to the office and grind out his copy from the Exchange editor's clipping. Just then his eye was caught by a familiar figure in trim, well-fitting black halted on the opposite corner waiting for the passage of a cable car. It was Travis Bessemer. No one but she could carry off such rigorous simplicity in the matter of dress so well. Black skirt, black Russian blouse, tiny black bonnet and black veil, white kids with black stitching. Simplicity itself. Yet the style of her, as Kandai Rivers told himself, flew up and hit you in the face, and her figure was there anything more perfect, and the soft, pretty effect of her yellow hair seen through the veil could anything be more fetching, and her smart carriage and the fling of her fine, broad shoulders, and no, it was no use. Kandai had to run down to speak to her. Come, come, she said, as he pretended to jostle against her on the curbstone without noticing her. "You had best go to work. Loafing at 10 o'clock on the street corners idea. It is no teat cannot beamed yet it is she," he burlesqued, "and after all these years." Then in his natural voice, "Hello, TB. Hello, 100. Where are you going?" "Home. I have just run down for half an hour to have the head of my banjo tightened." "If I put you on the car, will you expect me to pay your car fare?" "Kandai Rivers, I have long since got over the idea of ever expecting you to have any change concealed about your person. No, it all goes for theater tickets and flowers and boxes of candy for a certain girl I know." And he glared at her significant more foolishness. She laughed. "What are you on this morning, Kandai?" Kandai told her as they started to walk toward Kearney Street. "But why do not you go to the dock and see the vessel, if you can make a better article that way?" "Oh, what's the good? The Centennial people have turned down my stories." She commiserated him for this, then suddenly exclaimed, "No, you must go down to the dock. You ought to, Kandai. Oh, I tell you, let me go down with you." In an instant Kandai leaped to the notion. "Splendid, splendid. No reason why you should not," he exclaimed, and within 15 minutes the two were treading the wharves and quays of the city's waterfront. Ships innumerable nuzzled at the endless line of docks, mast over spiring mast, and bowsprit overlapping bowsprit, till the eye was bewildered, as if by the confusion of branches in a leafless forest. In the distance, the mass of rigging resolved itself into a solid gray blur against the sky. The great hulks, green and black and slate gray, laid themselves along the docks, straining leisurely at their mammoth chains, their flanks opened, their cargoes, as it were their entrails, spewed out in a wild disarray of crate and bale and box. Sailors and stevedores swarmed them like vermin. Trucks rolled along the wharves like peals of ordnance, the horse-hoofs beating the boards like heavy drum-taps. Chains clanked, a ship's dog barked incessantly from a companionway, ropes creaked in complaining pulleys, blocks rattled, hoisting engines coughed and strangled, while all the air was redolent of oakum, of pitch, of paint, of spices, of ripe fruit, of clean, cool lumber, of coffee, of tar, of bilge, and the brisk, nimble odor of the sea. Travis was delighted, her little brown eyes snapping, her cheeks flushing as she drank in the scene. "To think," she cried, "where all these ships have come from. Look at their names, are not they perfect? Just the names, see, the Mary Baker, Hull, and the Annandale, Liverpool, and the two sisters, Calcutta, and see that one they are calking, the Montevideo, Callao, and there, look, the very one you are looking for, the city of Everett, San Francisco." The whaleback, an immense tube of steel plates, lay at her wharf, sucking in entire harvests of wheat from the San Joaquin Valley harvests that were to feed strangely clad skeletons on the southern slopes of the Himalaya foothills. Travis and Kandai edged their way among piles of wheat bags, dodging drays and rumbling trucks, and finally brought up at the after gangplank, where a sailor halted them. Kandai exhibited his reporter's badge. "I represent the Times," he said, with profound solemnity, "and I want to see the officer in charge." The sailor fell back upon the instant. "Power of the press," whispered Kandai to Travis as the two gained the deck. A second sailor directed them to the mate, whom they found in the chartroom, engaged, singularly enough, in trimming the leaves of a scraggly geranium. Kandai explained his mission with flattering allusions to the whaleback and the novelty of the construction. The Matean old man, with a patriarchal beard, softened at once, asked them into his own cabin aft, and even brought out a campstool for Travis, brushing it with his sleeve before setting it down. While Kandai was interviewing the old fellow, Travis was examining, with the interest of a child, the details of the cabin. The rack-like bunk, the washstand, ingeniously constructed so as to shut into the bulkhead when not in use, the alarm clock screwed to the wall, and the array of photographs thrust into the mirror between frame and glass. One, an old daguerreotype, particularly caught her fancy. It was the portrait of a very beautiful girl, wearing the old-fashioned side curls and high comb of a half-century previous. The old mate noticed the attention she paid to it, and as soon as he had done giving information to Kandai, turned and nodded to Travis, and said quietly, "She was pretty, was not she?" "Oh, very, answered Travis without looking away. There was a silence. Then the mate, his eyes wide and thoughtful, said with a long breath, "And she was just about your age, miss, when I saw her, and you favor her too." Kandai and Travis held their breaths in attention. There in the cabin of that curious nondescript whaleback, they had come suddenly to the edge of a romancia romance that had been lived through before they were born. Then Travis said in a low voice and sweetly, "She died before I ever set eyes on her, miss. That is, maybe she died. I sometimes think fact is, I really believe she's alive yet and waiting for me." He hesitated awkwardly. "I dunno," he said, pulling his beard. "I do not usually tell that story to strange folk, but you remind me so of her that I guess I will." Kandai sat down on the edge of the bunk, and the mate seated himself on the plush settle opposite the door, his elbows on his knees, his eyes fixed on a patch of bright sunlight upon the deck outside. "I began life," he said, "as a deep-sea diverbigan, pretty young, too. I first put on the armor when I was 20, nothing but a lad, but I could take the pressure up to 70 pounds even then. One of my very first dives was off Trincomalee on the coast of Ceylon. A mail packet had gone down in a squall with all on board. 6 of the bodies had come up and had been recovered, but the 7th had not. It was the body of the daughter of the governor of the island, a beautiful young girl of 19, whom everybody loved. I was sent for to go down and bring the body up. Well, I went down. The packet lay in 100 feet of water, and that's a wonder deep dive. I had to go down twice. The first time I could not find anything, though I went all through the berth deck. I came up to the wrecking float and reported that I had seen nothing. There were a lot of men there belonging to the wrecking gang and some correspondents of London papers, but they would have it that she was below and had me go down again. I did, and this time I found her." The mate paused a moment. "I will have to tell you," he went on, "that when a body do not come to the surface, it will stand or sit in a perfectly natural position until a current or movement of the water around touches it. When that happens, well, you would say the body was alive. And old divers have a superstition. It ain't just a superstition. I believe it's so that drowned people really do not die till they come to the surface, and the air touches them. We say that the drowned who do not come up still have some sort of life of their own way down there, in all that green water, some kind of life, surely, surely. When I went down the second time, I came across the door of what I thought at first was the linen closet, but it turned out to be a little stateroom. I opened it. There was the girl. She was sitting on the sofa opposite the door, with a little hat on her head and holding a satchel in her lap, just as if she was ready to go ashore. Her eyes were wide open, and she was looking right at me and smiling. It did not seem terrible or ghastly in the least. She seemed very sweet. When I opened the door, it set the water in motion, and she got up and dropped the satchel and came toward me smiling and holding out her arms. I stepped back quick and shut the door and sat down in one of the saloon chairs to fetch my breath, for it had given me a start. The next thing to do was to send her up, but I began to think, she seemed so pretty as she was. What was the use of bringing her up there on the wrecking float, with that crowd of men where the air would get at her, and where they would put her in the ground, along the worms. If I left her there, she would always be sweet and pretty, always be 19, and I remembered what old divers said about drowned people living just so long as they stayed below. You see, I was only a lad then, and things like that impress you when you are young. Well, I signaled to be hauled up. They asked me on the float if I would seen anything, and I said no. That was all there was to the affair. They never raised the ship, and in a little while it was all forgot. But I never forgot it, and I always remembered her, way down there in all that still green water, waiting there in that little stateroom for me to come back and open the door. And I have grown to be an old man remembering her, but she's always stayed just as she was the first day I saw her, when she came toward me smiling and holding out her arms. She's always stayed young and fresh and pretty. I never saw her but that once. Only afterward, I got her picture from a native woman of Trincomalee who was housekeeper at the residency where the governor of the island lived. Somehow I never could care for other women after that, and I ain't never married for that reason." "No, no, of course not," exclaimed Travis in a low voice as the old fellow paused. "Fine, fine, oh, fine as gold," murmured Kandai under his breath. "Well," said the mate, getting up and rubbing his knee. That's the story. Now you know all about that picture. Will you have a glass of Madeira, miss? He got out a bottle of wine bearing the genuine Funchal label and filled 3 tiny glasses. Travis pushed up her veil, and she and Kandai rose. This is to her, said Travis gravely. Thank you, miss, answered the mate, and the 3 drank in silence. As Travis and Kandai were going down the gangplank, they met the captain of the whaleback coming up. I saw you in there talking to old Macpherson, he explained. Did you get what you wanted from him? More, exclaimed Kandai. My hand in the fire, he told you that yarn about the girl who was drowned off Trincomalee. Of course, I knew it. The old boy's wits are turned on that subject. He will have it that the body has not decomposed in all this time. Good seaman enough, and a first-class navigator, but he's soft in that one spot. Chapter 4. Oh, but the story of it, exclaimed Kandai as he and Travis regained the wharf. The story of it. Is not it a ripper? Is not it a corker? His leaving her that way and never caring for any other girl afterward. And so original, she commented, quite as enthusiastic as he. Original, why, it's new as paint. It's Travis. I will make a story out of this that will be copied in every paper between the 2 oceans. They were so interested in the mate's story that they forgot to take a car and walked up Clay Street talking it over, suggesting, rearranging, and embellishing. And Kandai was astonished and delighted to note that she caught on to the idea as quickly as he and knew the telling points and what details to leave out. And I will make a bang-up article out of the whaleback herself, declared Kandai. The idea of the article had returned to him and all his enthusiasm with it. And look here, he said, showing her the letter from the Centennial Company. They turned down my book, but see what they say. Quite an unusual order of merit, cried Travis. Why, that's fine. Why did not you show this to me before? And asking you like this to write them a novel of adventure. What more can you want? Oh, she exclaimed impatiently, that's so like you. You would tell everybody about your reverses and carry on about them yourself, but never say a word when you get a little boom. Have you an idea for a 30,000-word novel? Would not that diver's story do? No, there's not enough in that for 30,000 words. I have not any idea at all. Never wrote a story of adventure, never wrote anything longer than 6,000 words. But I will keep my eye open for something that will do. By the way, be Jove, Travis, where are we? They looked briskly around them, and the bustling, breezy waterfront faded from their recollections. They were in a world of narrow streets, of galleries and overhanging balconies. Craziest structures, riddled and honeycombed with stairways and passages, shut out the sky, though here and there rose a building of extraordinary richness and most elaborate ornamentation. Color was everywhere. 1,000 little notes of green and yellow, of vermilion and sky blue, assaulted the eye. Here it was a doorway, here a vivid glint of cloth or hanging, here a huge scarlet sign lettered with gold, and here a kaleidoscopic effect in the garments of a passer-by. Directly opposite, and 2 stories above their heads, a sort of huge loggia, one blaze of gilding and crude vermilions, opened in the gray cement of a crumbling facade, like a sudden burst of flame. Gigantic pot-bellied lanterns of red and gold swung from its ceiling, while along its railing stood a row of pots brass, ruddy bronze, and blue porcelain from which were growing red saffron, purple, pink, and golden tulips without number. The air was vibrant with unfamiliar noises. From one of the balconies near at hand, though unseen, a gong, a pipe, and some kind of stringed instrument wailed and thundered in unison. There was a vast shuffling of padded soles and a continuous interchange of sing-song monosyllables, high-pitched and staccato, while from every hand rose the strange aromas of the East sandalwood, punk, incense, oil, and the smell of mysterious cookery. Chinatown, exclaimed Travis. I had not the faintest idea we had come up so far. Kandai Rivers, do you know what time it is? She pointed a white kid finger through the doorway of a drugstore, where, amid lacquer boxes and bronze urns of herbs and dried seeds, a round Seth Thomas marked 2:30. And your lunch, cried Kandai. Great heavens, I never thought. It's too late to get any at home. Never mind, I will go somewhere and have a cup of tea. Why not get a package of Chinese tea, now that you are down here, and take it home with you? Or drink it here. Where? In one of the restaurants, There would not be a soul there at this hour. I know they serve tea any time. Kandai, let's try it. Would not it be fun? Kandai smote his thigh. Fun, he vociferated, fun. It isby Jove, it would be heavenly. Wait a moment. I will tell you what we will do. Tea will not be enough. We will go down to Kearney Street or to the market and get some crackers to go with it. They hurried back to the California market, a few blocks distant, and bought some crackers and a wedge of new cheese. On the way back to Chinatown, Travis stopped at a music store on Kearney Street to get her banjo, which she had left to have its head tightened, and thus burdened they regained the town, Kandai grieving audibly at having to carry brown paper bundles through the street. First catch your restaurant, said Travis, as they turned into DuPont Street with its thronging coolies and swarming, gaily clad children. But they had not far to seek. Here you are, suddenly exclaimed Kandai, halting in front of a wholesale tea house bearing a sign in Chinese and English. Come on, Travis. They ascended 2 flights of a broad, brass-bound staircase leading up from the ground floor and gained the restaurant on the top story of the building. As Travis had foretold, it was deserted. She clasped her gloved hands gaily, crying, Is not it delightful? We have the whole place to ourselves. The restaurant ran the whole depth of the building and was finished off at either extremity with a gilded balcony, one overlooking DuPont Street and the other the old plaza. Enormous screens of gilded ebony, intricately carved and set with colored glass panes, divided the room into 3, and one of these divisions, in the rear part, from which they could step out upon the balcony that commanded the view of the plaza, they elected as their own. It was charming. At their backs they had the huge, fantastic screen, brave and fine with its coat of gold. In front, through the glass-binned valves of a pair of folding doors, they could see the roofs of the houses beyond the plaza, and beyond these the blue of the bay with its anchored ships, and even beyond this, the faint purple of the Oakland shore. On either side of these doors, in deep alcoves, were divans with mattings and headrests for opium smokers. The walls were painted blue and hung with vertical Cantonese legends in red and silver, while all around the sides of the room small ebony tables alternated with ebony stools, each inlaid with a slab of mottled marble. A chandelier, all aglitter with tinsel, swung from the center of the ceiling over a huge round table of mahogany. And not a soul was there to disturb them. Below them, out there around the old plaza, the city drummed through its work with a lazy, soothing rumble. Nearer at hand, Chinatown sent up the vague murmur of the life of the Orient. In the direction of the Mexican Quarter, the bell of the cathedral knolled at intervals. The sky was without a cloud, and the afternoon was warm. Kandai was inarticulate with the joy of what he called their discovery. He got up and sat down. He went out into the other room and came back again. He dragged up a couple of the marble-seated stools to the table. He took off his hat, lighted a cigarette, let it go out, lighted it again, and burned his fingers. He opened and closed the folding doors, pushed the table into a better light, and finally brought Travis out upon the balcony to show her the points of historical interest in and around the plaza. There's the Stevenson Memorial Ship in the center, see, and right there, where the flagstaff is, General Baker made the funeral oration over the body of Terry. Broderick killed him in a duel. Was it Terry killed Broderick? I forget which. Anyhow, right opposite, where that pawnshop is where the overland stages used to start in '49. And every other building that fronts on the plaza, even this one we are in now, used to be a gambling house in bonanza times. And see, over yonder is the morgue and the city prison. They turned back into the room, and a great fat Chinaman brought them tea on Kandai's order. But besides tea, he brought dried almonds, pickled watermelon rinds, candied quince, and china nuts. Travis cut the cheese into cubes with Kandai's penknife and arranged the cubes in geometric figures upon the crackers. But Kandai, she complained, why in the world did you get so many crackers? There's hundreds of them here, enough to feed a regiment. Why did not you ask me? What? I do not know. What's the matter with the crackers? You were dickering with the cheese, and the man said, how many crackers? I did not know. I said, oh, give me a quarter's worth. And we could not possibly have eaten 10 cents worth. Oh, Kandai, you are, but never mind. Here's your tea. I wonder if this green, pasty stuff is good. They found that it was, but so sweet that it made their tea taste bitter. The watermelon rinds were flat to their Western palates, but the dried almonds were a great success. Then Kandai promptly got the hiccups from drinking his tea too fast and fretted up and down the room like a chicken with the pip, till Travis grew faint and weak with laughter. "Oh well," he exclaimed aggrievedly, "that's right. I do not laugh. It is not such fun when you have got yourself. But sit down, for goodness sake. You make me so nervous. You cannot walk them off. Sit down and hold your breath while you count 9. Kandai, I am going to take off my gloves and veil. What do you think?" "Sure, of course, and I will have a cigarette. Do you mind if I smoke?" "Well, what's that in your hand now?" "By Jove, I have been smoking. I beg your pardon. I am a regular stable boy. I will throw it away." Travis caught his wrist. "What nonsense. I would have told you before if I would minded." "But it's gone out," he exclaimed. "I will have another." As he reached into his pocket for his case, his hand encountered a paper-covered volume, and he drew it out in some perplexity. "Now how in the wide world did that book come in my pocket?" he muttered, frowning. "What have I been carrying it around for? I have forgotten. I declare I have." "What book is it?" "Hey, book, he murmured, staring. Travis pounded on the table. "Wake up, Kandai, I am talking to you," she called. "It's life's handicap," he answered with a start. But why have I?" "What's it about? I never heard of it," she declared. "You never heard of life's handicap?" he shouted. "You never heard? You mean to say you never heard? But here, this will not do. Sit right still, and I will read you one of these yarns before you are another minute older. Any one of them. Open the book at random. Here we are, The Strange Ride of Maropi Jukes, and it's a stemwinder too." And then for the first time in her life, there in that airy, golden Chinese restaurant, in the city from which he hasted to flee, Travis Bessemer fell under the charm of the little spectacled colonial, to whose song we all must listen, and to whose pipe we all must dance. There was one point in the story of Duke's strange ride that Kandai prided himself upon having discovered. So far as he knew, all critics had overlooked it. It is where Jukes is describing the man-trap of the city of the dead who are alive, and mentions that the slope of the enclosing sandhills was about 4 to 5 degrees. Jukes was a civil engineer, and Kandai held that it was a capital bit of realism on the part of the author to have him speak of the pitch of the hills in just such technical terms. At first he thought he would call Travis' attention to this bit of cleverness, but as he read, he abruptly changed his mind. He would see if she would find it out for herself. It would be a test of her quickness, he told himself, almost an unfair test, because the point was extremely subtle and could easily be ignored by the most experienced of fiction readers. He read steadily on, working himself into a positive excitement as he approached the passage. He came to it and read it through without any emphasis, almost slurring over it in his eagerness to be perfectly fair. But as he began to read the next paragraph, Travis, her little eyes sparkling with interest and attention, exclaimed, "Just as an engineer would describe it, is not that good?" "Glory hallelujah," cried Kandai, slamming down the book joyfully. "Travis, you are 1 in 1,000. What is it?" she inquired blankly. Never mind. You are a wonder. That's Alan." He finished the tale without further explanation. Then, while he smoked another cigarette and she drank another cup of tea, he read to her The Return of Imri and the Incarnation of Krishna Mulvini. He found her an easy and enrapt convert to the little Englishman's creed, and for himself tasted the intense delight of revealing to another an appreciation of a literature hitherto ignored. "Is not he strong?" cried Travis. "Just a little better than Marie Corelli and the Duchess. And to think of having all those stories to read. You have not read any of them yet." "Not a one. I have been reading only the novels we take up in the Wednesday class." "Lord," muttered Kandai. Kandai's spirits had been steadily rising since the incident aboard the whaleback. The exhilaration of the waterfront, his delight over the story he was to make out of the old mate's yarn, Chinatown, the charming unconventionality of their lunch in the Chinese restaurant, the sparkling serenity of the afternoon, and the joy of discovering Travis' appreciation of his adored and venerated author, had put him into a mood bordering close upon hilarity. The next event upon our interesting program, he announced, will be a banjo sfine obbligato in Asia Minor, by that justly renowned impresario, Signor Condi Timpani Rivers, specially engaged for this performance, with a pleasing and Panhellenic song-endance turn by Miss Travis Bessemer, the infant phenomenon, otherwise known as Babby Bessie. "You are not going to play that banjo here," said Travis as he stripped away the canvas covering. "Order in the gallery," cried Kandai, beginning to tune up. Then in a rapid, professional monotone, "Ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission, I will endeavor to give you an imitation of a Carolina coon song and, without more ado," singing the words to a rattling, catchy accompaniment, swung off into "For my gals, a highborn leddy. She's brack but not too shady." He did not sing loud, and the clack and snarl of the banjo carried hardly further than the adjoining room, but there was no one to hear, and as he went along, even Travis began to hum the words. But at that, Kandai stopped abruptly, laid the instrument across his knees with exaggerated solicitude, and said deliberately, "Travis, you are a good, sweet girl, and what you lack in beauty you make up in amiability, and I have no doubt you are kind to your aged father, but you cannot sing." Travis was cross in a moment, all the more so because Kandai had spoken the exact truth. It was quite impossible for her to carry a tune half a dozen bars without entangling herself in as many different keys. What voice she had was not absolutely bad, but as she persisted in singing in spite of Kandai's guying, he put back his head and began a mournful and lugubrious howling. "Ho," she exclaimed, grabbing the banjo from his knees, "if I cannot sing, I can play better than some smart people." "Yes, by note," rallied Kandai, as Travis executed a banjo piece of no little intricacy. "That's just like a machine, like a hand piano." "Order in the gallery," she retorted without pausing in her playing. She finished with a great flourish and gazed at him in triumph, only to find him pretending a profound slumber. "Ooh," she remarked between her teeth, "I just hate you, Kandai Rivers." "There are others," he returned airily. "Talk about slang." "Now what will we do?" he cried. "Let's do something. Suppose we break something just for fun." Then suddenly the gaiety went out of his face, and he started up and clapped his hand to his head with a gasp of dismay. "Great heavens!" he exclaimed. "Kandai," cried Travis in alarm, "what is it?" "The tea," he vociferated. "Laurie Flagg's tea. I ought to be there right this minute." Travis fetched a sigh of relief. "Is that all?" "All," he retorted. "All? Why, it's past 4 no, and I would forgotten every last thing." Then suddenly falling calm again and quietly resuming his seat, "I do not see as it makes any difference. I will not go, that's all. Push those almonds here, will you, Miss Lady? But we are not doing anything," he exclaimed with a brusque return of exuberance. "Let's do things. What will we do? Think of something. Is there anything we can break?" Then, without any transition, he vaulted upon the table and began to declaim with tremendous gestures. "There once was a beast called an ounce, who went with a spring and a bounce. His head was as flat as the head of a cat. This quadrupetantical ounce, tickle ounce. This quadrupetantical ounce. You would think from his name he was small, but that was not like him at all. He weighed, I will be bound, 300 or 400 pound, and he looked most uncommonly tall. Manly tall. And he looked most uncommonly tall." "Bravo, bravo," cried Travis, pounding on the table. "Here, here, non Brutus, none." Kandai sat down on the table and swung his legs, but during the next few moments, while they were eating the last of their cheese, his good spirits fell rapidly away from him. He heaved a sigh and thrust both hands gloomily into his pockets. "Cheese, Kandai?" asked Travis. He shook his head with a dark frown, muttering, "No cheese, no cheese." "What's wrong, Kandai? What's the matter?" asked Travis with concern. For some time he would not tell her, answering all her inquiries by closing his eyes and putting his chin in the air, nodding his head in knowing fashion. "But what is it?" "You do not respect me," he muttered, and for a long time this was all that could be got from him. No, no, she did not respect him. No, she did not take him seriously. But of course I do. Why do not I? Kandai Rivers, what's got into you now? No, no, I know it. I can tell. You do not take me seriously. You do not respect me. But why? Make a blooming buffoon of myself, he mumbled tragically. In great distress, Travis labored to contradict him. Why, they had just been having a good time, that was all. Why, she had been just as silly as he. Kandai caught at the word. Silly, there, I knew it. I told you, I am silly. I am a buffoon, but have not we had a great afternoon? He added with a sudden grin. I never remember, announced Travis emphatically, when I have had a better time than I have had today, and I know just why it's been such a success. Why then? Because we have had no foolishness. We have just been ourselves and have not pretended we were in love with each other when we are not. Kandai, let's do this lots. Do what? Go round to queer little, interesting little places. We have had a glorious time today, have not we? And we have not been talked out once. As we were last night, for instance, he hazarded. I thought you felt it, the same as I 999. It was a bit awful, was not it? It was. From now on, let's make a resolution. I know you have had a good time today. Have not you had a better time than if you had gone to the tea? Well, rather, I do not know when I have had a better, jollier afternoon. Well, now we are going to try to have lots more good times, but just as chums. We have tried the other, and it failed. Now be sincere, did not it fail? It worked out, it did work out. Now from this time on, no more foolishness. We will just be chums. Chums it is, no more foolishness. The moment you begin to pretend you are in love with me, it will spoil everything. It's funny, said Travis, drawing on her gloves. We are doing a funny thing, Kandai. With 99 people out of 100, this little affair would have been all ended after our explanation of last night, confessing, as we did, that we did not love each other. Most couples would have drifted apart, but here we are, planning to be chums and have good times in our own original, unconventional way, and we can do it, too. There, he's 1,000 miles away. He's not heard a single word I have said. Kandai, are you listening to me? Blix, he murmured, staring at her vaguely. Blix, you look that way. I do not know, look kind of Blix. Do not you feel sort of Blix? He inquired anxiously. Blix. He smote the table with his palm. Capital, he cried. Sounds bully and snappy and crisp and bright and sort of sudden. Sounds, don't you know, this way? And he snapped his fingers. Do not you see what I mean? Blix, that's who you are. You have always been Blix, and I have just found it out. Blix, he added, listening to the sound of the name. Blix, Blix, yes, yes, that's your name. Blix, she repeated, but why Blix? Why not? I do not know, why not? Well then, he declared, as though that settled the question. They made ready to go, as it was growing late. Will you tie that for me, Kandai? She asked, rising and turning the back of her head toward him, the ends of the veil held under her fingers. Not too tight. Kandai, do not pull it so tight. There, that will do. Have you everything that belongs to you? I know you will go away and leave something here. There's your cigarette case and your book, and of course the banjo. As if warned by a mysterious instinct, the fat Chinaman made his appearance in the outer room. Kandai put his fingers into his vest pocket, then dropped back upon his stool with a suppressed exclamation of horror. Kandai, exclaimed Blix in alarm, are you sick? For he had turned a positive white. I have not a cent of money, he murmured faintly. I spent my last quarter for those beastly crackers. What's to be done? What is to be done? I'll leave him my watch. Yes, that's the only thing. Blix calmly took out her purse. I expected it, she said resignedly. I knew this would happen sooner or later, and I always have been prepared. How much is it, John? She asked of the Chinaman. $50. I will never be able to look you in the face again, protested Kandai. I will pay you back tonight. I will send it up by a messenger boy. Then you would be a buffoon. Do not, he exclaimed. Do not, it humiliates me to the dust. Oh, come along, and do not be so absurd. It must be after 5. Halfway down the brass-bound stairs, he clapped his hand to his head with a start. And now what is it? She inquired meekly. Forgotten, he exclaimed. "I knew I would forget something." "I knew it, you mean." He ran back and returned with the great bag of crackers and thrust it into her hands. "Here, here, take these. We must not leave these," he declared earnestly. It would be a shameful waste of money, and in spite of all her protests, he insisted upon taking the crackers along. "I wonder," said Blix, as the two skirted the plaza, going down to Kearny Street. "I wonder if I ought to ask him to supper." "Ask whom? How funny, too." "I wonder if we are talked out if it would spoil the day. Anyhow, I am going to have supper at the club, and I have got to write my articles some time tonight." Blix fixed him with a swift glance of genuine concern. "Do not play tonight, Kandai," she said, with a sudden gravity. "Fat lot I can play. What money have I got to play with?" "You might get some somewheres, but anyhow, promise me you will not play." "Well, of course I will promise. How can I if I have not any money? And besides, I have got my whaleback stuff to write. I will have supper at the club and go up in the library and grind out copy for a while." "Kandai," said Blix, "I think that Diver's story is almost too good for the Times. Why do not you write it and send it east? Send it to the Centennial Company. Why do not you? They have paid some attention to you now, and it would keep your name in their minds if you sent the story to them, even if they did not publish it. Why do not you think of that?" "Fine, great idea. I will do that, only I will have to write it out of business hours. It will be extra work." "Never mind, you do it." And she added, as he put her on the cable car, "Keep your mind on that 30,000-word story of adventure. Good be, Kandai, have not we had the jolliest day that ever was? Could not have been better, good be, Blix." Kandai returned to his club. It was about 6 o'clock. In response to his question, the hallboy told him that Tracy Sargent had arrived a few moments previous and had been asking for him. The Saturday of the week before, Kandai had made an engagement with young Sargent to have supper together that night, and perhaps go to the theatre afterward. And now, at the sight of Sargent in the round window of the main room, buried in the file of the Gil Blas, Kandai was pleased to note that neither of them had forgotten the matter. Sargent greeted him with extreme cordiality as he came up, and at once proposed a drink. Sargent was a sleek, well-groomed, well-looking fellow of 30, just beginning to show the effects of a certain amount of dissipation in the little puffs under the eyes and the faint blueness of the temples. The sudden death of his father, for which event Sargent was still mourning, had left him in such position that his monthly income was about 5 times as large as Kandai's salary. The two had supper together, and Sargent proposed the theatre. "No, no, I have got to work tonight," asserted Kandai. After dinner, while they were smoking their cigars in a window of the main room, one of the hallboys came up and touched Kandai on the arm. "Mr. Eckert and Mr. Hendricks and Mr. George Hands and several other of those gentlemen are up in the cardroom and are asking for you and Mr. Sargent." "Why, I did not know the boys were here. They have got a game going, Kandai. Let's go up and get in, shall we?" Kandai remembered that he had no money. "I am flat broke, Tracy," he announced, for he knew Sargent well enough to make the confession without wincing. "No, I will not get in, but I will go up and watch you a few minutes." They ascended to the cardroom, where the air was heavy and acrid with cigar smoke, and where the silence was broken only by the click of poker chips. At the end of 20 minutes, Kandai was playing, having borrowed enough money of Sargent to start him in the game. Unusually talkative and restless, he had suddenly hardened and stiffened to a repressed, tense calm, speechless, almost rigid in his chair. Excitable under even ordinary circumstances, his every faculty was now keyed to its highest pitch. The nervous strain upon him was like the stretching and tightening of harp-strings, too taut to quiver. The color left his face, and the moisture fled his lips. His projected article, his promise to Blix, all the jollity of the afternoon, all thought of time or place, faded away as the one indomitable, evil passion of the man leaped into life within him, and lashed and rowelled him with excitement. His world resolved itself to a round green table, columns of tricolored chips, and 5 ever-changing cards that came and went and came again before his tired eyes like the changing, weaving colors of the kaleidoscope. Midnight struck, then 1 o'clock, then 2, 3, and 4. Still his passion rode him like a hag, spurring the jaded body, rousing up the wearied brain. Finally, at 4:30, at a time when Kandai was precisely where he had started, neither winner nor loser by so much as a dime, a round of jackpots was declared, and the game broke up. Kandai walked home to the uptown hotel where he lived with his mother, and went to bed as the first milk wagons began to make their appearance and the newsboys to cry the morning papers. Then, as his tired eyes closed at last, occurred that strange trick of picture-making that the overtaxed brain plays upon the retina. A swift series of pictures of the day's doings began to whirl through rather than before the pupils of his shut eyes. Kandai saw again a brief vision of the street, and Blix upon the corner waiting to cross. Then it was the gay, brisk confusion of the waterfront, the old mate's cabin aboard the whaleback, Chinatown, and a loop of vermilion cloth over a gallery rail, the golden balcony, the glint of the Stevenson ship upon the green plaza, Blix playing the banjo, the delightful and picturesque confusion of the deserted Chinese restaurant, Blix again, turning her head for him to fasten her veil, holding the ends with her white-kid fingers, Blix once more, walking at his side with her trim black skirt, her round little turban hat, her yellow hair, and her small dark, dancing eyes. Then suddenly, he remembered the promise he had made her in the matter of playing that night. He winced sharply at this, and the remembrance of his fault harried and harassed him. In spite of himself, he felt contemptible, yet he had broken his promises to her in this very matter of playing before that day of their visit to the Chinese restaurant, and had felt no great qualm of self-reproach. Had their relations changed? Rather the reverse, for they had done with foolishness. "Never worried me before," muttered Kandai, as he punched up his pillow. "Never worried me before. Why should it worry me? No, worry me like the devil." And she caught on to that point about the slope of 4 to 5 degrees. Chapter 5. Kandai began his week's work for the supplement behindhand. Naturally, he overslept himself Tuesday morning, and not having any change in his pockets, was obliged to walk down to the office. He arrived late, to find the compositors already fretting for copy. His editor promptly asked for the whaleback stuff, and Kandai was forced into promising it within a half hour. It was out of the question to write the article according to his own idea in so short a time, so Kandai faked the stuff from the exchange clipping after all. His description of the boat and his comments upon her mission, taken largely at second hand, served only to fill space in the paper. They were lacking both in interest and in point. There were no illustrations. The article was a failure. But Kandai redeemed himself by a witty interview later in the week with an emotional actress, and by a solemn article compiled after an hour's reading in Lafcadio Hearn and the Encyclopedia on the Industrial Renaissance in Japan. But the idea of the diver's story came back to him again and again, and Thursday night after supper he went down to his club and hid himself at a corner desk in the library and, in a burst of enthusiasm, wrote out some 2,000 words of it. In order to get the technical details upon which he set such store, he consulted the encyclopedias again and worked in a number of unfamiliar phrases and odd-sounding names. He was so proud of the result that he felt he could not wait until the tale was finished and in print to try its effect. He wanted appreciation and encouragement upon the instant. He thought of Blix. She saw the point in Marobi Duke's description of the slope of the sandhill, he told himself, and the next moment had resolved to go up and see her the next evening and read to her what he had written. This was on Thursday. All through that week Blix had kept much to herself, and for the first time in 2 years had begun to spend every evening at home. In the morning of each day, she helped Victorine with the upstairs work, making the beds, putting the rooms to rights, or consulted with the butchers' and grocers' boys at the head of the back stairs, or chaffered with urbane and smiling Chinamen with their balanced vegetable baskets. She knew the house and its management at her fingers' ends and supervised everything that went forward. Laurie Flagg, coming to call upon her on Wednesday afternoon to remonstrate upon her sudden defection, found her in the act of tacking up a curtain across the pantry window. But Blix had the afternoons and evenings almost entirely to herself. These hours, heretofore taken up with functions and the discharge of obligations, dragged not a little during the week that followed upon her declaration of independence. Wednesday afternoon, however, was warm and fine, and she went to the park with Snooky. Without looking for it or even expecting it, Blix came across a little Japanese tea house, or rather a tiny Japanese garden set with almost toy Japanese houses and pavilions, where tea was served and thin Swedish wafers for 5 cents. Blix and Snooky went in. There was nobody about but the Japanese serving woman. Snooky was in raptures, and Blix spent a delightful half-hour there, drinking Japanese tea and feeding the wafers to the carp and goldfish in the tiny pond immediately below where she sat. A Chinaman, evidently of the merchant class, came in, with a Chinese woman following. As he took his place and the Japanese girl came up to get his order, Blix overheard him say in English, "Bring tea for 'em, lady." He had to speak in English to her. She whispered, "Is not that splendid? Did you notice that, Snooky?" On the way home, Blix was wondering how she should pass her evening. She was to have made one of a theater party where Jack Carter was to be present. Then she suddenly remembered Morrowby Jukes, the return of Imri, and Krishna Mulvaney. She continued on past her home, downtown, and returned late for supper with plain tales and many inventions. Toward 8:30, there came a titter of the electric bell. At the moment, Blix was in the upper chamber of the House of Suddu, quaking with exquisite horror at the seal-cutter's magic. She looked up quickly as the bell rang. It was not Kandai River's touch. She swiftly reflected that it was Wednesday night and that she might probably expect Frank Catlin. He was a fair specimen of the younger set, a sort of modified Jack Carter, and called upon her about once a fortnight. No doubt he would hint darkly as to his riotous living during the past few days and refer to his diet of bromoseltzers. He would be slangy, familiar, call her by her first name as many times as he dared, discuss the last dance of the Saturday cotillion, and try to make her laugh over Carter's drunkenness. Blix knew the type. Catlin was hardly out of college, but the older girls, even the young women of 25 or 6, encouraged and petted these youngsters, driven to the alternative by the absolute dearth of older men. "I am not at home, Victorine," announced Blix, intercepting the maid in the hall. It chanced that it was not Frank Catlin, but another boy of precisely the same breed, and Blix returned to Suddu, Mrs. Hawksby, and Mulvaney with a little cuddling movement of satisfaction. "There is only one thing I regret about this," she said to Kandai Rivers on the Friday night of that week. "That is, that I never thought of doing it before." Then suddenly she put up her hand to shield her eyes, as though from an intense light, turning away her head abruptly. "I say, what is it? What's the matter?" he exclaimed. Blix peeped at him fearfully from between her fingers. "He's got it on," she whispered, "that awful crimson scarf." "Ho," said Kandai, touching his scarf nervously, it's very swell." "Is it too loud?" he asked uneasily. Blix put her fingers in her ears. Then, "Kandai, you are a nice, amiable young man, and if you are not brilliant, you are good and kind to your aged mother. But your scarfs and neckties are simply impossible." "Well, look at this room," he shouted. "See, we're in the parlor. You needn't talk about bad taste. Those drapes yellow, help me, and those bisque figures that you get with every pound of tea you buy, and this, he whimpered, waving his hands at the decorated sewer pipe with its gilded cattails. "Oh, speak to me of this, speak to me of art, speak to me of aesthetics. Cattails, gilded, of course, why not gilded?" He wrung his hands. "Somewhere people are happy, somewhere little children are at play." "Oh, hush," she interrupted. "I know it's bad, but we have always had it so, and I will not have it abused. Let's go into the dining room anyway. We will sit in there after this. We have always been stiff and constrained in here." They went out into the dining room and drew up a couple of armchairs into the bay window and sat there looking out. Blix had not yet lighted the gas. It was hardly dark enough for that, and for upward of 10 minutes they sat and watched the evening dropping into night. Below them the hill fell away so abruptly that the roofs of the nearest houses were almost at their feet, and beyond these the city tumbled raggedly down to meet the bay in a confused, vague mass of roofs, cornices, cupolas, and chimneys, blurred and indistinct in the twilight, but here and there pierced by a new-lighted street lamp. Then came the bay. To the east they could see Goat Island and the fleet of sailing ships anchored off the waterfront, while directly in their line of vision the island of Alcatraz, with its triple crown of forts, started from the surface of the water. Beyond was the Contra Costa shore, a vast streak of purple against the sky. The eye followed its skyline westward till it climbed up a long slope that suddenly leaped heavenward with the crest of Tamalpais, purple and still, looking always to the sunset like a great watching sphinx. Then further on, the slope seemed to break like the breaking of an advancing billow, and go crumbling downward to meet the golden Gateth narrow inlet of green tidewater with its flanking Presidio. But further than this, the eye was stayed. Further than this there was nothing but a vast, illimitable plain of green, open Pacific. But at this hour, the color of the scene was its greatest charm. It glowed with all the somber radiance of a cathedral. Everything was seen through a haze of purple from the low green hills in the Presidio Reservation to the faint red mass of Mount Diablo shrugging its rugged shoulder over the Contra Costa foothills. As the evening faded, the west burned down to a dull red glow that overlaid the blue of the bay with a sheen of ruddy gold. The foothills of the opposite shore, Diablo, and at last even Tamalpais, resolved themselves in the velvet gray of the sky. Outlines were lost. Only the masses remained, and these soon began to blend into one another. The sky and land and the city's huddled roofs were one. Only the sheen of dull gold remained, piercing the single vast mass of purple like the blade of a golden sword. "There's a ship," said Blix in a low tone. A foremaster was dropping quietly through the golden gate, swimming on that sheen of gold, a mere shadow, specked with lights red and green. In a few moments her bows were shut from sight by the old fort at the gate. Then her red light vanished, then the mainmast. She was gone. By midnight she would be out of sight of land, rolling on the swell of the lonely ocean under the moon's white eye. Kandai and Blix sat quiet and without speech, not caring to break the charm of the evening. For quite 5 minutes they sat thus, watching the stars light one by one and the immense gray night settle and broaden and widen from mountaintop to horizon. They did not feel the necessity of making conversation. There was no constraint in their silence now. Gently and a little at a time, Kandai turned his head and looked at Blix. There was just light enough to see. She was leaning back in her chair, her hands fallen into her lap, her head back and a little to one side. As usual she was in black, but now it was some sort of dinner gown that left her arms and neck bare. The line of the chin and the throat and the sweet round curve of the shoulder had in it something indescribable, something that was related to music and that eluded speech. Her hair was nothing more than a warm-colored mist without form or outline. The slow brown of her little eyes and the flush of her cheek were mere inferences like the faintest stars that are never visible when looked at directly. And it seemed to him that there was disengaged from her something for which there was no name, something that appealed to a mysterious sixth sensey sense that only stirred at such quiet moments as this, something that was now a dim, sweet radiance, now a faint aroma, and now again a mere essence, an influence, an impression, nothing more. It seemed to him as if her sweet, clean purity and womanliness took a form of its own, which his accustomed senses were too gross to perceive. Only a certain vague tenderness in him went out to meet and receive this impalpable presence, a tenderness not for her only, but for all the good things of the world. Often he had experienced the same feeling when listening to music. Her sweetness, her goodness, appealed to what he guessed must be the noblest in him, and she was only 19. Suddenly his heart swelled, the ache came to his throat, and the smart to his eyes. "Blixie," he said, just above a whisper, "Blixie, wish I was a better sort of chap." "That's the beginning of being better, is not it, Kandai?" she answered, turning toward him, her chin on her hand. "It does seem a pity," he went on, "that when you want to do the right, straight thing and be clean and fine, that you cannot just be it and have it over with. It's the keeping it up that's the grind. But it's the keeping it up, Kandai, that makes you worth being good when you finally get to be good, do not you think? It's the keeping it up that makes you strong, and then when you get to be good you can make your goodness count. What's a good man if he's weak, if his goodness is better than he is himself? It's the good man who is strong as his goodness, and who can make his goodness count, who is the right kind of man. That's what I think. There's something in that, there's something in that." Then, after a pause, "I played Monday night, after all, Blix, after promising I would not." For a time she did not answer, and when she spoke quietly. "Well, I'm glad you told me," and after a little she added, "Cannot you stop, Kandai?" "Why, yes, of course I, Blix. Sometimes I do not know, You cannot understand. How could a girl understand the power of it? Other things I do not say, but when it comes to gambling, there seems to be another me that does precisely as he chooses, whether I will or not. But I am going to do my best. I have not played since, although there was plenty of chance. You see, this card business is only a part of this club life, this city life like drinking and other vices of men. If I did not have to lead the life, or if I did not go with that crowd sergeant and the rest of those men, it would be different. Easier, maybe. But a man ought to be strong enough to be himself and master of himself anywhere. Kandai, is there anything in the world better or finer than a strong man? Not unless it is a good woman, Blix. I suppose I look at it from a woman's point of view, but for me a strong man, strong in everything, is the grandest thing in the world. Women love strong men, Kandai. They can forgive a strong man almost anything. Kandai did not immediately answer, and in the interval an idea occurred to Blix that at once hardened into a determination, but she said nothing at the moment. The spell of the sunset was gone, and they had evidently reached the end of that subject of their talk. Blix rose to light the gas. "Will you promise me one thing, Kandai?" she said. "Do not if you do not want to, but will you promise me that you will tell me whenever you do play?" "That I will promise you," exclaimed Kandai, "and I will keep that too. And now, let's hear the story of what you have done of it." They drew up to the dining room table with its cover of blue denim edged with white cord, and Kandai unrolled his manuscript and read through what he had written. She approved, and, as he had foreseen, caught on to every one of his points. He was almost ready to burst into cheers when she said, "Anyone reading that would almost believe you had been a diver yourself, or at least had lived with divers. Those little details count, do not they? Kandai, I have an idea. See what you think of it. Instead of having the story end with his leaving her down there and going away, do it this way. Let him leave her there, and then go back after a long time when he gets to be an old man. Fix it up some way to make it natural. Have him go down to see her and never come up again, see, and leave the reader in doubt as to whether it was an accident or whether he did it on purpose." Kandai choked back a whoop and smote his knee. "Blix, you are the eighth wonder, magnificent, glorious. Say," he fixed her with a glance of curiosity, "you ought to take to story writing yourself." "No, no," she retorted significantly. "I will just stay with my singing and be content with that. But remember that story do not go to the Times supplement, at least not until you have tried it east with the Centennial Company, at any rate." "Well, I guess not," snorted Kandai. "Why, this is going to be one of the best yarns I ever wrote." A little later on he inquired, with sudden concern, "Have you got anything to eat in the house?" "I never saw such a man," declared Blix. "You are always hungry." "I love to eat," he protested. "Well, we will make some creamed oysters. How would that do?" suggested Blix. Kandai rolled his eyes. "Oh, speak to me of creamed oysters." Then, with abrupt solemnity, "Blix, I never in my life had as many oysters as I could eat." She made the creamed oysters in the kitchen over the gas stove, and they ate them there, Kandai sitting on the washboard of the sink, his plate in his lap. Kandai had a way of catching up in his hands whatever happened to be nearest him, and while still continuing to talk, examining it with apparent deep interest. Just now, it happened to be the morning's paper that Victorine had left on the table. For 5 minutes, Kandai had been picking it up and laying it down, frowning abstractedly at it during the pauses in the conversation. Suddenly, he became aware of what it was, and instantly read aloud the first item that caught his glance. "Personal young woman, 31, good housekeeper, desires acquaintance respectable middle-aged gentleman. Object matrimony. Address K500. B this office." He commented, nothing equivocal about K500. "B has the heroism to call herself young at 31. I will bet she is a good housekeeper. Right to the point. If K500, B do not see what she wants, she asks for it." "I wonder," mused Blix, "what kind of people they are who put personals in the papers. K500, B, for instance, who is she and what is she like?" "They are not tough," Kandai assured her. "I see M often down at the Times office. They are usually a plain, matter-of-fact sort, quite conscientious, you know, generally middle-aged or 31, outgrown their youthful follies and illusions, and want to settle down." "Read some more," urged Blix. Kandai went on. Bachelor, good habits, 25, affectionate disposition, accomplishments, money, desires, acquaintance, pretty, refined girl. Object, matrimony, McB, this office. No, I do not like McB, said Blix. He's too ornamental somehow. He would not do for K500, B, would he? Oh my, no, he would make her very unhappy. Widower, 2 children, home-loving disposition, desires introduction to good, honest woman to make home for his children. Matrimony, if suitable, BPT, Box A, this office. He's not for K500, B, that's flat, declared Blix. The idea, matrimony, if suitable, patronizing enough. I know just what kind of an old man BPT is. I know he would want K500, B, to warm his slippers, and would be fretful and grumpy. BPT, just an abbreviation of bumptious. No, he cannot have her. Kandai read the next 2 or 3 to himself, despite her protests. Kandai, do not be mean. Read them too. Ah, he exclaimed, here's one for K500. Be behold, the bridegroom cometh, listen. Bachelor, 39, sober and industrious, retired sea captain, desires acquaintance, respectable young woman, good housekeeper and manager. Object, matrimony. Address, Captain Jack, office this paper. I know he's got a wooden leg, cried Blix. Cannot you just see it sticking out between the lines? And he lives all alone somewhere down near the bay with a parrot. And makes a glass of grog every night. And smokes a long clay pipe. But he chews tobacco. Yes, is not it a pity he will chew that nasty, smelly tobacco, but K500, B, will break him of that. Oh, is he for K500, B? Sent by Providence, declared Blix. They were born for each other. Just see K500. B is a good housekeeper and wants a respectable middle-aged gentleman. Captain Jack is a respectable middle-aged gentleman and wants a good housekeeper. Oh, and besides, I can read between the lines. I just feel they would be congenial. If they know what's best for themselves, they would write to each other right away. But would not you love to be there and see them meet? Exclaimed Kandai. Cannot we fix it up some way, said Blix, to bring these 2 toads or to help them out in some way? Kandai smote the table and jumped to his feet. Write to M, he shouted. Write to K500, B, and sign it Captain Jack, and write to Captain Jack. And sign it K500, B, she interrupted, catching his idea. And have him tell her, and her tell him, he added, to meet at some place, and then we can go to that place and hide and watch. But how will we know them? How would they know each other? They have never met. We will tell them both to wear a kind of flower. Then we can know them, and they can know each other. Of course, as soon as they began to talk, they would find out they had not written. But they would not care. Nathi want to meet each other. They would be thankful to us for bringing them together. Will not it be the greatest fun? Fun? Why, it will be a regular drama. Only we are running the show, and everything is real. Let's get at it. Blix ran into her room and returned with writing material. Kandai looked at the notepaper critically. This kind's too swell. K500. B would not use Irish liner never. Here, this is better, glazed with blue lines, and a flying bird stamped in the corner. Now I will write for the captain, and you write for K500. B. But where will we have them meet? This was a point. They considered the Chinese restaurant, the plaza, Lotta's fountain, the mechanics' library, and even the cathedral over in the Mexican Quarter, but arrived at no decision. Did you ever hear of Luna's restaurant? Said Kandai. By Jove, it's just the place. It's the restaurant where you get Mexican dinners, right in the heart of the Latin Quarter, quiet little old-fashioned place below the level of the street, respectable as a tomb. I was there just once. We will have him meet there at 7 in the evening. No one is there at that hour. The place is not patronized much, and it shuts up at 8. You and I can go there and have dinner at 6, say, and watch for them to come. Then they set to work at their letters. Now, said Kandai, we must have these sound perfectly natural, because if either of these people smell the smallest kind of a rat, you will not catch M. You must write not as you would write, but as you think they would. This is an art, a kind of fiction, do not you see? We must imagine a certain character and write a letter consistent with that character. Then it will sound natural. Now K500, be well K500, B. She's prim. Let's have her prim and proud of using correct, precise, elegant language. I guess she wears mitts and believes in cremation. Let's have her believe in cremation. And Captain Jack, oh, he's got a terrible voice like this, ro-ro-ro-see, and whiskers very fierce, and he says, belay there, and avast, and is very grandiloquent and orotund and gallant when it comes to women. Oh, he's the devil of a man when it comes to women, is Captain Jack. After countless trials and failures, they evolved the two following missives, which Kandai posted that night. Captain Jack. Sir, I have perused with entire satisfaction your personal in the Times. I should like to know more of you. I read between the lines, and my perception ineradicably convinces me that you are honest and respectable. I do not believe I should compromise my self-esteem at all in granting you an interview. I shall be at Luna's restaurant at 7 precisely, next Monday Eve, and will bear a bunch of white marguerites. Will you likewise, and wear a marguerite in your lapel? Trusting this will find you in health, I am. Respectfully yours, K500B. Miss K500B. Dear Miss, from the modest and retiring description of your qualities and character, I am led to believe that I will find in you an agreeable life companion. Will you not accord me the great favor of a personal interview? I shall esteem it a high honor. I will be at Luna's Mexican restaurant at 7 o'clock P1000 on Monday evening next. May I express the fervent hope that you also will be there. I name the locality because it is quiet and respectable. I shall wear a white marguerite in my buttonhole. Will you also carry a bunch of the same flower? Yours to command, Captain Jack. So great was her interest in the affair that Blix even went out with Kandai while he mailed the letters in the nearest box, for he was quite capable of forgetting the whole matter as soon as he was out of the house. Now let it work, she exclaimed as the iron flap clanked down upon the disappearing envelopes. But Kandai was suddenly smitten with nameless misgiving. Now we have done it, now we have done it, he cried aghast. I wish we had not. We are in a fine fix now. Still uneasy, he saw Blix back to the flat and bade her goodbye at the door. But before she went to bed that night, Blix sought out her father, who was still sitting up tinkering with the cuckoo clock, which he had taken all to pieces under the pretext that it was out of order and went too fast. Papam, said Blix, sitting down on the rug before him, did you ever, when you were a pioneer, when you first came out here in the 50s, did you ever play poker? Well, it was the only amusement the miners had for a long time. I want you to teach me. The old man let the clock fall into his lap and stared, but Blix explained her reasons. Chapter 6. The next day was Saturday, and Blix had planned a walk out to the Presidio. But at breakfast, while she was debating whether she should take with her Howard and Snooky or many inventions, she received a note from Kandai, sent by special messenger. All our fun is spoiled, he wrote. I have got ptomaine poisoning from eating the creamed oysters last night, and am in for a solid fortnight spent in bed. Have passed a horrible night. Cannot you look in at the hotel this afternoon? My mother will be here at the time. Ptomaine poisoning. The name had an ugly sound, and Kandai's use of the term inferred the doctor's visit. Blix decided that she would put off her walk until the afternoon and call on Mrs. Rivers at once and ask how Kandai 999. She got away from the flat about 10 o'clock, but on the steps outside met Kandai dressed as if for bicycling and smoking a cigarette. I have got $11, he announced cheerily. But I thought it was ptomaine poisoning, she cried with sudden vexation. Sure, that's what the doctor says. He's a flapdoodle, nothing but a kind of a sort of a pain. It's all gone now. I am as fit as a fiddle and I have got $11. Let's go somewhere and do something. But your work. They do not expect me. When I thought I was going to be sick, I telephoned the office and they said all right, that they did not need me. Now I have got $11 and there are 3 holidays of perfect weather before us, today, tomorrow, and Monday. What will we do? What must we do to be saved? Our matrimonial objects do not materialize till Monday night. In the meanwhile, what? Shall we go down to Chinatown to the restaurant or to the waterfront again? Maybe the mate on the whaleback would invite us to lunch. Or, added Kandai, his eye caught by a fresh fish peddler who had just turned into the street, we can go fishing. For oysters, perhaps. But the idea had caught Kandai's fancy. Blix, he exclaimed, let's go fishing. Where? I do not know. Where do people fish around here? Where there's water, I presume. No, is it possible? She asked with deep concern. I thought they fished in their backyards or in their front parlors, perhaps. Oh, you be quiet. You are all the time guying me, he answered. Let me think, he went on, frowning heavily, scouring at his hair. Suddenly he slapped a thigh. Come on, he cried, I have an idea. He was already halfway down the steps when Blix called him back. Leave it all to me, he assured her. Trust me implicitly. Do not you want to go? He demanded with abrupt disappointment. Want to? She exclaimed. Why, it would be the very best kind of fun, but… Well then, come along. They took a downtown car. I have got a couple of split bamboo rods, he explained as the car slid down the terrific grade of the Washington Street hill. I have not used them in years, not since we lived east, but they are handmade and are tip-top. I have not any other kind of tackle, but it's just as well, because the tackle will all depend upon where we are going to fish. Where's that? Do not know yet. I'm going down now to find out. He took her down to the principal dealer in sporting goods on Market Street. It was a delicious world, whose atmosphere and charm were not to be resisted. There were shotguns in rows, their gray barrels looking like so many organ pipes, sheaves of fishing rods, from the 4-ounce wisp of the brook trout up to the rigid 18-ounce lance of the king salmon and sea bass, showcases of wicked revolvers swelling by calibers into the 38 and 44 manculars of the plainsmen and Arizona cavalry, hunting knives and dirks, and the slender steel whips of the fencers, files of Winchesters sleeping quietly in their racks, waiting patiently for the signal to speak the one grim word they knew, swarms of artificial flies, of every conceivable shade, brown, gray, black, gray-brown, gray-black, with here and there a brisk vermilion note. Coils of line, from the thickness of a pencil, spun to hold the sullen plunges of a jewfish off the Catalina Islands, down to the sea-green gossamers that a vigorous fingerling might snap, hooks, snells, guts, leaders, gaffs, cartridges, shells, and all the entrancing munitions of the sportsman, that savored of lonely cannons, deer licks, mountain streams, quail uplands, and the still reaches of inlet and marsh grounds, gray and cool in the early autumn dawn. Kandai and Blix got the attention of a clerk, and Kandai explained, I want to go fishing, we want to go fishing. We want some place where we can go and come in the same day, and we want to catch fair-sized fish, no minnows. The following half-hour was charming. Never was there a clerk more delightful. It would appear that his one object in life was that Kandai and Blix should catch fish. The affairs of the nation stood still while he pondered, suggested, advised, and deliberated. He told them where to go, how to get there, what train to take coming back, and who to ask for when they arrived. They would have to wait till Monday before going, but could return long before the fated hour of 7 p. 1000. Ask for Richardson, said the clerk, and here, give him my card. He will put you on to the good spots. Some places are A1 today, and tomorrow in the same place you cannot kill a single fish. Kandai nudged Blix as the mentor turned away to get his card. Notice that he whispered, kill a fish. You do not say catch, you say kill, technical detail. Then they bought their tackle, a couple of cheap reels, lines, leaders, sinkers, a book of assorted flies that the delightful clerk suggested, and a beautiful little tin box painted green and stenciled with a gorgeous gold trout upon the lid, in which they were to keep the pint of salted shrimps to be used as bait in addition to the flies. Blix would get these shrimps at a little market near her home. But, said the clerk, you got to get a permit to fish in that lake. Have you got a pull with the water company? Are you a stockholder? Kandai's face fell, and Blix gave a little gasp of dismay. They looked at each other. Here was a check, indeed. Well, said the sublime being in shirt sleeves from behind the counter, see what you can do, and if you cannot make it, come back here and let me know, and we will fix you up in some other place. But Lake San Andreas has been bang up. This last week been some great kills there. Hope to the deuce you can make it. Everything now hinged upon this permit. It was not until their expedition had been in doubt that Kandai and Blix realized how alluring had been its prospects. "Oh, I guess you can get a permit," said the clerk soothingly. "And if you make any good kills, Lemino and I will put it in the paper. I am the editor of the Sport with Gun and Rod column in the press," he added with a flush of pride. Toward the middle of the afternoon, Blix, who was waiting at home in great suspense for that very purpose, received another telegram from Kandai. Tension of situation relieved. Unconditional permission obtained. Do not forget the shrimps. It had been understood that Kandai was to come to the flat on Sunday afternoon to talk over final arrangements with Blix, but as it was, Saturday evening saw him again at the Bessemers. He had been down at his club in the library, writing the last paragraphs of his diver's story, when, just as he finished, Sargent discovered him. "Why, Connie, old man, all alone here? Let's go downstairs and have a cigar. Hendricks and George Hands are coming around in half an hour. They told me not to let you get away." Kandai stirred nervously in his chair. He knew what that meant. He had enough money in his pockets to play that night, and in an instant the enemy was all awake. The rowel was in his flank again, and the scourge at his back. Sargent stood there, the well-groomed clubman of 30, a little cynical perhaps, but a really good fellow for all that, and undeniably fond of Kandai. But somewhere with the eyes of some second self, Kandai saw the girl of 19, part child and part woman, saw her goodness, her fine, sweet feminine strength as it were a dim radiance. "What's a good man worth, Kandai," she had said, "if he's not a strong man?" "I suppose we will have a game going before midnight," admitted Sargent resignedly, smiling good-humoredly nevertheless. Kandai set his teeth. "I will join you later." "Wait a few moments," he said. He hurried to the office of the club and sent a dispatch to Blix third since morning. "Can I come up right away? It's urgent. Send answer by this messenger." He got his answer within 3/4 of an hour, and left the club as Hendricks and George Hands arrived by the elevator entrance. Sitting in the bay window of the dining room, he told Blix why he had come. "Oh, you were right," she told him. "Always, always come when you feel you must." "It gets so bad sometimes, Blix," he confessed with abject self-contempt, "that when I cannot get someone to play against, I will sit down and deal dummy hands and bet on them. Just the touch of the cards, just the feel of the chips. For it's shameful." The day following, Sunday, Kandai came to tea as usual, and after the meal, as soon as the family and Victorine had left the pair alone in the dining room, they set about preparing for their morrow's excursion. Blix put up their lunch sandwiches of what Kandai called devilish ham, hard-boiled eggs, stuffed olives, and a bottle of claret. Kandai took off his coat and made a great show of stringing the tackle, winding the lines from the spools onto the reels, and attaching the sinkers and flies to the leaders, smoking the while and scowling fiercely. He got the lines fearfully and wonderfully snarled. He caught the hooks in the tablecloth. He lost the almost invisible gut leaders on the floor and looped the sinkers on the lines when they should have gone on the leaders. In the end, Blix had to help him out, disentangling the lines foot by foot with a patience that seemed to Kandai little short of superhuman. "At 9 o'clock, she said decisively. "Do you know what time we must get up in the morning if we are to have breakfast and get the 7:40 train, 5:45 by the latest, and you must get up earlier than that, because you are at the hotel and have further to go. Come here for breakfast, and stand here by 6:30. Are you listening, Kandai? And we will go down to the depot from here. Do not forget to bring the rods." "I will wear my bicycle suit," he said, "and one of those golf scarfs that wrap around your neck." "No," she declared, "I will not have it. Wear the oldest clothes you have got, but look fairly respectable, because we are to go to Luna's when we get back, remember. And now go home. You need all the sleep you can get if you are to get up at 6 o'clock. Instead of being late, as Blix had feared, Kandai was absurdly ahead of time the next morning. For a wonder, he had not forgotten the rods, but he was one tremor of nervousness. He would eat no breakfast. "We are going to miss that train," he would announce from time to time. "I just know it. Blix, look what time it is. We ought to be on the way to the depot now. Come on, you do not want any more coffee. Have you got everything? Did you put the reels in the lunch basket? And the flybook? Lord, if we should forget the flybook." He managed to get her to the depot over half an hour ahead of time. The train had not even backed in, nor the ticket office opened. "I told you, Kandai, I told you," complained Blix, sinking helplessly upon a bench in the waiting room. "No, no, no," he answered vaguely, looking nervously about, his head in the air. "We are none too soon have more time to rest now. I wonder what track the train leaves from. I wonder if it stops at San Bruno. I wonder how far it is from San Bruno to Lake San Andreas. I am afraid it's going to rain. Heavens and earth, Blix, we forgot the shrimps." "No, no, sit down, I have got the shrimps. Kandai, you make me so nervous I shall scream in a minute." Some 3/4 of an hour later, the train had set them down at San Bruno, nothing more than a roadhouse, the headquarters for duckshooters and fishermen from the city. However, Blix and Kandai were the only visitors. Everybody seemed to be especially nice to them on that wonderful morning. Even the supercilious ticket seller at the San Francisco depot had unbent and wished them good luck. The conductor of the train had shown himself affable. The very brakeman had gone out of his way to apprise them, quite 5 minutes ahead of time, that the next stop was their place. And at San Bruno, the proprietor of the roadhouse himself hitched up to drive them over to the lake, announcing that he would call for them at Richardson's in time for the evening train. "And he only asked me 4 bits for both trips," whispered Kandai to Blix as they jogged along. The country was beautiful. It was hardly 8 o'clock, and the morning still retained much of the brisk effervescence of the early dawn. Great bare, rolling hills of grey-green, thinly scattered with live oak, bore back from the road on either hand. The sky was pale blue. There was a smell of cows in the air, and twice they heard an unseen lark singing. It was very still. The old buggy and complacent horse were embalmed in a pungent aroma of old leather and of stables that was entrancing, and a sweet smell of grass and sap came to them in occasional long whiffs. There was exhilaration in the very thought of being alive on that odorous, still morning. The young blood went spanking in the veins. Blix's cheeks were ruddy, her little dark brown eyes fairly coruscating with pleasure. "Kandai is not at all splendid," she suddenly burst out. "I feel regularly bigger," he declared solemnly. "I could do anything a morning like this." Then they came to the lake, and to Richardson's, where the farmer lived who was also the custodian of the lake. The complacent horse jogged back, and Kandai and Blix set about the serious business of the day. Kandai had no need to show Richardson the delightful sporting clerk's card. The old Yankee, his twang and dry humor singularly incongruous on that royal morning, was solicitude itself. He picked out the best boat on the beach for them, loaned them his own anchor of railroad iron, indicated minutely the point on the opposite shore off which the last big trout had been killed, and wetted himself to his ankles as he pushed off the boat. Kandai took the oars. Blix sat in the stern, jointing the rods and running the lines through the guides. She even baited the hooks with the salt shrimp herself, and by 9 o'clock they were at anchor some 40 feet offshore, and fishing, according to Richardson's advice, a little might off the edge o' the weeds. "If we do not get a bite the whole blessed day," said Kandai, as he paid out his line to the ratchet music of the reel, "we will have fun just the same. Look around us, isn't this great?" They were absolutely alone. The day was young yet. The lake, smooth and still as grey silk, widened to the west and south without so much as a wrinkle to roughen the surface. Only to the east, where the sun looked over a shoulder of a higher hill, it flamed up into a blinding diamond iridescence. The surrounding land lay between sky and water, hushed to a Sunday stillness. Far off across the lake by Richardson's, they heard a dog bark, and the sound came fine and small and delicate. At long intervals, the boat stirred with a gentle clap-clapping of the water along its sides. From the nearby shore, in the growth of manzanita bushes, quail called and clucked comfortably to each other. A bewildered yellow butterfly danced by over their heads, and slim blue dragonflies came and poised on their lines and fishing rods, bowing their backs. From his seat in the bow, Kandai cast a glance at Blix. She was holding her rod in both hands, absorbed, watchful, very intent. She was as trim as ever, even in the old clothes she had worn for the occasion. Her round, strong neck was as usual swathed high and tight in white, and the huge dog collar girdled her waist according to her custom. She had taken off her hat. Her yellow hair rolled back from her round forehead and cool pink cheeks like a veritable nimbus, and for the 50th time Kandai remarked the charming contrast of her small, deep brown eyes in the midst of this white satin, yellow hair, white skin, and exquisite pink cheeks. An hour passed, then two. No fish, murmured Kandai, drawing in his line to examine the bait. But as he was fumbling with the flies, he was startled by a sharp exclamation from Blix. "Oh, Kandai, a vegetabite!" He looked up just in time to see the tip of her rod twitch, twitch, twitch. Then the whole rod arched suddenly, the reel sang, the line tautened and cut diagonally through the water. You got him, he shouted, palpitating with excitement, and he's a good one." Blix rose, reeling in as rapidly as was possible, the butt of the twitching, living rod braced against her belt. All at once the rod straightened out again, the strain was released, and the line began to slant rapidly away from the boat. "He's off," she cried. "Off nothing, he's going to jump. Look out for him now." And then the two, watching from the boat, tense and quivering with the drama of the moment, saw that most inspiriting of sights, the break of a salmon trout. Up he went, from a brusque explosion of ripples and foam up into the grey of the morning from out the grey of the water. Scales all gleaming, hackles all a-bristle, a sudden flash of silver, a sweep as of a scimitar in grey smoke, with a splash, a turmoil, an abrupt burst of troubled sound that stabbed through the silence of the morning, and in a single instant dissipated all the placid calm of the previous hours. "Keep the line taut," whispered Kandai, gritting his teeth. "When he comes toward you, reel him in, and if he pulls too hard, give him his head." Blix was breathing fast, her cheeks blazing, her eyes all alight. "Oh," she gasped, "I am so afraid I will lose him. Oh, look at that," she cried, as the trout darted straight for the bottom, bending the rod till the tip was submerged. "Kandai, I will lose him, I know I shall. You take the rod." "Not for $1,000. Steady there, he's away again. Oh, talk about sport." Yard by yard Blix reeled in until they began to see the silver glint of the trout's flanks through the green water. She brought him nearer. Swimming parallel with the boat, he was plainly visible from his widdy-opened mouth hook and fly protruding from his lower jotto the red, quivering flanges of the tail. His sides were faintly speckled, his belly white as chalk. He was almost as long as Kandai's forearm. "Oh, he's a beauty. Oh, is not he a beauty?" murmured Kandai. "Now careful, careful, bring him up to the boat where I can reach him. See Blix. If he bolts again, let him run." Twice the trout shied from the boat's shadow, and twice, as Blix gave him his head, the reel sang and hummed like a watchman's rattle. But the third time he came to the surface and turned slowly on his side, the white belly and one red fin out of the water, the gills opening and shutting. He was tired out. A third time Blix drew him gently to the boat's side. Kandai reached out and down into the water till his very shoulder was wet, hooked 2 fingers under the distended gills, and with a long, easy movement of the arm swung him into the boat. Their exultation was that of veritable children. Kandai whooped like an Apache, throwing his hat into the air. Blix was hardly articulate, her hands clasped, her hair in disarray, her eyes swimming with tears of sheer excitement. They shook each other's hands, they talked wildly at the same time, they pounded on the boat's thwarts with their fists, they laughed at their own absurdity, they looked at the trout again and again, guessed at his weight, and recalled to each other details of the struggle. "When he broke that time, was not it grand? And when I first felt him bite, it was so suddenly, it actually frightened me. I never in my life," exclaimed Blix, "was so happy as I am at this moment. Oh, Kandai, to think, just to think. Is not it glory, hallelujah? Is not it better than teas and dancing and functions? Blix, how old are we?" "I do not care how old we are. I think that trout will weigh 2 pounds." When they were calm again, they returned to their fishing. The morning passed, and it was noon before they were aware of it. By 12:30 Blix had caught 3 trout, though the first was by far the heaviest. Kandai had not had so much as a bite. At 1 o'clock they rowed ashore and had lunch under a huge live oak in a little amphitheater of manzanita. Never had a lunch tasted so delicious. What if the wine was warm and the stuffed olives oily? What if the pepper for the hard-boiled eggs had sifted all over the devilish ham sandwiches? What if the eggs themselves had not been sufficiently cooked, and the corkscrew forgotten? They could not be anything else but inordinately happy, sublimely gay. Nothing short of actual tragedy could have marred the joy of that day. But after they were done eating, and Blix had put away the forks and spoons, and while Kandai was stretched upon his back smoking a cigar, she said to him, "Now, Kandai, what do you say to a little game of cards with me?" The cigar dropped from Kandai's lips, and he sat suddenly upright, brushing the fallen leaves from his hair. Blix had taken a deck of cards from the lunch basket and 4 rolls of chips wrapped in tissue paper. He stared at her in speechless amazement. "What do you say?" she repeated, looking at him and smiling. "Why, Blix," he exclaimed in amazement, "what do you mean?" "Just what I say. I want you to play cards with me." "I will not to do it," he declared, almost coldly. "Listen to me, Kandai," answered Blix, and for quite 5 minutes, while he interrupted and protested and pshawed and argued, she talked to him calmly and quietly. "I do not ask you to stop playing, Kandai," she said, as she finished. "I just ask you that when you feel you must play, or I mean, when you want to very bad, you will come and play with me instead of playing at your club. But it's absurd, it's preposterous. I hate to see a girl gambling, and you of all girls. It's no worse for me than it is for you, and well, do you suppose I would play with anyone else? Maybe you think I cannot play well enough to make it interesting for you," she said gaily. "Is that it? I can soon show you, Kandai Rivers, never mind when I learned how. But Blix, you do not know how often we play, those men and one. Why, it is almost every you do not know how often we play. Kandai, whenever you want to play, and will play with me, no matter what I have got in hand, I will stop everything and play with you." "But why?" "Because I think, Kandai, that this way perhaps you will not play quite so often at first, and then little by little perhaps, well, never mind that now. I want to play, put it that way. But I want you to promise me never to play with anyone else, say, for 6 months." And in the end, whipped by a sense of shame, Kandai made her the promise. They became very gay upon the instant. "Ho!" exclaimed Kandai, "what do you know of poker? I think we had best play old sledge or casino." Blix had dealt a hand and partitioned the chips. "Straights and flushes before the draw," she announced calmly. Kandai started and stared, then, looking at her askance, picked up his hand. "It's up to you. I will make it 5 to play." "5, very well. How many cards?" 3. "I will take 2. Bet you 5 more." Blix looked at her hand, then, without trace of expression in her voice or face, said, "There's your 5, and I will raise you 5. 5 better. And 5 better than that. Call you." "Full house, aces on 10s, said Blix, throwing down her cards. "Heavens, they are good as gold," muttered Kandai as Blix gathered in the chips. An hour later, she had won all the chips but 5. "Now we will stop and get to fishing again, do not you want to?" He agreed, and she counted the chips. "Kandai, you owe me $7.50, she announced. Kandai began to smile. "Well," he said jocosely, "I will send you around a check tomorrow." But at this Blix was cross upon the instant. "You would not do that, wouldn't talk that way with one of your friends at the club," she exclaimed, "and it's not right to do it with me. Kandai, give me $7.50. When you play cards with me, it's just as though it were with another man. I would have paid you if you had won. But I have not got more than $9. Who will pay for the supper tonight at Luna's and our railroad fare going home?" "I will pay." "But I cannot afford to lose money this way." "Should not have played then. I took the same chances as you. Kandai, I want my money." "Yaoi, you have regularly flim-flammed me." "Will you give me my money?" "Oh, take your money then." Blix shut the money in her purse and rose, dusting her dress. "Now," she said, "know that the pastime of card-playing is over. We will return to the serious business of life, which is the catching, killing of lake trout." At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Kandai pulled up the anchor of railroad iron and rowed back to Richardson's. Blix had 6 trout to her credit, but Kandai's luck had been actually ludicrous. "I can hold a string in the water as long as anybody," he complained, "but I would like to have the satisfaction of merely changing the bait occasionally. I have not had a single by 10 not a nibble, why no, all day. Never mind, you got the big trout, Blix, that first one. That 5 minutes was worth the whole day. It's been glorious, the whole thing. We will come down here once a week right along now. But the one incident that completed the happiness of that wonderful day occurred just as they were getting out of the boat on the shore by Richardson's. In a mud hole between two rocks, they discovered a tiny striped snake, hardly bigger than a lead pencil, in the act of swallowing a little green frog, and they passed a rapt 10 minutes in witnessing the progress of this miniature drama, which culminated happily in the victim's escape and triumph of virtue. That, declared Blix, as they climbed into the old buggy which was to take them to the train, was the one thing necessary. That made the day perfect. They reached the city at dusk, and sent their fish, lunch basket, and rods up to the Bessemer's flat by a messenger boy with an explanatory note for Blix's father. Now, said Kandai, for Luna's and the matrimonial objects. Chapter 7. Luna's Mexican restaurant has no address. It is on no particular street, at no particular corner. Even its habitués, its most enthusiastic devotees, are unable to locate it upon demand. It is over there in the quarter, not far from the cathedral there. One could find it if one started out with that intent, but to direct another there, no, that is out of the question. It can be reached by following the alleys of Chinatown. You will come out of the last alley, one where the slave girls are upon the edge of the Mexican quarter, and by going straight forward a block or two, and by keeping a sharp lookout to right and left, you will hit upon it. It is always to be searched for, always to be discovered. On that particular Monday evening, Blix and Kandai arrived at Luna's some 15 minutes before 7. Kandai had lost himself and all sense of direction in the strange streets of the quarter, and they were on the very brink of despair when Blix discovered the sign upon an opposite corner. As Kandai had foretold, they had the place to themselves. They went into the back room with its one mirror, 6 tables, and astonishing curtains of Nottingham lace, and the waiter, whose name was Richard or Ricardo, according to taste, began to officiate at the solemn rites of the supper Mexican. Kandai and Blix ate with their eyes continually wandering to the door, and as the frijoles were being served, started simultaneously and exchanged glances. A man wearing 2 marguerites in the lapel of his coat had entered abruptly and sat down to a table close at hand. Kandai drew a breath of suppressed excitement. "There he is," he whispered, "Captain Jack." They looked at the newcomer with furtive anxiety and told themselves that they were disappointed. For a retired sea captain, he was desperately commonplace. His hair was red, he was younger than they had expected, and worst of all, he did look tough. "Oh, poor K500, B," sighed Blix, shaking her head. "He will never do, I am afraid. Perhaps he has a good heart, though red-headed people are sometimes affectionate." "They are impulsive," hazarded Kandai. As he spoke the words, a second man entered the little room. He, too, sat down at a nearby table. He, too, ordered the supper Mexican. He, too, wore marguerites in his buttonhole. "Death and destruction," gasped Kandai, turning pale. Blix collapsed helplessly in her chair, her hands dropping in her lap. They stared at each other in utter confusion. "Here's a howdy, Audo," murmured Kandai, pretending to strip a tamale that Richard had just set before him. But Blix had pushed hers aside. "What does it mean?" whispered Kandai across the table. "In heaven's name, what does it mean?" "It can only mean one thing," Blix declared. "One of them is the captain, and one is a coincidence. Anybody might wear a marguerite. We ought to have thought of that. But which is which? If K500, B should come now. But the last man looks more like the captain." The last man was a sturdy, broad-shouldered fellow who might have been 40. His heavy mustache was just touched with gray, and he did have a certain vaguely sober and industrious appearance. But the difference between the two men was slight, after all. The red-headed man could easily have been a sea captain, and he certainly was over 35. Which, how can we tell? We might think of some way to get rid of the coincidence. If we could only tell which the coincidence was. We owe it to K500. Be in a way, Kandai, it's our duty. We brought her here, or we are going to, and we ought to help her all we can, and she may be here at any moment. What time is it now? 5 minutes after 7. But Blix, I should think the right one captain would be all put out himself by seeing another chap here wearing marguerites. Does either one of 'em seem put out to you? Look, I should think the captain, whichever one he is, would kind of glare at the coincidence." Stealthily, they studied the two men for a moment. "No, no," murmured Blix, "you cannot tell. Neither of them seems to glare much." "Oh," her voice dropped to a faint whisper. "The red-headed one has put his hat on a chair, just behind him, notice. Do you suppose if you stood up you could see inside?" "What good would that do?" "He might have his initials inside the crown, or his whole name even, and you could see if he had a captain before it." Kandai made a pretense of rising to get a match in a ribbed, truncated cone of china that stood upon an adjacent table, and Blix held her breath as he glanced down into the depths of the hat. He resumed his seat. "Only initials," he breathed. "WJA, it might be Jack, that J, and it might be Joe or Jeremiah or Joshua, and even if he was a captain he might not use the title. We are no better off than we were before. And K500, B may come at any moment. Maybe she has come already and looked through the windows and saw two men with marguerites and went away. She would be just that timid. What can we do?" "Wait a minute, look here," murmured Kandai. "I have an idea. I will find out which the captain is. You see that picture, that chromo, on the wall opposite?" Blix looked as he indicated. The picture was a gorgeously colored lithograph of a pilot boat, schooner-rigged, all sails set, dashing bravely through seas of emerald green color. "You mean that schooner?" asked Blix. "That schooner exactly. Now listen. You ask me in a loud voice what kind of a boat that is, and when I answer, you keep your eye on the two men." "Why, what are you going to do?" "You will see. Try it now. We have no time to lose." Blix shifted in her seat and cleared her throat. Then, "What a pretty boat that is up there, that picture on the wall. See over there, on the wall opposite. Do you notice it? Is not she pretty? Kandai, tell me what kind of a boat is that?" Kandai turned about in his place with great deliberation, fixed the picture with a judicial eye, and announced decisively, Why, that's a barkentine." Kandai had no need to wait for Blix's report. The demonstration came far too quickly for that. The red-headed man, at his loud declaration, merely glanced in the direction of the chromo and returned to his enchiladas. But he of the black mustache followed Kandai's glance, noted the picture of which he spoke, and snorted contemptuously. They even heard him mutter beneath his mustache, "Barkentine, your eye." "No doubt as to which is the captain now," whispered Kandai so soon as the other had removed from him a glance of withering scorn. They could hardly restrain their gaiety, but their gravity promptly returned when Blix kicked Kandai's foot under the table and murmured, "He's looking at his watch. The captain is K500. B is not here yet, and the red-headed man, the coincidence, is, we must get rid of him. Kandai, cannot you think of something?" "Well, he will not go till he's through his supper, you can depend upon that. If he's here when K500 B arrives, it will spoil everything. She would not stay a moment, she would not even come in. Is not it disappointing? And I had so counted upon bringing these two together, and Captain Jack is a nice man." "You can see that with one hand tied behind you," whispered Kandai. "The other chap's tough. Looks just like the kind of man to get into jail sooner or later. Maybe he's into some mischief now, you never can tell. And the Mexican quarter of San Francisco is just the place for affairs. I will warrant he's got pals. Well, here he is, that's the main point, just keeping those people apart, spoiling a whole romance. Maybe ruining their lives. It's quite possible, really it is. Just stop and think. This is a positive crisis we are looking at now. Cannot we get rid of him somehow?" "Ooh," whispered Blix all at once, in a quiver of excitement. "There is a way. If we would ever have the courage to do it, it might work, and if it did not, he would never know the difference, never would suspect us. Oh, but we would not dare." What, in heaven's name, what is it, Blix?" "We would not dare or could not. Oh, but it would be such. K500, B may come in that door at any second. I am half afraid, but all the same, Kandai, let me have a pencil." She dashed off a couple of lines on the back of the bill of fare, and her hand trembled like a leaf as she handed him what she had written. "Send him the red-headed man that telegram. There's an office just 2 doors below here, next the drugstore. I saw it as we came by. You know his initials. Remember, you saw them in his hat. W.J.A. Luna's restaurant, that's all you want." "Lord," muttered Kandai, as he gazed upon what Blix had written. "Do you dare?" she whispered, with a little hysterical shudder. "If it failed, we have nothing to lose. And K500, B is coming nearer every instant. But would he Garthard is, at once. We can only try. You will not be gone 100 seconds. You can leave me here that length of time. Quick, Kandai, decide one way or the other. It's getting desperate." Kandai reached for his hat. "Give me some money, then," he said. "You won all of mine." A few moments later, he was back again, and the two sat, pretending to eat their chili peppers, their hearts in their throats, hardly daring to raise their eyes from their plates. Kandai was actually sick with excitement, and all but tipped the seltzer bottle to the floor when a messenger boy appeared in the outer room. The boy and the proprietor held a conference over the counter. Then Richard appeared between the portières of Nottingham lace, the telegram in his hand and the boy at his heels. Evidently Richard knew the red-headed man, for he crossed over to him at once with the words, "I guess this is for you, Mr. Atkins." He handed him the dispatch and retired. The red-headed man signed the receipt. The boy departed. Blix and Kandai heard the sound of torn paper as the red-headed man opened the telegram. 10 seconds passed, then 15, then 20. There was a silence. Kandai dared to steal a glance at the red-headed man's reflection in the mirror. He was studying the dispatch, frowning horribly. He put it away in his pocket, took it out again with a fierce movement of impatience, and consulted it a second time. His supper Mexican remained untasted before him. Kandai and Blix heard him breathing loud through his nose. That he was profoundly agitated, they could not doubt for a single moment. All at once, a little panic terror seemed to take possession of him. He rose, seized his hat, jammed it over his ears, slapped a $50 upon the table, and strode from the restaurant. This is what the red-headed man had read in the dispatch. This is what Blix had written. "All is discovered, fly at once." And never in all their subsequent rambles about the city did Blix or Kandai set eyes upon the red-headed man again, nor did Luna's restaurant, where he seemed to have been a habitué, ever afterward know his presence. He disappeared. He was swallowed up. He had left the restaurant, true. Had he also left that neighborhood? Had he fled the city, the state, the country even? What skeleton in the red-headed man's closet had those 6 words called to life and the light of day? Had they frightened him forth to spend the rest of his days fleeing from an unnamed, unknown avenger, a veritable wandering Jew? What mystery had they touched upon there in the bald, bare back room of the quarter's restaurant? What dark door had they opened? What red-headed phantom had they evoked? Had they broken up a plot, thwarted a conspiracy, prevented a crime? They never knew. One thing only was certain. The red-headed man had had a past. Meanwhile the minutes were passing, and K500, B still failed to appear. Captain Jack was visibly growing impatient, anxious. By now he had come to the fiery liqueur called mezcal. He was nearly through his supper. At every moment he consulted his watch and fixed the outside door with a scowl. It was already 20 minutes after 7. "I know the red-headed man spoiled it, after all," murmured Blix. K500, B saw the two of them in here and was frightened. "We could send Captain Jack a telegram from her," suggested Kandai. "I am ready for anything now." "What could you say?" "Oh, that she could not come. Make another appointment." He would be offended with her. He would never make another appointment. Sea captains are always so punctilious. Why no? Richard brought them their coffee and kirsch, and Kandai showed Blix how to burn a lump of sugar and sweeten the coffee with syrup. But they were disappointed. Captain Jack was getting ready to leave. K500, B had evidently broken the appointment. Then all at once she appeared. They knew it upon the instant, by a brisk opening and shutting of the street door, and by a sudden alertness on the part of Captain Jack, which he immediately followed by a quite inexplicable move. The street door in the outside room had hardly closed before his hand shot to his coat lapel and tore out the 2 marguerites. The action was instinctive. Blix knew it for such immediately. The retired captain had not premeditated it. He had not seen the face of the newcomer. She had not time to come into the back room or even to close the street door. But the instant that the captain had recognized a bunch of white marguerites in her belt, he had, without knowing why, been moved to conceal his identity. "He's afraid," whispered Blix. "Positively, I believe he's afraid. How absolutely stupid men are." But meanwhile, K500, B, the looked-for, the planned-for and intrigued-for, the object of so much diplomacy, such delicate maneuvering, the pivot upon which all plans were to turn, the storm center round which so many conflicting currents revolved, and for whose benefit the peace of mind of the red-headed man had been forever broken up, had entered the room. "Why, she's pretty," was Blix's first smothered exclamation, as if she had expected a harridan. K500, B, looked like a servant girl of the better sort and was really very neatly dressed. She was small, little even. She had snappy black eyes, a resolute mouth, and a general air of being very quiet, very matter-of-fact and complacent. She would be disturbed at nothing, excited at nothing. Blix was sure of that. She was placid, but it was the placidity not of the absence of emotion, but of emotion disdained, not the placidity of the mollusk, but that of a mature and contemplative cat. Quietly she sat down at a corner table. Quietly she removed her veil and gloves, and quietly she took in the room and its three occupants. Kandai and Blix glued their eyes upon their coffee cups like guilty conspirators, but a crash of falling crockery called their attention to the captain's table. Captain Jack was in a tremor. Hitherto he had acted the role of a sane and sensible gentleman of middle age, master of himself and of the situation. The entrance of K500, B, had evidently reduced him to a semi-idiotic condition. He enlarged himself. He eased his neck in his collar with a rotary movement of head and shoulders. He frowned terribly at trifling objects in corners of the room. He cleared his throat till the glassware jingled. He pulled at his mustache. He perspired, fumed, fretted, and was suddenly seized with an insane desire to laugh. Once only he caught the eye of K500, B, calmly sitting in her corner, picking daintily at her fish, whereupon he immediately overturned the vinegar and pepper casters upon the floor. Just so might have behaved an overgrown puppy in the presence of a sleepy, unperturbed Cheshire-cat dozing by the fire. "He ought to be shaken," murmured Blix at the end of her patience. "Does he think she is going to make the first move?" Thundered the captain, clearing his throat for the 20th time, twirling his mustache, and burying his scarlet face in an enormous pocket handkerchief. 5 minutes passed, and he was still in his place. From time to time, K500 fixed him with a quiet, deliberate look and resumed her delicate picking. "Do you think she knows it's he, now that he's taken off his marguerites?" whispered Kandai. "Know it, of course she does. Do you think women are absolutely blind or so imbecile as men are? And then, if she did not think it was he, she would go away. And she's so really pretty, too. He ought to thank his stars alive. Think what a fright she might have been. She does not look 31. Returned Kandai. "As long as she said she was 31, you can bet everything you have that she is. That's as true as revealed religion." "Well, it's something to have seen the kind of people who write the personals," said Blix. "I had always imagined that they were kind of tough." "You see they are not," he answered. "I told you they were not. Maybe, however, we have been exceptionally fortunate. At any rate, these are respectable enough." "Not the least doubt about that. But why do not he do something, that captain?" mourned Blix. "Why will he act like such a ninny?" "He's waiting for us to go," said Kandai. "I am sure of it. They will never meet so long as we are here. Let's go and give him a chance. If you leave the two alone here, one or the other will have to speak. The suspense would become too terrible. It would be as though they were on a desert island." "But I wanted to see them meet," she protested. "You would not hear what they said." "But we would never know if they did meet, and Ohand who spoke first." "She will speak first," declared Kandai. "Never," returned Blix in an indignant whisper. "I tell you what, we could go and then come back in 5 minutes. I will forget my stick here, savvy." "You would probably do it anyhow," she told him. They decided this would be the better course. They got together their things, and Kandai neglected his stick, hanging upon a hook on the wall. At the counter in the outside room, Blix, to the stupefaction of Richard, the waiter, paid the bill. But as she was moving toward the door, Kandai called her back. "Remember the waiter," he said severely, while Richard grinned and bobbed. 50 cents is the very least you could tip him." Richard actually protested, but Kandai was firm and insisted upon a $half tip. "Noblesse oblige," he declared with vast solemnity. They walked as far as the cathedral, listened for a moment to the bell striking the hour of 8. Then, as they remembered that the restaurant closed at that time, hurried back and entered the outside room in feigned perturbation. Could I have possibly left my stick here?" exclaimed Kandai to Richard, who was untying his apron behind the counter, but Richard had not noticed. "I think I must have left it back here where we were sitting." Kandai stepped into the back room, Blix following. They got his stick and returned to the outside room. Yes, I did leave it," he said, as he showed it to Richard. "I am always leaving that stick wherever I go." "Come again," said Richard, as he bowed them out of the door. On the curb outside, Kandai and Blix shook hands and congratulated each other on the success of all their labors. In the back room, seated at the same table, a bunch of wilting marguerites between them, they had seen their matrimonial objects conferring earnestly together, absorbed in the business of getting acquainted. Blix heaved a great sigh of relief and satisfaction, exclaiming, "At last K500, B and Captain Jack have met." Chapter 8, but she added, as they started to walk, "We will never know which one spoke first." But Kandai was already worrying. I do not know," he murmured anxiously. "Perhaps we have done an awful thing. Suppose they are not happy together after they are married. I wish we had not now. We have been playing a game of checkers with human souls. We have an awful responsibility. Suppose he kills her sometime." "Fiddlesticks, Kandai. And besides, if we have done wrong with our matrimonial objects, we have offset it by doing well with our red-headed coincidence. How do you know? You may have foiled a villain with that telegram, prevented a crime." Kandai grinned at the recollection of the incident. "Fly at once," he repeated. "I guess he's flying yet. All is discovered. I would give $1.50. If you had it." "Oh well, if I had it, oh no, just what it was we have discovered." Suddenly, Blix caught his arm. "Kandai, here they come." Who? "Our objects, Captain Jack and K500, B." Of course, they could not stay. The restaurant shuts up at 8. Blix and Kandai had been walking slowly in the direction of Pacific Street, and K500, B and her escort soon overtook them going in the same direction. As they passed, the captain was saying, "Jumped on my hatches and says we will make it an international affair." That did not. A passing wagon drowned the sound of his voice. "He was telling her of his adventures," cried Blix. "Splendid, Othello and Desdemona, they are getting on." "Let's follow them," exclaimed Kandai. "Should we? Would not it be indiscreet?" "No, we are the arbiters of their fate. We must take an interest." They allowed their objects to get ahead some half a block and then fell in behind. There was little danger of their being detected. The captain and K500, B were absorbed in each other. She had even taken his arm. "They make a fine-looking couple, really," said Blix. "Where do you suppose they are going? To another restaurant." But this was not the case. Blix and Kandai followed them as far as Washington Square, where the geodetic survey stone stands and the enormous flagstaff, and there, in front of a commonplace little house, 2 doors above the Russian church with its minarets like inverted balloons, K500, B and the captain halted. For a few moments they conversed in low tones at the gate, then said goodnight. K500, B entering the house, the captain bowing with great deference, his hat in his hand. Then he turned about, glanced once or twice at the house, set his hat at an angle, and disappeared across the square, whistling a tune, his chin in the air. "Very good, excellent, highly respectable," approved Blix, and Kandai himself fetched a sigh of relief. Yes, it might have been worse. "We will never see them again, our matrimonial objects," said Blix, "and they will never know about us, but we have brought them together. We have started a romance. Yes, I think we have done a good day's work. And now, Kandai, I think we had best be thinking of home ourselves. I am just beginning to get most awfully sleepy. What a day we have had." A sea fog, or rather the sea fog San Francisco's old and inseparable companion, had gathered by the time they reached the top of the Washington Street hill. Everything was wet with it. The asphalt was like varnished ebony. Indistinct masses and huge dim shadows stood for the houses on either side. From the eucalyptus trees and the palms, the water dripped like rain. Far off oceanward, the foghorn was lowing like a lost gigantic bull. The gray bulk of a policeman's light from the street lamp reflected in his star loomed up on the corner as they descended from the car. Kandai had intended to call his diver's story a submarine romance, but Blix had disapproved. "It's 220,000 leagues under the sea," she had said. "You want something much more dignified. There is that about you, Kandai, you like to be too showy, you do not know when to stop. But you have left off redand white scarfs, and I am very glad to see you wearing white shirt fronts instead of pink ones." "Yes, yes, I thought it would be quieter," he had answered, as though the idea had come from him. Blix allowed him to think so. But a victory over death, as the story was finally called, was a success. Kandai was too much of a born storyteller not to know when he had done something distinctly good. When the story came back from the typewriters, with the additional strength that print lends to fiction, and he had read it over, he could not repress a sense of jubilation. The story rang true. "Bully, bully," he muttered between his teeth as he finished the last paragraph. "It's a corker. If it's rejected everywhere, it's an out-of-sight yarn just the same." And there Kandai's enthusiasm in the matter began to dwindle. The fine fire which had sustained him during the story's composition had died out. He was satisfied with his work. He had written a good story, and that was the end of it. No doubt he would send it Easto the Centennial Company tomorrow, or the day after some time that week. To mail the manuscript meant quite half an hour's effort. He would have to buy stamps for return postage, a letter would have to be written, a large envelope procured, the accurate address ascertained. For the moment, his supplement work demanded his attention. He put off sending the story from day to day. His interest in it had abated, and for that matter, he soon discovered he had other things to think of. It had been easy to promise Blix that he would no longer gamble at his club with the other men of his acquaintance, but it was death and the devil, as he told himself, to abide by that promise. More than once in the fortnight following upon his resolution, he had come up to the little flat on the Washington Street hill as to a place of refuge, and Blix, always pretending that it was all a huge joke and part of their good times, had brought out the cards and played with him. But she knew very well the fight he was making against the enemy, and how hard it was for him to keep from the round green tables and group of silent shirt-sleeved men in the cardrooms of his club. She looked forward to the time when Kandai would cease to play even with her. But she was too sensible and practical a girl to expect him to break a habit of years, standing in a couple of weeks. The thing would have to be accomplished little by little. At times she had misgivings as to the honesty of the course she had adopted. But nowadays, playing as he did with her only, Kandai gambled but 2 or 3 evenings in the week, and then not for more than 2 hours at a time. Heretofore hardly an evening that had not seen him at the round table in his club's cardroom, whence he had not risen until long after midnight. Kandai had told young Sargent that he had reformed in the matter of gambling and intended to swear off for a few months. Sargent, like the thoroughbred he was, never urged him to play after that, and never spoke of the previous night's game when Kandai was about. The other men of his set were no less thoughtful, and though they rallied him a little at first upon his defection, soon let the matter drop. Kandai told himself that there were plenty of good people in the world, after all. Everyone seemed conspiring to make it easy for him, and he swore at himself for a weak-kneed cad. On a certain Tuesday, about a week after the fishing excursion and the affair of the matrimonial objects, toward 6:30 in the evening, Kandai was in his room, dressing for a dinner engagement. Young Sargent's sister had invited him to be one of a party who were to dine at the University Club, and later on fill a box at a charity play, given by amateurs at one of the downtown theaters. But as he was washing his linen shirt studs with his toothbrush, his eye fell upon a note, in Laurie Flagg's handwriting, that lay on his writing desk, and that he had received some 10 days previous. Kandai turned cold upon the instant, hurled the toothbrush across the room, and dropped into a chair with a groan of despair. Miss Flagg was giving a theatre party for the same affair, and he remembered now that he had promised to join her party as well, forgetting all about the engagement he had made with Miss Sargent. It was impossible at this late hour to accept either one of the young women's invitations without offending the other. "Well, I will not go to either, that's all," he vociferated aloud to the opposite wall. "I will send them each a wire and say that I am sick or have got to go down to the office, and, by George, I will go up and see Blix, and we will read and make things to eat." And no sooner had this alternative occurred to him than it appeared too fascinating to be resisted. A weight seemed removed from his mind. When it came to that, what amusement would he have at either affair? "Sit up there with your shirt front starched like a board," he blustered, "and your collar throttling you, and smile till your face is sore, and reel off small talk to a girl whose last name you cannot remember. Do I have any fun? Does it do me any good? Do I get ideas for yarns? What do I do it for? I do not know." While speaking, he had been kicking off his tight shoes and such of his full dress as he had already put on, and with a feeling of enormous relief turned again to his sack suit of tweed. "Lord, these feel better," he exclaimed, as he substituted the loose business suit for the formal rigidity of his evening dress. It was with a sensation of positive luxury that he put on a soft shirt of blue cheviot and his tan walking shoes. "But no more red scarfs," he declared, as he knotted his black satin club before the mirror. She was right there. He put his cigarettes in his pocket, caught up his gloves and stick, clapped on his hat, and started for the Bessemer's flat with a feeling of joyous expectancy he had not known for days. Evidently Blix had seen him coming, for she opened the door herself, and it suited her humor for the moment to treat him as a peddler or book agent. "No, no," she said airily, her head in the air as she held the door. "No, we do not want any today. We have the biography of Abraham Lincoln. Do not want to subscribe to any home book of art. We are not artistic. We use drapes in our parlors. Do not want the wives and mothers of great men." But Kandai had noticed a couple of young women on the lower steps of the adjacent flat, quite within earshot, and at once he began in a loud, harsh voice. "Well, why no, we cannot wait for our rent forever. I am only the collector, and I have nothing to do with repairs. Pay your rent that's 3 months overdue, and then—" But Blix pulled him within the house and clapped to the door. "Kandai Rivers," she exclaimed, her cheeks flaming, "those are our neighbors. They heard every word. What do you suppose they think?" "Huh, I would rather have 'em think I was a rent collector than a book agent. You began it, even in, Miss Lady. Even in, Mr. Man." But Kandai's visit, begun thus gaily, soon developed along much more serious lines. After supper, while the light still lasted, Blix read stories to him while he smoked cigarettes in the bay window of the dining room. But as soon as the light began to go, she put the book aside, and the two took their accustomed places in the window and watched the evening burning itself out over the Golden Gate. It was just warm enough to have one of the windows opened, and for a long time after the dusk, they sat listening to the vague clamor of the city, lapsing by degrees, till it settled into a measured, soothing murmur, like the breathing of some vast monster asleep. Kandai's cigarette was a mere red point in the half-darkness. The smoke drifted out of the open window in long, blue strata. At his elbow, Blix was leaning forward, looking down upon the darkening, drowsing city, her round, strong chin propped upon her hand. She was just close enough for Candy to catch the sweet, delicious feminine perfume that came indefinitely from her clothes, her hair, her neck. From where Kandai sat, he could see the silhouette of her head and shoulders against the dull golden blur of the open window. Her round, high forehead, with the thick yellow hair rolling back from her temples and ears, her pink, clean cheeks, her little dark brown, scintillating eyes, and her firm red mouth, made all the firmer by the position of her chin upon her hand. As ever, her round, strong neck was swathed high and tight in white satin, but between the topmost fold of the satin and the rose of one small earlobe was a little triangle of white skin that was partly her neck and partly her cheek, and that Kandai knew should be softer than down, smoother than satin, warm and sweet, and redolent as new apples. Kandai imagined himself having the right to lean toward her there and kiss that little spot upon her neck or her cheek, and as he fancied it, was surprised to find his breath come suddenly quick, and a barely perceptible qualm, as of a certain faintness, thrill him to his fingertips. And then he thought, how would it be if he could, without fear of rebuff, reach out his arm and put it about her trim, firm waist, and draw her very close to him, till he should feel the satiny coolness of her smooth cheek against his, till he could sink his face in the delicious, fragrant confusion of her hair, then turn that face to hiss that face with its strong, calm mouth and sweet, full lips, the face of this dear young girl of 19, and then, I say, Ishol, well, it's red again, let's do something. Kandai, how you frightened me, exclaimed Blix with a great start. No, listen, I want to talk to you, to tell you something. Papam and I have been having some very long and serious talks since you were last here. What do you think? I may go away. The deuce you say, exclaimed Kandai, sitting suddenly upright. Where to, in heaven's name? He added, and when, and what for? To New York, to study medicine. There was a silence, then Kandai exclaimed, waving his hands at her. Oh, go right on, do not mind me, little thing like going to New York to study medicine. Of course, that happens every day, a mere detail. I presume you will go back and forth for your meals. Then Blix began to explain. It appeared that she had two aunts, both sisters of her father, own a widow, the other unmarried. The widow, a certain Mrs. Kim, lived in New York and was wealthy and had views on women's sphere of usefulness. The other, Miss Bessemer, a little old maid of 50, Kandai had on rare occasions seen at the flat, where everyone called her Aunt Dodd. She lived in that vague region of the city known as the Mission, where she owned a little property. From what Blix told him that evening, Kandai learned that Mrs. Kim had visited the coast a few winters previous and had taken a great fancy to Blix. Even then, she had proposed to Mr. Bessemer to take Blix back to New York with her and educate her to some woman's profession. But at that time, the old man would not listen to it. Now it seemed that the opportunity had again presented itself. She's a dear old lady, Blix said, not a bit strong-minded, as you would think, and ever so much cleverer than most men. She manages all her property herself. For the last month, she's been writing again to Papam for me to come on and stay with her 3 or 4 years. She is not a chick nor a child, and she do not entertain or go out any, so maybe she feels lonesome. Of course, if I studied there, Papam would not think of Aunt Kim, don't you know, paying for it all. I would not go if it was that way. But I could stay with her, and she could make a home for me while I was there if I should study anything, study medicine. But why, he exclaimed, what do you want to study to be a doctor for? It is not as though you had to support yourself. I know I have not got to support myself, but why should not I have a profession just like a man, just like you, Kandai? You stop and think. It seemed strange to me when I first thought of it, but I got thinking about it and talking it over with Papam, and I should love it. I would do it, not because I would have to do it, but because it would interest me. Kandai, you know that I am not a bit strong-minded, and that I hate a masculine, unfeminine girl as much as you do. But a medical college, Blix, you do not know what you are talking about. Yes, I do. There's a college in New York just for women. Aunt Kim sent me the prospectus, and it's one of the best in the country. I do not dream of practicing, you know, at least, I do not think about that now. But one must have some occupation, and is not studying medicine, Kandai, better than piano playing or French courses or literary classes and Browning circles? Oh, I have no patience with that kind of girl, and look at the chance I have now, and Aunt Kim is such a dear. Think, she writes, I could go to and from the college in her coupe every day, and I would see New York, and just being in a big city like that is an education. You are right, it would be a big thing for you, assented Kandai, and I like the idea of you studying something. It would be the making of such a girl as you, Blix. And then Blix, seeing him thus acquiescent, said, Well, it's all settled. Papam and I both wrote last night. When are you going? The first week, in January. Well, that's not so awfully soon, but who will take your place here? However in the world would your father get along without Yuan, Snooky, and Howard? Aunt Dodd is going to come. Sudden enough, said Kandai, but it is a great thing for you, Blix, and I am mighty glad for you. Your future is all cut out for you now. Of course your aunt, if she's so fond of you and has not any children, will leave you everything, maybe settle something on you right away, and you will marry some one of those New York chaps and be great big people before you know it. The idea can die, she protested. No, I am going there to study medicine. Oh, you do not know how enthusiastic I am over the idea. I have bought some of the first-year books already and have been reading them. Really, Kandai, they are even better than many inventions. Wish I could get east, muttered Kandai gloomily. Blix forgot her own good fortune upon the instant. I do so wish you could, Kandai, she exclaimed. You are too good for a Sunday supplement. I know it and you know it, and I have heard ever so many people who have read your stories say the same thing. You could spend 20 years working as you are now, and at the end what would you be? Just an assistant editor of a Sunday supplement, and still in the same place. And worse, you would come to be contented with that, and think you were only good for that, and nothing better. You have got it in you, Kandai, to be a great storyteller. I believe in you, and I have every confidence in you. But just so long as you stay here and are willing to do hack work, just so long you will be a hack writer. You must break from it, you must get away. I know you have a good time here, but there are so many things better than that and more worthwhile. You ought to make up your mind to get east and work for that and nothing else. I know you want to go, but wanting is not enough. Enthusiasm without energy is not enough. You have enthusiasm, Kandai, but you must have energy. You must be willing to give up things. You must make up your mind that you will go east, and then set your teeth together and do it. Oh, I love a man that can do that, make up his mind to a thing and then put it through. Kandai watched her as she talked, her brown-black eyes coruscating, her cheeks glowing, her small hands curled into round pink fists. Blix, you are splendid, he exclaimed. You are fine. You could put life into a dead man. You are the kind of girl that are the making of men. By Jove, you would back a man up, would not you? You would stand by him till the last ditch. Of course, he went on, after a pause, of course I ought to go to New York. But Blix, suppose I went, well then what? It is not as though I had any income of my own or rich aunt. Suppose I did not find something to do, the chances are that I would not for 3 or 4 months. What would I live on in the meanwhile? What would the robin do then, poor thing? I am a poor young man, Miss Bessemer, and I have got to eat. No, my only chance is to be discovered by a magazine or a publishing house or somebody and get a bid of some kind. Well, there is the Centennial Company. They have taken an interest in you, Kandai. You must follow that right up and keep your name before them all the time. Have you sent them a victory over death yet? Kandai sat down to his eggs and coffee the next morning in the hotel, harried with a certain sense of depression and disappointment for which he could assign no cause. Nothing seemed to interest him. The newspaper was dull. He could look forward to no pleasure in his day's work. And what was the matter with the sun that morning? As he walked down to the office, he noted no cloud in the sky, but the brightness was gone from the day. He sat down to his desk and attacked his work, but copy would not come. The sporting editor and his inane jokes harassed him beyond expression. Just the sight of the clipping editor's back was an irritation. The office boy was a mere incentive to profanity. There was no spring in Kandai that morning, no elasticity, none of his natural buoyancy. As the day wore on, his ennui increased. His luncheon at the club was tasteless. Tobacco had lost its charm. He ordered a cocktail in the wine room and put it aside with a wry face. The afternoon was one long tedium. At every hour he flung his pencil down, utterly unable to formulate the next sentence of his article, and his hands in his pockets, gazed gloomily out of the window over the wilderness of roof-scrimmy, dirty, ugly roofs that spread out below. He craved diversion, amusement, excitement. Something there was that he wanted with all his heart and soul, yet he was quite unable to say what it was. Something was gone from him today that he had possessed yesterday, and he knew he would not regain it on the morrow, nor the next day, nor the day after that. What was it? He could not say. For half an hour he imagined he was going to be sick. His mother was not to be at home that evening, and Kandai dined at his club in the hopes of finding someone with whom he could go to the theater later on in the evening. Sargent joined him over his coffee and cigarette, but declined to go with him to the theater. "Another game on tonight?" asked Kandai. "I suppose so," admitted the other. "I guess I will join you tonight," said Kandai. "I have had the Blue Devils since morning, and I have got to have something to drive them off." "Do not let me urge you, you know," returned Sargent. "Oh, that's all right," Kandai assured him, "My time's about up anyways." An hour later, just as he, Sergeant, and the other men of their set were in the act of going upstairs to the cardrooms, a hallboy gave Kandai a note, at that moment brought by a messenger who was waiting for an answer. It was from Blix. She wrote, "Do not you want to come up and play cards with me tonight? We have not had a game in over a week." How did she know? Thought Kandai to himself. How could she tell? Aloud he said, "I cannot join you fellows, after all. Dispatch from the managing editor, some special detail or other." For the first time since the previous evening, Kandai felt his spirits rise as he set off toward the Washington Street hill. But though he and Blix spent as merry an evening as they remembered in a long time, his nameless, formless irritation returned upon him almost as soon as he had bidden her good night. It stayed with him all through the week and told upon his work. As a result, 3 of his articles were thrown out by the editor. "We cannot run such rot as that in the paper," the chief had said. "Cannot you give us a story?" "Oh, I have got a kind of a yarn you can run if you like," answered Kandai, his week's depression at its very lowest. "A Victory Over Death" was published in the following Sunday's supplement of the Times, with illustrations by one of the staff artists. It attracted not the least attention. Just before he went to bed the Sunday evening of its appearance, Kandai read it over again for the last time. "It's a rotten failure," he muttered gloomily as he cast the paper from him. "Simple drivel. I wonder what Blix will think of it. I wonder if I amount to a hill of beans. I wonder what she wants to go east for anyway." Chapter 9. The old-fashioned Union Street cable car, with its low, comfortable outside seats, put Blix and Kandai down just inside the Presidio government reservation. Kandai asked a direction of a sentry nursing his Krag Jorgensen at the terminus of the track, and then with Blix set off down the long board walk through the tunnel of overhanging evergreens. The day could not have been more desirable. It was a little after 10 of a Monday morning, Kandai's weekly holiday. The air was neither cool nor warm, effervescent, merely brisk, and full of the smell of grass and of the sea. The sky was a speckless sheen of pale blue. To their right and not far off was the bay, blue as indigo. Alcatraz seemed close at hand. Beyond was the enormous green, red, and purple pyramid of Tamalpais climbing out of the water, head and shoulders above the little foothills, and looking out to the sea and to the west. The reservation itself was delightful. There were rows of the officers' houses, all alike, drawn up in lines like an assembly of the staff. There were huge barracks, most like college dormitories, and on their porches enlisted men in shirt sleeves and overalls were cleaning saddles and polishing the brass of headstalls and bridles, whistling the while or smoking corncob pipes. Here on the parade ground, a soldier, his coat and vest removed, was batting grounders and flies to a half-dozen of his fellows. Over by the stables, strings of horses, all of the same color, were being curried and cleaned. A young lieutenant upon a bicycle spun silently past. An officer came from his front gate, his coat unbuttoned and a briar in his teeth. The walks and roads were flanked with lines of black-painted cannonballs. Inverted pieces of abandoned ordnance stood at corners. From a distance came the mellow snarling of a bugle. Blix and Kandai had planned a long walk for that day. They were to go out through the Presidio reservation, past the barracks and officers' quarters, and on to the old fort at the Golden Gate. Here they would turn and follow the shoreline for a way, then strike inland across the hills for a short half-mile and regain the city and the streetcar lines by way of the golf links. Kandai had insisted upon wearing his bicycle outfit for the occasion and moreover carried a little satchel, which, he said, contained a pair of shoes. But Blix was as sweet as a rose that morning, all in tailor-made black, but for the inevitable bands of white satin wrapped high and tight about her neck. The St. Bernard dog collar did duty as a belt. She had disdained a veil, and her yellow hair was already blowing about her smooth pink cheeks. She walked at his side, her step as firm and solid as his own, her round, strong arms swinging, her little brown eyes shining with good spirits and vigor, and the pure, clean animal joy of being alive on that fine, cool western morning. She talked almost incessantly. She was positively garrulous. She talked about the fine day that it was, about the queer new forage caps of the soldiers, about the bare green hills of the reservation, about the little cemetery they passed just beyond the limits of the barracks, about a rabbit she saw, and about the quail they both heard whistling and calling in the hollows under the bushes. Kandai walked at her side in silence, yet no less happy than she, smoking his pipe and casting occasional glances at a great sheep foremaster that was being towed out toward the Golden Gate. At every moment and at every turn, they noted things that interested them, and to which they called each other's attention. "Look, Blix. Oh, Kandai, look at that." They were soon out of the miniature city of the post, and held on down through the low reach of tules and sand dunes that stretched between the barracks and the old red fort. "Look, Kandai," said Blix. "What's that building down there on the shore of the bathe one with the flagstaff?" "I think that must be the lifeboat station. I wonder if we could go down and visit it. I think it would be good fun." "Idea," exclaimed Kandai. The station was close at hand. To reach it they had but to leave the crazy board walk that led on toward the fort and cross a few hundred yards of sand dune. Kandai opened the gate that broke the line of evergreen hedge around the little two-story house and promptly unchained a veritable pandemonium of dogs. Inside, the place was not without a certain charm of its own. A brick wall, bordered with shells, led to the front of the station, which gave directly upon the bay, a little well-kept lawn open to right and left, and 6 or 8 gaily-painted old rowboats were set about, half filled with loam in which fuchsias, geraniums, and mignonettes were flowering. A cat or two dozed upon the windowsills in the sun. Upon a sort of porch overhead, 2 of the crew paced up and down in a manner that at once suggested the poop. Here and there was a gleam of highly polished red copper or brass trimmings. The bay was within 2 steps of the front door, while a little further down the beach was the house where the surfboat was kept, and the long runway leading down from it to the water. Kandai rapped loudly at the front door. It was opened by Captain Jack. Captain Jack and no other, only now he wore a blue sweater and a leather-vissered cap with the letters US 50, BS around the band. Not an instant was given them for preparation. The thing had happened with the abruptness of a transformation scene at a theater. Kandai's knock had evoked a situation. Speech was stricken from their mouths. For a moment they were bereft even of action and stood there on the threshold, staring open-mouthed and open-eyed at the sudden reappearance of their matrimonial object. Kandai was literally dumb. In the end, it was Blix who tided them over the crisis. "We were just going by, just taking a walk," she explained, "and we thought we would like to see the station. Is it all right? Can we look around?" "Why, of course," assented the captain with great cordiality. "Come right in. This is visitors' day. You just happen to hit itonly. It's mighty few visitors we ever have," he added. While Kandai was registering for himself and Blix, they managed to exchange a lightning glance. It was evident the captain did not recognize them. The situation readjusted itself, even promised to be of extraordinary interest. And for that matter, it made little difference whether the captain remembered them or not. "No, we do not get many visitors," the captain went on, as he led them out of the station and down the small gravel walk to the house where the surfboat was kept. "This is a quiet station. People do not fetch out this way very often, and we are not called out very often either. We are an inside post, you see, and usually we do not get a call unless the sea's so high that the Cliff House station cannot launch their boat. So you see, we do not go out much, but when we do, it means business with a great big B. Now, this here, you see," continued the captain, rolling back the sliding doors of the house, "is the surfboat. By the way, let's see, I ain't just caught your names yet." "Well, my name's Rivers," said Kandai, "and this is Miss Bessemer. We are both from the city." "Happy to know you, sir. Happy to know you, miss," he returned, pulling off his cap. "My name's Hoskins, but you can just call me Captain Jack. I am so used to it that I do not kind of answer to the other. Well, now, Miss Bessemer, this here's the surfboat. She's self-rightin', self-billin', she cannot capsize, and if I was to tell you how many thousands of dollars she cost, you would not believe me." Kandai and Blix spent a delightful half-hour in the boathouse, while Captain Jack explained and illustrated, and told them anecdotes of wrecks, escapes, and rescues till they held their breaths like 10-year-olds. It did not take Kandai long to know that he had discovered what the storyteller so often tells of, but so seldom finds, and what, for want of a better name, he elects to call a character. Captain Jack had been everywhere, had seen everything, and had done most of the things worth doing, including a great many things that he had far better have left undone. But on this latter point, the captain seemed to be innocently and completely devoid of a moral sense of right and wrong. It was quite evident that he saw no matter for conscience in the smuggling of Chinamen across the Canadian border at $30 a head a venture, in which he had had the assistance of the prodigal son of an American divine of international renown. The trade to Peruvian insurgents of condemned rifles was to be regretted only because the ring manipulating it was broken up. The appropriation of a schooner in the harbor of Callao was a story in itself, while the robbery of $30,000 worth of sea otter skins from a Russian trading post in Alaska, accomplished chiefly through the agency of a barrel of rum manufactured from sugar cane, was a veritable achievement. He had been born, so he told them, in Winchester, in England, and heaven save the mark, had been brought up with a view of taking orders. For some time he was a choir boy in the great Winchester Cathedral, then, while yet a lad, had gone to sea. He had been boat steerer on a New Bedford whaler and struck his first whale when only 16. He had filibustered down to Chile, had acted as ice pilot on an Arctic relief expedition, had captained a crew of Chinamen shark fishing in Magdalena Bay, and had been nearly murdered by his men, had been a deep-sea diver, and had burst his eardrums at the business, so that now he could blow tobacco smoke out of his ears. He had been shipwrecked in the Gilberts, fought with the Ceres on the lower California islands, sold champagne made from rock, candy effervescent salts, and Riesling wine to the Koreans, had dreamed of holding up a Cunard liner, and had ridden on the Strand in a hansom with William Ewart Gladstone. But the one thing of which he was proud, the one picture of his life he most delighted to recall, was himself as manager of a Negro minstrel troupe, in a hired drummager's uniform, marching down the streets of Sacramento at the head of the brass band in burnt cork and regimentals. The star of the troupe, he told them, was the lady with the iron jaw. We busted in Stockton, and she gave me her diamonds to pawn. I pawned them and kept back something in the hand for myself and hooked it to San Francisco. Strike me straight if she did not follow me, that iron-jawed piece, met me one day in front of the Bush Street Theater and horsewhipped me properly. Now, just think of that, and he laughed as though it was the best kind of a joke. But hazarded Blix, do not you find it rather dull out here lonesome? I should think you would want to have someone with you to keep you company Toto do your cooking for you. But Kandai, ignoring her diplomacy and thinking only of possible stories, blundered off upon another track. Yes, he said, you have led such a life of action, I should think this station would be pretty dull for you. How did you happen to choose it? Well, you see, answered the captain, leaning against the smooth white flank of the surfboat, his hands in his pockets, I am lying low just now. I got into a scrape down at Libertad, in Mexico, that made talk, and I am waiting for that to die down some. You see, it was this way. Mindful of their experience with the mate of the whaleback, Kandai and Blix were all attention in an instant. Blix sat down upon an upturned box, her elbows on her knees, leaning forward, her little eyes fixed and shining with interest and expectation. Kandai, the storyteller, all alive and vibrant in him, stood at her elbow, smoking cigarette after cigarette, his fingers dancing with excitement and animation as the captain spoke. And then it was that Kandai and Blix, in that isolated station, the bay lapping at the shore within earshot, in that atmosphere redolent of paint and oakum and of seaweed decaying upon the beach outside, first heard the story of In Defiance of Authority. Captain Jack began it with his experience as a restaurant keeper during the boom days in Seattle, Washington. He told them how he was the cashier of a dinning saloon whose daily net profits exceeded $800, how its proprietor suddenly died, and how he, Captain Jack, continued the management of the restaurant pending a settlement of the proprietor's affairs and an appearance of heirs. How, in the confusion and excitement of the boom, no settlement was ever made, and how, no heirs appearing, he assumed charge of the establishment himself, paying bills, making contracts, and signing notes, until he came to consider the business and all its enormous profits as his own, and how at last, when the restaurant was burned, he found himself some $40,000 ahead of the game. Then he told them of the strange club of the place, called the Exiles, made up chiefly of younger sons of English and British Canadian families, every member possessed of a past more or less disreputable, men who had left their country for their country's good, and for their families' peace of mind, adventurers, wanderers, soldiers of fortune, gentlemen vagabonds, men of hyphenated names, and even noble birth, whose appellations were avowedly aliases. He told them of his meeting with Billy Isham, one of the club's directors, and of the happy-go-lucky, reckless, unpractical character of the man, of their acquaintance, intimacy, and subsequent partnership, of how the filibustering project was started with Captain Jack's 40,000 and the never-to-be-forgotten interview in San Francisco with Senora Estrada, the agent of the insurgents, of the incident of her calling card, how she tore it in two and gave one half to Isham, of their outfitting and the broken sextant that was to cause their ultimate discomfiture and disaster, and of the voyage to the rendezvous on a Panama liner. "Strike me," continued Captain Jack, "you should have seen Billy Isham on that Panama Dodish. A passenger ship she was, and Billy was the life of her from stem to sternpost. There was a church pulpit aboard that they were taking down to Mazatlan for some chapel or other, and this here pulpit was lashed on deck aft. Well, Billy had been most kinds of a fool in his life, and among others a play actor, called himself Gaston Monville, and was clean daft on his knowledge of Shakespeare and his own power of interpreting the hidden meaning of the lines. I ain't never going to forget the day he gave us Portia's speech. We were just under the tropic, and the day was a scorcher. There was mostly men folk aboard, and we lay around the deck in our pajamas, while Billy Gaston Monville, dressed in striped red and white pajamasclum up in that bally pulpit, with the ship's Shakespeare in his hands, and let us have the quality O mercy is not strained, it droppeth as the genteel do from heaven. Laugh, I tell you I was sore with it. Lord, how we guyed him, and the more we guyed and the more we laughed, the more serious he got and the madder he grew. He said he was interpreting the hidden meaning of the lines. And so the captain ran through that wild, fiery tale of fighting and loving, buccaneering and conspiring, mandolins tinkling, knives clicking, oaths mingling with sonnets, and spilled wine with spilled blood. He told them of Isham's knife duel with the Mexican lieutenant, their left wrists lashed together, of the Battle of the 30 in the pitch dark of the custom house cellar, of Senora Estrada's love for Isham, and all the roll and plunge of action that make up the story of In Defiance of Authority. At the end, Blix's little eyes were snapping like sparks, Kandai's face was flaming, his hands were cold, and he was shifting his weight from foot to foot, like an excited thoroughbred horse. "Heavens and earth, what a yarn!" he exclaimed almost in a whisper. Blix drew a long, tremulous breath and sat back upon the upturned box, looking around her as though she had, but that moment, been awakened. "Yes, sir," said the captain, rolling a cigarette. "Yes, sir, those were great days. Get down there around the line in those little autochthone republics along the South American coast, and things happen to you. You hold a man's life in the crook of your forefinger, and nothing's done by halves. If you hate a man, you lay awake nights biting your mattress, just thinking how you hate him, and if you love a woman, good Lord, how you do love her." But, exclaimed Kandai, "I do not see how you can want to do anything else. Why, you are living 60 to the minute when you are playing a game like that." "Oh, I ain't dead yet," answered the captain. "I got a few schemes left that I could get fun out of." "How can you wait a minute?" exclaimed Blix breathlessly. "Why do not you get a ship right away tomorrow and go right off on some other adventure?" "Well, I cannot just now," returned the captain, blowing the smoke from his cigarette through his ears. "There's a good many reasons. One of 'em is that I have just been married." Chapter 10, "Mum are married," gasped Kandai, swallowing something in his throat. Blix rose to her feet. "Just been married," she repeated, a little frightened. "Wee, how delightful." "Yes, I's," mumbled Kandai. "How delightful. I congratulate you." Come back to the station," said the captain jovially, "and I will introduce you to wife. We were married only last Sunday." "Why, yes, I's, of course. We would be delighted," vociferated the two conspirators a little hysterically. "She's a mighty fine little woman," declared the captain, as he rolled the door of the boathouse to its place and preceded them up the gravel walk to the station. "Of course she is," responded Blix. Behind Captain Jack's back, she fixed Kandai with a wittied look and nudged him fiercely with an elbow to recall him to himself. For Kandai's wits were scattered like a flock of terrified birds, and he was gazing blankly at the captain's coat collar with a vacant, maniacal smile. For heaven's sake, Kandai, she had time to whisper before they arrived in the hallway of the station. But fortunately, they were allowed a minute or so to recover themselves and prepare for what was coming. Captain Jack ushered them into what was either the parlor, office, or sitting room of the station and left them with the words, "Just make yourselves comfortable here, and I will go fetch the little woman." No sooner had he gone than the two turned to each other. Well, we are in for it now. But we must see it through, Kandai. Act just as natural as you can, and we are all right. But supposing she recognizes us? Supposing she does what then? How are they to know that we wrote the letters? Blix, not so loud. They know by now that they did not. But it seems that it has not made any difference to them. They are married. And besides, they would not speak about putting personals in the paper to us. They would never let anybody know that. Do you suppose they could possibly suspect? I am sure they could not. Here they come. Keep perfectly calm, and we are saved. Suppose it is not K500, B after all. But it was, of course, and she recognized them in an instant. She and the captain's latter all came in from the direction of the kitchen, K500, B wearing a neat blue calico gown and an apron that was really a marvel of cleanliness and starch. "Kitty," exclaimed Captain Jack, seized again with an unexplainable mirth, "here's some young folks come out to see the place, and I want you to know Mr. Rivers, this is wife, Kitty, and Lassie, miss, I do not rightly remember your name." "Bessemer," exclaimed Kandai and Blix in a breath. "Oh," exclaimed K500, "B, you were in the restaurant the night that the captain and I at Isai's. I am quite sure I have seen you before." She turned from one to the other, beginning to blush furiously. Yes, in Luna's restaurant, was not it?" said Kandai desperately. "It seems to me I do just barely remember." "And was not the captain there?" Blix ventured. "I forgot my stick, I remember," continued Kandai. "I came back for it, and just as I was going out, it seems to me I saw you two at a table near the door." He thought it best to allow their matrimonial objects to believe he had not seen them before. Yes, we were there," answered K500, "be tactfully. We dine there almost every Monday night." Blix guessed that K500, B would prefer to have the real facts of the situation ignored, and determined she should have the chance to change the conversation if she wished. "What a delicious supper one has there," she said. "Cannot say I like Mexican cooking myself," answered K500, B, forgetting that they dined there every Monday night. "Plain United States is good enough for me." Suddenly Captain Jack turned abruptly to Kandai, exclaiming, "Oh, you was the chap that called the picture of that schooner a barkentine." "Yes, was not that a barkentine?" he answered innocently. "Barkentine your eye," spluttered the captain. "Why, that was a schooner as plain as a pie plate." But 10 minutes later the ordeal was over, and Blix and Kandai, once more breathing easily, were on their walk again. The captain and K500, B had even accompanied them to the gate of the station and had strenuously urged them to come in and see them again the next time they were out that way. "Married," murmured Kandai, putting both hands to his head. We have done it now." "Well, what of it?" declared Blix, a little defiantly. "I think it's all right. You can see the captain is in love with her and she with him. No, we have nothing to reproach ourselves with." But so sudden," whispered Kandai, all aghast. "That's what makes me faint, suddenness of it. It shows how much they are in love, how readily they adapted themselves to each other. No, it's all right. They seemed to like you actually. Well, they had better if they knew the truth. Without us, they never would have met. They both asked us to come out and see them again. Did you notice that? Let's do it, Blix," Kandai suddenly exclaimed. "Let's get to know them." "Of course we must. Would not it be fun to call on them to get regularly acquainted with them? They might ask us to dinner sometime. And think of the stories he could tell you. They enthused immediately upon this subject, both talking excitedly at the same time, going over the details of the captain's yarns, recalling the incidents to each other. "Fancy," exclaimed Condifancy Billy Isham in his pajamas, red and white stripes, reading Shakespeare from that pulpit on board the ship, and the other men guying him. "Is not that a scene for you? Cannot you just see it? I wonder if the captain was not making all those things up as he went along. He do not seem to have any sense of right and wrong at all. He might have been lying, Kandai. What difference would that make?" And so they went along in that fine, clear, western morning on the edge of the continent, both of them young and strong and vigorous, the Pacific under their eyes, the great clean trades blowing in their faces, the smell of the salt sea coming in long aromatic whiffs to their nostrils, young and strong and fresh, their imaginations thronging with pictures of vigorous action and adventure, buccaneering, filibustering, and all the swing, the leap, the rush and gallop, the exuberant, strong life of the great, uncharted world of romance. And all unknowingly, they were a romance in themselves. Cynicism, old age, and the weariness of all things done had no place in the world in which they walked. They still had their illusions, all the keenness of their sensations, all the vividness of their impressions. The simple things of the world, the great, broad, primal emotions of the race stirred in them. As they swung along, going toward the ocean, their brains were almost as empty of thought or of reflection as those of two fine, clean animals. They were all for the immediate sensation. They did not think they felt. The intellect was dormant. They looked at things, they heard things, they smelled the smell of the sea and of the seaweed, of the fat, rank growth of cresses in the salt marshes. They turned their cheeks to the passing wind and filled their mouths and breasts with it. Their life was sweet to them. Every hour was one glad effervescence. The fact that the ocean was blue was a matter for rejoicing. It was good to be alive on that royal morning. Just to be young was an exhilaration, and everything was young with them. The day was young, the country was young, and the civilization to which they belonged, teeming there upon the green western fringe of the continent, was young and heady and tumultuous with the boisterous, red blood of a new race. Kandai even forgot, or rather disdained on such a morning as that, to piece together and rearrange Captain Jack's yarns into story form, to look at the sea and the green hills, to watch the pink on Blix's cheek and her yellow hair blowing across her eyes and lips, was better than thinking. Life was better than literature. To live was better than to read. One live human being was better than 10,000 Shakespeares. An act was better than a thought. Why, just to love Blix, to be with her, to see the sweet, clean flush of her cheek, to know that she was there at his side, and to have the touch of her elbow as they walked, was better than the best story, the greatest novel he could ever hope to write. Life was better than literature, and love was the best thing in life. To love Blix and to be near her, what else was worthwhile? Could he ever think of finding anything in life sweeter and finer than this dear young girl of 19? Suddenly Kandai came to himself with an abrupt start. What was this he was thinking? What was this he was telling himself? Love Blix. He loved Blix. Why, of course he loved her so, that with the thought of it there came a great, sudden clutch at the heart and a strange sense of tenderness, so vague and yet so great that it eluded speech and all expression. Love her, of course he loved her. He had all unknowing loved her even before this wonderful morning, had loved her that day at the lake, and that never-to-be-forgotten, delicious afternoon in the Chinese restaurant, all those long, quiet evenings spent in the window of the little dining-room, looking down upon the darkening city. He had loved her. Why, all his days for the last few months had been full of the love of her. How else had he been so happy? How else did it come about that little by little he was withdrawing from the society and influence of his artificial world, as represented by such men as Sargent? How else was he slowly loosening the grip of the one evil and vicious habit that had clutched him so long? How else was his ambition stirring? How else was his hitherto aimless enthusiasm hardening to energy and determination? She had not always so influenced him. In the days when they had just known each other and met each other in the weekly course of their formal life, it had not been so, even though they pretended a certain amount of affection. He remembered the evening when Blix had brought those days to an abrupt end, and how at the moment he had told himself that after all he had never known the real Blix. Since then, in the charming, unconventional life they had led, everything had been changed. He had come to know her for what she was, to know her genuine goodness, her sincerity, her contempt of affectations, her comradeship, her calm, fine strength and unbroken good nature. And day by day, here a little and there a little, his love for her had grown so quietly, so evenly, that he had never known it until now, behold. It was suddenly come to flower, full and stronger flower whose fragrance had suddenly filled all his life and all his world with its sweetness. Half an hour after leaving the lifeboat station, Kandai and Blix reached the old, red-brick fort, deserted, abandoned, and rime-encrusted, at the entrance of the Golden Gate. They turned its angle, and there rolled the Pacific, a blue floor of shifting water, stretching out there forever and forever over the curve of the earth, over the shoulder of the world, with never a sail in view and never a break from horizon to horizon. They followed down the shore, sometimes upon the old and broken flume that runs along the seaward face of the hills that rise from the beach, or sometimes upon the beach itself, stepping from boulder to boulder, or holding along at the edge of the water upon reaches of white, hard sand. The beach was solitary, not a soul was in sight. Close at hand, to landward, great hills, bare and green, shut off the sky, and here and there the land came tumbling down into the sea in great, jagged, craggy rocks, knee-deep in swirling foam, and all black with wet. The air was full of the prolonged thunder of the surf, and at intervals seabirds passed overhead with an occasional piping cry. Wreckage was tumbled about here and there, and innumerable coconut shards, huge, brown cups of fuzzy bark, lay underfoot and in the crevices of the rocks. They found a jellyfish, a pulpy, translucent mass, and once even caught a sight of a seal in the hollow of a breaker, with sleek and shining head, his barbels bristling, and heard his hoarse croaking bark as he hunted the offshore fish. Blix refused to allow Kandai to help her in the least. She was quite as active and strong as he, and clambered from rock to rock and over the shattered scantling of the flume with the vigor and agility of a young boy. She mudded her shoes to the very tops, scratched her hands, tore her skirt, and even twisted her ankle, but her little eyes were never so bright, nor was the pink flush of her cheeks ever more adorable. And she was never done talking, a veritable chatterbox. She saw everything and talked about everything she saw, quite indifferent as to whether or no Kandai listened. Now it was a queer bit of seaweed, now it was a group of gulls clamoring over a dead fish, now a purple starfish, now a breaker of unusual size. Her splendid vitality carried her away. She was excited, alive to her very fingertips, vibrant to the least sensation, quivering to the least impression. "Let's get up here and sit down somewhere," said Kandai at length. They left the beach and climbed up the slope of the hills, near a point where a long arm of land thrust out into the sea and shut off the wind. A path was there, and they followed it for a few yards, till they had come to a little amphitheater surrounded with blackberry bushes. Here they sat down, Blix settling herself on an old log with a little sigh of contentment, Kandai stretching himself out, a new-lighted pipe in his teeth, his head resting on the little handbag he had persistently carried ever since morning. Then Blix fell suddenly silent, and for a long time the two sat there without speaking, absorbed in the enjoyment of looking at the enormous green hills rolling down to the sea, the breakers thundering at the beach, the gashed pinnacles of rock, the vast reach of the Pacific, and the distant prospect of the old fort at the entrance of the Golden Gate. "We might be 1,000 miles away from the city, for all the looks of it, might not we?" Kandai said Blix after a while, "and I am that hungry, it must be nearly noon." For answer, Kandai sat up with profound gravity, and with a great air of nonchalance opened the handbag, and instead of shoes took out first a pint bottle of claret, then devilish ham sandwiches in oiled paper, a bottle of stuffed olives, a great bag of salted almonds, 2 little tumblers, a paper-covered novel, and a mouth organ. Blix fairly crowed with delight, clasping her hands upon her knees, and rocking to and fro where she sat upon the log. "Oh, Kandai, and you thought of a lunch, you said it was shoes, and you remembered I loved stuffed olives, too, and a book to read. What is it, the 7 C's? No, I never was so happy. But the mouth organ, what's that for?" "To play on. What did you think it was a can opener? Blix choked with merriment over his foolery, and Kandai added proudly, "Look there, I made those sandwiches." They looked as though he had great, fat chunks of bread, the crust still on, the devilish ham in thick strata between, and positively he had buttered the bread. But it was all one with them. They ate as though at a banquet, and Blix even took off her hat and hung it upon one of the nearby bushes. Of course Kandai had forgotten a corkscrew. He tried to dig out the cork of the claret bottle with his knife until he had broken both blades and was about to give up in despair, when Blix, at the end of her patience, took the bottle from him and pushed in the cork with her finger. "Wine, music, literature, and feasting," observed Kandai. "We are getting regularly luxurious, just like Sardanapalus." But Kandai himself had suddenly entered into an atmosphere of happiness, the like of which he had never known or dreamed of before. He loved Blix, had just discovered it. He loved her because she was so genuine, so radiantly fresh and strong, loved her because she liked the things that he liked, because they too looked at the world from precisely the same point of view, hating shams and affectations, happy in the things that were simple and honest and natural. He loved her because she liked his books, appreciating the things therein that he appreciated, liking what he liked, disapproving of what he condemned. He loved her because she was 19, and because she was so young and unspoiled, and was happy just because the ocean was blue and the morning fine. He loved her because she was so pretty, because of the softness of her yellow hair, because of her round, white forehead and pink cheeks, because of her little dark brown eyes, with that look in them as if she were just done smiling or just about to smile, one could not say which. Loved her because of her good, firm mouth and chin, because of her full neck and its high, tight bands of white satin. And he loved her because her arms were strong and round, and because she wore the great dog collar around her trim, firm corseted waist, and because there emanated from her with every movement a barely perceptible, delicious feminine odor that was in part perfume, but mostly a subtle, vague aroma, charming beyond words, that came from her mouth, her hair, her neck, her arms, her whole sweet personality. And he loved her because she was herself, because she was Blix, because of that strange, sweet influence that was disengaged from her in those quiet moments when she seemed so close to him, when some unnamed, mysterious sixth sense in him stirred and woke and told him of her goodness, of her clean purity and womanliness, and that certain, vague tenderness in him went out toward her, a tenderness not for her only, but for all the good things of the world, and he felt his nobler side rousing up and the awakening of the desire to be his better self. Covertly he looked at her as she sat near him, her yellow hair rolling and blowing back from her forehead, her hands clasped over her knee, looking out over the ocean, thoughtful, her eyes wide. She had told him she did not love him. Kandai remembered that perfectly well. She was sincere in the matter. She did not love him. That subject had been once and for all banished from their intercourse. And it was because of that very reason that their companionship of the last 3 or 4 months had been so charming. She looked upon him merely as a chum. She had not changed in the least from that time until now, whereas Hughie, all his world was new for him that morning. Why, he loved her so, she had become so dear to him, that the very thought of her made his heart swell and leap. But he must keep all this to himself. If he spoke to her, told her of how he loved her, it would spoil and end their companionship upon the instant. They had both agreed upon that, they had tried the other, and it had worked out. As lovers they had wearied of each other, as chums they had been perfectly congenial, thoroughly and completely happy. Kandai set his teeth. It was a hard situation. He must choose between bringing an end to this charming comradeship of theirs, or else fight back all show of love for her, keep it down and underhand, and that at a time when every nerve of him quivered like a smitten harp-string. It was not in him or in his temperament to love her calmly, quietly, or at a distance. He wanted the touch of her hand, the touch of her cool, smooth cheek, the delicious aroma of her breath in his nostrils, her lips against his, her hair and all its fragrance in his face. "Kandai, what's the matter?" Blix was looking at him with an expression of no little concern. "What are you frowning so about and clenching your fists? And you are pale too. What's gone wrong?" He shot a glance at her and bestirred himself sharply. "Is not this a jolly little corner?" he said. "Blix, how long is it before you go?" 6 weeks from tomorrow." And you are going to be gone for years. Maybe you never will come back. Cannot tell what will happen in 4 years. Where's the blooming mouth organ? But the mouth organ was full of crumbs. Kandai could not play on it. To all his efforts, it responded only by gasps, mournfulest death rattles, and lamentable wails. Kandai hurled it into the sea. Well, where's the blooming book, then? He demanded. You are sitting on it, Blix. Here, read something in it. Open it anywhere. No, you read to me. I will not. Have not I done enough? Did not I buy the book and get the lunch, and make the sandwiches, and pay the car fare? I think this expedition will cost me pretty near $3 before we are through with the day. No, the least you can do is to read to me. Here, we will match for it. Kandai drew a dime from his pocket and Blix a quarter from her purse. You are matching me, she said. Kandai tossed the coin and lost, and Blix said, as he picked up the book, for a man that has such unvarying bad luck as you, gambling is just simple madness. You and I have never played a game of poker, yet that I have not won every cent of money you had. Yes, and what are you doing with it all? Spending it, she returned loftily, gloves and veils and lace pins, all kinds of things. But Kandai knew the way she spoke that this was not true. For the next hour or so he read to her from the 7 seas, while the afternoon passed, the wind stirring the chaparral and blackberry bushes in the hollows of the huge, bare hills, the surf rolling and grumbling on the beach below, the seabirds wheeling overhead. Blix listened intently, but Kandai could not have told of what he was reading. Living was better than reading, life was better than literature, and his newfound love for her was poetry enough for him. He read so that he might not talk to her or look at her, for it seemed to him at times as though some second self in him would speak and betray him in spite of his best efforts. Never before in all his life had he been so happy, never before had he been so troubled. He began to jumble the lines and words as he read, overrunning periods, even turning 2 pages at once. What a splendid line, Blix exclaimed. What line? What are you talking about? Blix, let's always remember today. Let's make a promise, no matter what happens or where we are, let's always write to each other on the anniversary of today. What do you say? Yes, I will promise you. I will promise faithfully. Oh, I will never forget today, Norris. Yes, I will promise you today. Blix, where's that damn book gone? Kandai. Well, I cannot find the book. You are sitting on it again. Confound the book anyway, let's walk some more. We have a long ways to go if we are to get home in time for supper. Let's go to Luna's for supper. I never saw such a girl as you to think of ways for spending money. What kind of a purse-proud plutocrat do you think I am? I have only 75 cents left. How much have you got? Blix had 55 cents in her purse, and they had a grave council over their finances. They had just enough for car fare and 2 suppers Mexican, with 10 cents left over. That's for Richard's tip, said Blix. That's for my cigar, he retorted. You made me give him 50 cents. You said it was the least I could offer him, noblesse oblige. Well then, I could not offer him a dime, do not you see? I will tell him we are broke this time. They started home, not as they had come, but climbing the hill and going across a breezy open down, radiant with blue iris, wild heliotrope, yellow poppies, and even a violet here and there. A little further on they gained one of the roads of the reservation, red earth smooth as a billiard table, and just at an angle where the road made a sharp elbow and trended cityward, they paused for a moment and looked down and back at the superb view of the ocean, the vast half-moon of land, and the rolling hills in the foreground tumbling down toward the beach and all spangled with wild flowers. Some 15 minutes later, they reached the golf links. We can go across the links, said Kandai, and strike any number of car lines on the other side. They left the road and struck across the links, Kandai smoking his new-lighted pipe. But as they came around the edge of a long line of eucalyptus trees near the teeing ground, a warning voice suddenly called out. For! Kandai and Blix looked up sharply, and there in a group not 20 feet away, in tweeds and knickers, in smart, short golfing skirts and plaid cloaks, they saw young Sargent and his sister, 2 other girls whom they knew as members of the fashionable set, and Jack Carter in the act of swinging his driving iron. Chapter 11. As the clock in the library of the club struck midnight, Kandai laid down his pen, shoved the closely written sheets of paper from him, and leaned back in his chair, his fingers to his tired eyes. He was sitting at a desk in one of the further corners of the room and shut off by a great Japanese screen. He was in his shirt sleeves, his hair was tumbled, his fingers ink-stained, and his face a little pale. Since late in the evening, he had been steadily writing. 3 chapters of In Defiance of Authority were done, and he was now at work on the 4th. The day after the excursion to the Presidio, that wonderful event, which seemed to Kandai to mark the birthday of some new man within him, the idea had suddenly occurred to him that Captain Jack's story of the Club of the Exiles, the Boom Restaurant, and the filibustering expedition was precisely the novel of adventure of which the Centennial Company had spoken. At once he had set to work upon it, with an enthusiasm that, with shut teeth, he declared would not be lacking in energy. The story would have to be written out of his business hours. That meant he would have to give up his evenings to it. But he had done this, and for nearly a week had settled himself to his task in the quiet corner of the club at 8 o'clock, and held to it resolutely until 12. The first 2 chapters had run off his pen with delightful ease. The third came harder. The events and incidents of the story became confused and contradictory. The character of Billy Isham obstinately refused to take the prominent place which Kandai had designed for him. And with the beginning of the 4th chapter, Kandai had finally come to know the enormous difficulties, the exasperating complications, the discouragements that begin anew with every paragraph, the obstacles that refuse to be surmounted, and all the pain, the labor, the downright mental travail and anguish that fall to the lot of the writer of novels. To write a short story with the end in plain sight from the beginning was an easy matter compared to the upbuilding, grain by grain, atom by atom, of the fabric of In Defiance of Authority. Kandai soon found that there was but one way to go about the business. He must shut his eyes to the end of his novel That Farof, divine Aventan take his task chapter by chapter, even paragraph by paragraph, grinding out the tale, as it were, by main strength, driving his pen from line to line, hating the effort, happy only with the termination of each chapter, and working away, hour by hour, minute by minute, with the dogged, sullen, hammer-rantongue's obstinacy of the galley slave, scourged to his daily toil. At times the tale, apparently out of sheer perversity, would come to a full stop. To write another word seemed beyond the power of human ingenuity, and for an hour or more Kandai would sit scowling at the half-written page, gnawing his nails, scouring his hair, dipping his pen into the inkwell, and squaring himself to the sheet of paper, all to no purpose. There was no pleasure in it for him. A character once fixed in his mind, a scene once pictured in his imagination, and even before he had written a word, the character lost the charm of its novelty, the scene the freshness of its original conception. Then, with infinite painstaking and with a patience little short of miraculous, he must slowly build up, brick by brick, the plan his brain had outlined in a single instant. It was all work-hard, disagreeable, laborious work, and no juggling with phrases, no false notions as to the delight of creation could make it appear otherwise. And for what, he muttered as he rose, rolled up his sheaf of manuscript, and put on his coat. What do I do it for? I do not know. It was beyond question that, had he begun his novel 3 months before this time, Kandai would have long since abandoned the hateful task. But Blix had changed all that. A sudden male force had begun to develop in Kandai. A master emotion had shaken him, and he had commenced to see and to feel the serious, more abiding, and perhaps the sterner side of life. Blix had steadied him, there was no denying that. He was not quite the same boyish, harebrained fellow who had made a buffoon of himself in the Chinese restaurant 3 months before. The cars had stopped running by the time Kandai reached the street. He walked home and flung himself to bed, his mind tired, his nerves unstrung, and all the blood of his body apparently concentrated in his brain. Working at night, after writing all day long, was telling upon him, and he knew it. What with his work and his companionship with Blix, Kandai soon began to drop out of his wonted place in his set. He was obliged to decline one invitation after another that would take him out in the evening, and instead of lunching at his club with Sergeant or George Hands, as he had been accustomed to do at one time, he fell into another habit of lunching with Blix at the flat on Washington Street. and spending the 2 hours allowed to him in the middle of the day in her company. Kandai's desertion of them was often spoken of by the men of his club with whom he had been at one time so intimate, and the subject happened to be brought up again one noon when Jack Carter was in the club as George Hand's guest. Hands, Carter, and Eckert were at one of the windows over their after-dinner cigars and liqueurs. "I say," said Eckert suddenly, "who's that girl across the street there, the one in black, just going by that furrier's sign? I have seen her somewhere before. Know who it is?" "That's Miss Bessemer, is not it?" said George Hands, leaning forward. "Rather a stunning-looking girl." "Yes, that's Travis Bessemer," assented Jack Carter, adding a moment later, "It's too bad about that girl." "What's the matter?" asked Eckert. Carter lifted a shoulder. "Is not anything the matter as far as I know, only somehow the best people have dropped her. She used to be received everywhere." "Come to think, I have not seen her out much this season," said Eckert. "But I heard she had bolted from society with the big S and was going east to study medicine, I believe." "I have always noticed," said Carter with a smile, "that so soon as a girl is declassy, she develops a purpose in life and gets earnest, and all that sort of thing." "Oh well, come," growled George Hands, "Travis Bessemer is not declassy." "I did not say she was," answered Carter, "but she has made herself talked about a good deal lately. Going around with Rivers, as she does, is not the most discreet thing in the world. Of course, it's all right, but it all makes talk, and I came across them by a grove of trees out on the links the other day." "Yes," observed Sargent, leaning on the back of Carter's armchair. "Yes, and I noticed, too, that she cut you dead. You fellows should have been there," he went on, in perfect good humor, turning to the others. "You missed a good little scene." Rivers and Miss Bessemer had been taking a tramp over the reservation, and, by the way, it's a great place to walk, so my sister tells me. She and Dick Forsyth take a constitutional out there every Saturday morning. Well, as I was saying, Rivers and Miss Bessemer came upon our party rather unexpectedly. We were all togged out in our golfing bags, and I presume we looked more like Taylor's models, posing for the gallery, than people who were taking an outing. But Rivers and Miss Bessemer had been regularly exercising, looked as though they had done their 15 miles since morning. They had their old clothes on, and they were dusty and muddy. You would have thought that a young girl such as Miss Bessemer Isfer, she's very young, would have been a little embarrassed at running up against such a spick and span lot as we were. Not a bit of it, did not lose her poise for a moment. She bowed to my sister and to me, as though from the top of a drag, by Jove, and as though she were fresh from Redfern and Virat. You know, a girl that can manage herself that way is a thoroughbred. She even remembered to cut little Johnny Carter here, because Johnny forced himself upon her one night at a dance when he was drunk. Did not she, Johnny? Johnny came up to her there, out on the links, fresh as a daisy, and put out his hand with, 'Why, how do you do, Miss Bessemer? And wherever did you come from? And I have not seen you in so long.' And she says, 'No, not since our last dance, I believe, Mr. Carter,' and looked at his hand as though it was something funny. Little Johnny mumbled and flushed and stammered and backed off, and it was well that he did, because Rivers had begun to get red around the wattles. I say, the little girl is a thoroughbred, and my sister wants to give her a dinner as soon as she comes out. But Johnny says she's declassy, so maybe my sister had better think it over." "I did not say she was declassy," exclaimed Carter. "I only said she would do well to be more careful." Sargent shifted his cigar to the other corner of his mouth, one eye shut to avoid the smoke. "One might say as much of lots of people," he answered. "I do not like your tone," Carter flared out. "Oh, go to the devil, Johnny. Shall we all have a drink?" On the Friday evening of that week, Kandai set himself to his work at his accustomed hour. But he had had a hard day on the Times supplement, and his brain, like an overdriven horse, refused to work. In half an hour he had not written a paragraph. "I thought it would be better, in the end, to loaf for one evening," he explained to Blix, some 20 minutes later, as they settled themselves in the little dining room. "I can go at it better tomorrow. See how you like this last chapter." Blix was enthusiastic over, in defiance of authority. Kandai had told her the outline of the story and had read to her each chapter as he finished it. "It's the best thing you have ever done, Kandai, and you know it. I suppose it has faults, but I do not care anything about them. It's the story itself that's so interesting. After that first chapter of the Boom Restaurant and the Exiles Club, nobody would want to lay the book down. You are doing the best work of your life so far, and you stick to it. It's grinding out copy for the supplement at the same time that takes all the starch out of me. You have no idea what it means to write all day, and then sit down and write all evening. I wish you could get off the Times, said Blix. You are just giving the best part of your life to hack work, and now it's interfering with your novel. I know you could do better work on your novel if you did not have to work on the Times, could not you? Oh, if you come to that, of course I could, he answered. But they will not give me a vacation. I was sounding the editor on it day before yesterday. No, I will have to manage somehow to swing the two together. Well, let's not talk shop now. Kandai, you need a rest. Do you want to play poker? They played for upward of an hour that evening, and Kandai, as usual, lost. His luck was positively astonishing. During the last 2 months, he had played poker with Blix on an average of 3 or 4 evenings in the week, and at the close of every game, it was Blix who had all the chips. Blix had come to know the game quite as well, if not better, than he. She could almost invariably tell when Kandai held a good hand, but on her part could assume an air of indifference absolutely inscrutable. Cards, said Kandai, picking up the deck after the deal. I will stand pat, Kandai. The deuce you say, he answered with a stare. I will take 3. I will pass it up to you, continued Blix gravely. Well, I will bet you 5 chips. Raise you 20. Kandai studied his hand, laid down the cards, picked them up again, scratched his head, and moved uneasily in his place. Then he threw down 2 high pairs. No, he said, I will not see you. What did you have? Let's see, just for the fun of it. Blix spread her cards on the table. Not a blessed thing, exclaimed Kandai, I might have known it. There's my last $1 gone too. Lend me 50 cents, Blix. Blix shook her head. Why, what a little niggard, he exclaimed aggrievedly. I will pay them all back to you. Now why should I lend you money to play against me? I will not give you a chip, and besides, I do not want to play any more. Let's stop. I have a mind to stop for good, stop playing even with you. Blix gave a little cry of joy. Oh, Kandai, could you, and never touch a card again, never play for money. I would be so happy, but do not unless you know you would keep your promise. I would much rather have you play every night down there at your club than break your promise. Kandai fell silent, biting thoughtfully at the knuckle of a forefinger. Think twice about it, Kandai urged Blix, because this would be for always. Kandai hesitated, then abstractedly and as though speaking to himself. It's different now. Before we took that 3 months ago, I do not say. It was harder for me to quit then, but no, well, everything is different now, and it would please you, Blixie. More than anything else I can think of, Kandai. He gave her his hand. That settles it, he said quietly. I will never gamble again, Blix. Blix gripped his hand hard, then jumped up, and with a quick breath of satisfaction, gathered up the cards and chips and flung them into the fireplace. Oh, I am so glad that's over with, she exclaimed, her little eyes dancing. I have pretended to like it, but I have hated it all the time. You do not know how I have hated it. What men can see in it to make them sit up all night long is beyond me. And you truly mean, Kandai, that you never will gamble again? Yes, I know you mean it this time. Oh, I am so happy I could sing. Good heavens, do not do that, he cried quickly. You are a nice, amiable girl, Blix, even if you are not pretty, and you. Oh, bother you, she retorted, but you promise. On my honors. That's enough, she said quietly. But even when loafing as he was this evening, Kandai could not rid himself of the thought and recollection of his novel. Resting or writing, it haunted him. Otherwise, he would not have been the storywriter that he was. From now on, until he should set down the last sentence, the thing was never to let him alone, never to allow him a moment's peace. He could think of nothing else, could talk of nothing else. Every faculty of his brain, every sense of observation or imagination incessantly concentrated themselves upon this one point. As they sat in the bay window watching the moon rise, His mind was still busy with it, and he suddenly broke out. I ought to work some kind of a treasure into the yarn. What's a story of adventure without a treasure? By Jove, Blix, I wish I could give my whole time to this stuff. It's ripping good material, and it ought to be handled as carefully as glass. Ought to be worked up, you know. Kandai, said Blix, looking at him intently, what is it stands in your way of leaving the Times? Would they take you back if you left them long enough to write your novel? You could write it in a month, could not you, if you had nothing else to do? Suppose you left them for a month, would they hold your place for you? Yes, I think they would, but in the meanwhile, Blix, there's the rub. I have never saved a cent out of my salary. When I stop, my pay stops, and wherewithal would I be fed? What are you looking for in that drawer? Matches? Here, I have got a match. Blix faced about at the sideboard, shutting the drawer by leaning against it. In both hands, she held one of the Delft sugar bowls. She came up to the table and emptied its contents upon the blue denim table covered or 3 gold pieces, some 15 silver dollars, and a handful of small change. Disregarding all Kandai's inquiries, she counted it, making little piles of the gold and silver and nickel pieces. 35 and 7 is 42, she murmured, counting off on her fingers, and 6 is 48, and 10 is 58, and 10 is 68, and here is 10, 20, 30, 55 cents in change. She thrust it all toward him, across the table. There, she said, is your wherewithal. Kandai stared. My wherewithal, he muttered. It ought to be enough for over a month. Where did you get all that? Whose is it? It's your money, Kandai. You loaned it to me, and now it has come in very handy. I loaned it to you. It's the money I won from you during the time you have been playing poker with me. You did not know it would amount to so much, did you? Sure, I will not touch it, he exclaimed, drawing back from the money as though it was red-hot. Yes, you will, she told him. I have been saving it up for you, Kandai, every penny of it, from the first day we played down there at the lake, and I always told myself that the moment you made up your mind to quit playing, I would give it back to you. Why, the very idea, he vociferated, his hands deep in his pockets, his face scarlet. It's preposterous, Blix. I will not let you talk about it, even I will not touch a nickel of that money. But Blix, you are the finest woman I ever knew. You are a man's woman, that's what you are. He set his teeth. If you loved a man, you would be a regular pal to him, you would back him up, you would stand by him till the last gun was fired. I could do anything if a woman like you cared for me. Why, Blix, you have not any idea. He cleared his throat, stopping abruptly. But you must take this money, she answered. Your money. If you did not, Kandai, it would make me out nothing more nor less than a gambler. I would not have dreamed of playing cards with you if I had ever intended to keep 1 penny of your money. From the very start, I intended to keep it for you and give it back to you so soon as you would stop. And now you have a chance to put this money to good use. You do not have to stay on the Times now. You cannot do your novel justice while you are doing your hack work at the same time, and I do so want in defiance of authority to be a success. I have faith in you, Kandai. I know if you got the opportunity you would make a success. But you and I have played like 2 men playing, exclaimed Kandai. How would it look if Sergeant, say, should give me back the money he had won from me? What a cad I would be to take it. That's just it, we have not played like 2 men. Then I would have been a gambler. I have played with you because I thought it would make a way for you to break off with the habit, and knowing as I did how fond you were of playing cards, and how bad it was for you, how wicked it would have been for me to have played with you in any other spirit. Do not you see? And as it has turned out, you have given up playing, and you have enough money to make it possible for you to write your novel. The Centennial Company have asked you to try a story of adventure for them. You have found one that is splendid. You are just the man who could handle it, and now you have got the money to make it possible. Kandai, she exclaimed suddenly, do not you see your chance? Are not you a big enough man to see your chance when it comes? And besides, do you think I would take money from you? Cannot you understand? If you do not take this money that belongs to you, you would insult me. That is just the way I would feel about it. You must see that. If you care for me at all, you will take it. The editor of the Sunday supplement put his toothpick behind his ear and fixed Kandai with his eyeglasses. Well, it's like this, Rivers, he said. Of course, you know your own business best. If you stay on here with us, it will be all right. But I may as well tell you that I do not believe I can hold your place for a month. I cannot get a man in here to do your work for just a month, and then fire him out at the end of that time. I do not like to lose you, but if you have an opportunity to get in on another paper during this vacation of yours, you are at liberty to do so for all of me. Then you think my chance of coming back here would be pretty slim if I leave for a month now. That's right. There was a silence. Kandai hesitated, then he rose. I will take the chance, he announced. To Blix that evening, as he told her of the affair, he said, It's neck or nothing now, Blix. Chapter 12. But did Blix care for him? In the retired corner of his club, shut off by the Japanese screen, or going up and down the city to and from his work, or sitting with her in the bay window of the little dining room looking down upon the city, blurred in the twilight or radiant with the sunset, Kandai asked himself the question. A score of times each day he came to a final, definite, negative decision, and a score of times reopened the whole subject. Beyond the fact that Blix had enjoyed herself in his company during the last months, Kandai could find no sign or trace of encouragement, and for that matter he told himself that the indications pointed rather in the other direction. She had no compunction in leaving him to go away to New York, perhaps never to return. In less than a month now, all their companionship was to end, and he would probably see the last of her. He dared not let her know that at last he had really come to love her, that it was no pretense now, for he knew that with such declaration their good times would end even before she should go away. But every day, every hour that they were together made it harder for him to keep himself within bounds. What with this trouble on his mind and the grim determination with which he held to his work, Kandai changed rapidly. Blix had steadied him, and a certain earnestness and seriousness of purpose, a certain strength he had not known before, came swiftly into being. Was Blix to go away, leave him perhaps for all time, and not know how much he cared? Would he speak before she went? Kandai did not know. It was a question that circumstances would help him to decide. He would not speak, so he resolved, unless he was sure that she cared herself, and if she did, she herself would give him a cue, a hint whereon to speak. But days went by, the time set for Blix's departure drew nearer and nearer, and yet she gave him not the slightest sign. These two interests had now absorbed his entire life, for the moment his love for Blix and his novel, little by little in defiance of authority, took shape. The Boom Restaurant and the Club of the Exiles were disposed of, Billy Isham began to come to the front, the filibustering expedition and Senora Estrada with her torn calling card had been introduced, and the expedition was ready to put to sea. But here, a new difficulty was encountered. What do I know about ships? Kandai confessed to Blix. If Billy Isham is going to command a filibustering schooner, I have got to know something about a schooner repair too anyhow. I have got to know nautical lingo, the real thing, you know. I do not believe a real sailor ever in his life said belay there or avast. We will have to go out and see Captain Jack, get some more technical detail. This move was productive of the most delightful results. Captain Jack was all on fire with interest the moment that Kandai and Blix told him of the idea. And you are going to put Billy Isham in a book? Well, strike me straight, that's a snorkin' good idea. I have always said that all Billy needed was a ticket seller and an advance agent, and he was a whole show in himself. We are going to send it east, said Blix, as soon as it's finished, and have it published. Well, it ought to make prime readin', miss, and that's a good fetchin' title in defiance of authority. Regularly Wednesday and Sunday afternoons, Blix and Kandai came out to the lifeboat station. Captain Jack received them in sweater and visored cap and ushered them into the front room. Well, how's the yarn getting on? Captain Jack would ask. Then Kandai would read the last chapter while the captain paced the floor, frowning heavily, smoking cigars, listening to every word. Kandai told the story in the first person, as if Billy Isham's partner were narrating scenes and events in which he himself had moved. Kandai called this protagonist Burke Caswin and was rather proud of the name, but the captain would none of it. Caswin, the protagonist, was simply our mug. Now, Kandai would say, notebook in hand, now, Cap, we have got down to Mazatlan. Now I want to sort of organize the expedition in this next chapter. I see, Captain Jack would exclaim, interested at once. Wait a bit till I take off my shoes. I can think better with my shoes off, and having removed his shoes, he would begin to pace the room in his stocking feet, puffing fiercely on his cigar as he warmed to the tale, blowing the smoke out through either ear, gesturing savagely, his face flushed and his eyes kindling. Well now, let's see. First thing our mug does when he gets to Mazatlan is to communicate his arrival to Senora Estradate Legraff's, you know, and by the way, have him use a cipher. What kind of cipher? Count 3 letters on from the right letter, C. If you were spelling boat, for instance, you would begin with an E, the third letter after B, then R for the O, being the third letter from O. So you would spell boat, Erdwa, and Senora Estrada knows when she gets that dispatch that she must count 3 letters back from each letter to get the right ones. Take now such a cipher word as Julio, that means rifle. Count 3 letters back from each letter of Julio and it will spell rifle. You can make up a lot of dispatches like that just to have the thing look natural, savvy. Out of sight, muttered Kandai, making a note. Then our mug and Billy Isham start getting a crew. And our mug, he buys the sextant there in Mazatlan's sextant that got out of order and spoiled everything. Or no, do not have it a sextant, have it a quadranton old-fashioned ebony quadrant. Have Billy Isham buy it because it was cheap. How did it get out of order, Captain Jack? Inquired Blix. That would be a good technical detail, would not it, Kandai? Well, it's like this. Our mug and Billy get a schooner that's so bally small that they have to do their cooking in the cabin, quadrants on a rack over the stove, and the heat warps the joints. So when our mug takes his observation, he gets 50 miles off his course and raises the land where the government forces are watching for him. And here's another point, Cap, said Kandai. We ought to work some kind of a treasure into this yarn. Cannot you think up something new and original in the way of a treasure? I do not want the old game of a buried chest of money. Let's have him get track of something that's worth a fortune as something novel. Yes, yes, I see the idea, answered the captain, striding over the floor with great thuds of his stockinged feet. Now, let's see, let me think, he began, rubbing all his hair the wrong way. We want something new and queer, something that ain't ever been written up before. I tell you what, here it is. Have our mug get wind of a little river schooner that sunk 50 years before his time in one of the big South American rivers. During a flood I heard of this myself. Schooner went down and was buried 20 feet under mud and sand. And since that time you know how the big rivers act. Whole blessed course of the river has changed at that point, and the schooner is on dry land, or rather 20 feet under it, and as sound as the day she was chartered. Well, have it that when she sank she had aboard of her a cargo of 500 cases of whiskey, prime stuff, 7,000 quart bottles, sealed up tight as drums. Now our mugner Billy Isham either the ain't born yesterday. No, sir, they are right next to themselves. They figure this way. This here whiskey's been kept 50 years without being moved. Now, what do you suppose 7,000 quart bottles of 50-year-old whiskey would be worth? Why, $20 a quart would not be too fancy. So there you are, there's your treasure. Our mug and Billy Isham have only got to dig through 20 feet of sand to pick up $100,000 if they can find the schooner. Blix clapped her hands with a little cry of delight, and Kandai smote a knee, exclaiming, By Jove, that's as good as Loudon Dodd's opium ship. Why, Cap, you are a treasure in yourself for a fellow looking for stories. Then after the notes were taken and the story talked over, Captain Jack, especially if the day happened to be Sunday, would insist upon their staying to dinner boiled beef and cabbage, smoking coffee and pickles that K500 be served in the little brick-paved kitchen in the back of the station. The crew messed in their quarters overhead. K500 B herself was not uninteresting. Her respectability encased her like armor plate, and she never laughed without putting 3 fingers to her lips. She told them that she had at one time been a costume reader. A costume reader? Yes, reading extracts from celebrated authors in the appropriate costume of the character. It used to pay very well, and it was very refined. I used to do In a Balcony by Mr. Browning and Lasca the same evening, and it always made a hit. I would do In a Balcony first, and I would put on a Louis XV 15th gown and wig to match over a female cowboy outfit. When I would finished In a Balcony, I would do an exit and shunt the gown and wig to match and come on as Lasca with thunder noises off. It was one of the strongest effects in my repertoire, and it always got me a curtain call. And Captain Jack would wag his head and murmur, "Extraordinary, extraordinary." Blix and Kandai soon noted that upon the occasion of each one of their visits, K500, B found means to entertain them at great length with long discussions upon certain subjects of curiously diversified character. Upon their first visit, she elected to talk upon the Alps mountains. The Sunday following it was bacteriology. On the next Wednesday it was crystals, while for 2 hours during their next visit to the station, Kandai and Blix were obliged to listen to K500, BS interminable discourse on the origin, history, and development of the Kingdom of Denmark. Kandai was dumbfounded. "I never met such a person, man or woman, in all my life. Talk about education. Why, I think she knows everything." In defiance of authority, soon began to make good progress, but Kandai, once launched upon technical navigation, must have Captain Jack at his elbow continually to keep him from foundering. In some sea novel, he remembered to have come across the expression garboard streak, and from the context guessed it was to be applied to a detail of a vessel's construction. In an unguarded moment, he had written that his schooner's name was painted in showy gilt letters upon her garboard streak. "What's the garboard streak, Kandai?" Blix had asked when he had read the chapter to her. "That's where they paint her name," he declared promptly. "I do not know exactly, but I like the sound of it." But the next day, when he was reading this same chapter to Captain Jack, the latter suddenly interrupted with an exclamation as of acute physical anguish. "What's that? Read that last over again," he demanded. When they had come within a few boats' lengths, read Kandai, they were able to read the schooner's name, painted in showy gilt letters upon her garboard streak. "My God," gasped the captain, clasping his head. Then, with a shout, "Garboard streak, garboard streak. Do not you know that the garboard streak is the last plank next the keel? You mean counter, not garboard streak. That regularly gravelled me, that did." They stayed to dinner with the couple that afternoon, and for half an hour afterward, K500 B told them of the wonders of the caves of Elephantes. One would have believed that she had actually been at the place, but when she changed the subject to the science of fortification, Blix could no longer restrain herself. "But it is really wonderful that you should know all these things. Where did you find time to study so much?" "One must have an education," returned K500 B primly. But Kandai had caught sight of a half-filled bookshelf against the opposite wall and had been suddenly smitten with an inspiration. On a leaf of his notebook he wrote, "Try her on the G's and H's," and found means to show it furtively to Blix. But Blix was puzzled, and at the earliest opportunity Kandai himself said to the retired costume reader, "Speaking of fortifications, Mrs. Hoskins, Gibraltar now that's a wonderful rock, is not it?" "Rock?" she queried. "I thought it was an island." "Oh no, it's a fortress. They have a castle there, a castle, something like, well, like the old Schloss at Heidelberg. Did you ever hear about or read about Heidelberg University?" But K500 B was all abroad now. Gibraltar and Heidelberg were unknown subjects to her, as were also inoculation, Japan, and Kosciuszko. Above the G's she was sound, below that point her ignorance was benighted. "But what is it, Kandai?" demanded Blix as soon as they were alone. "I have the idea," he answered, chuckling. "Wait till after Sunday to see if I am right, then I will tell you. It's $1 to a paper dime, K500. B will have something for us by Sunday, beginning with an 1. And she had. It was internal revenue." "Right, right," Kandai shouted gleefully as he and Blix were on their way home. "I knew it. She's done with Ashbal, Balkar, and all those, and has worked through Cardem and Demive. She's down to Horkin now, and she will go through the whole lot before she's done Kinmag, Magmo, Mopal, and all the rest. The encyclopedia. Do not you see it? No wonder she did not know beans about Gibraltar. She had not come to the G's by then. She's reading the encyclopedia. And she gets the volumes on the installment plan, do not you see? Reads the leading articles, and then springs 'em on us. To know things and talk about 'em, that's her idea of being cultured. One must have an education. Do you remember her saying that, oh, our matrimonial objects are panning out beyond all expectation? What a delicious, never-to-be-forgotten month it was for those two. There in the midst of life, they were as much alone as upon a tropic island. Blix had deliberately freed herself from a world that had grown distasteful to her. Kandai little by little had dropped away from his place among the men and the women of his acquaintance, and the two came and went together, living in a little world of their own creation, happy in each other's society, living only in the present, and asking nothing better than to be left alone and to their own devices. They saw each other every day. In the morning from 9 till 12, and in the afternoon until 3, Kandai worked away upon his novel, but not an evening passed that did not see him and Blix in the dining room of the little flat. Thursdays and Sunday afternoons they visited the lifeboat station, and at other times prowled about the unfrequented corners of the city, now passing an afternoon along the water front, watching the departure of a China steamer or the loading of the great steel wheat ships, now climbing the ladder-like streets of Telegraph Hill or revisiting the plaza, Chinatown and the restaurant, or taking long walks in the Presidio Reservation, watching cavalry and artillery drills, or sitting for hours on the rocks by the seashore, watching the ceaseless roll and plunge of the surf, the wheeling seabirds, and the sleek-headed seals hunting the offshore fish, happy for a half-hour when they surprised one with his prey in his teeth. One day, some 3 weeks before the end of the year, toward 2 in the afternoon, Kandai sat in his usual corner of the club, behind the screen, writing rapidly. His coat was off, and the stump of a cigar was between his teeth. At his elbow was the rectangular block of his manuscript. During the last week, the story had run from him with a facility that had surprised and delighted him. Words came to him without effort, ranging themselves into line with the promptitude of well-drilled soldiery. Sentences and paragraphs marched down the clean-swept spaces of his paper, like companies and platoons defiling upon review. His chapters were brigades that he marshaled at will, falling them in, one behind the other, each preceded by its chapter head, like an officer in the space between two divisions. In the guise of a commander-in-chief sitting his horse upon an eminence that overlooked the field of operations, Kandai at last took in the entire situation at a glance, and with the force and precision of a machine, marched his forces straight to the goal he had set for himself so long a time before. Then at length he took a fresh penful of ink, squared his elbows, drew closer to the desk, and with a single swift spurt of the pen wrote the last line of his novel, dropping the pen upon the instant and pressing the blotter over the words, as though setting a seal of approval upon the completed task. "There," he muttered between his teeth, "I have done for you." That same afternoon, he read the last chapter to Blix, and she helped him to prepare the manuscript for expressage. She insisted that it should go off that very day, and herself wrote the directions upon the outside wrapper. Then the two went down together to the Wells Fargo office, and in defiance of authority, was sent on its journey across the continent. "Now," she said, as they came out of the express office and stood for a moment upon the steps, "now there's nothing to do but wait for the Centennial Company. I do so hope we will get their answer before I go away. They ought to take it. It's just what they asked for. Do not you think they will take it, Kandai?" "Oh, bother that," answered Kandai. "I do not care whether they take it or not. How long now is it before you go, Blix?" Chapter 13. A week passed, then another. The year was coming to a close. In 10 days Blix would be gone. Letters had been received from Aunt Kim, and also an exquisite black leather traveling case, a present to her niece, full of cut-glass bottles, ebony-backed brushes, and shell combs. Blix was to leave on the 2nd day of January. In the meanwhile, she had been reading far into her first-year textbooks, underscoring and annotating, studying for hours upon such subjects as she did not understand, so that she might get hold of her work the readier when it came to classroom routine and lectures. Hers was a temperament admirably suited to the study she had chosen, self-reliant, cool, and robust. But it was not easy for her to go. Never before had Blix been away from her home. Never for longer than a week had she been separated from her father, nor from Howard and Snooky. That huge city upon the Atlantic seaboard, with its vast, fierce life, where beat the heart of the nation, and where beyond Aunt Kim she knew no friend, filled Blix with a vague sense of terror and of oppression. She was going out into a new life, a life of work and of study, a harsher life than she had yet known. Her father, her friends, her home, all these were to be left behind. It was not surprising that Blix should be daunted at the prospect of so great a change in her life, now so close at hand. But if the tears did start at times, no one ever saw them fall, and with a courage that was all her own, Blix watched the last days of the year trooping past and the approach of the new year that was to begin the new life. But Kandai was thoroughly unhappy. Those wonderful 3 months were at an end. Blix was going. In less than a week now she would be gone. He would see the last of her. Then what? He pictured himself when he had said goodbye to her and the train had lessened to a smoky blur in the distance, facing about, facing the life that must then begin for him, returning to the city alone, picking up the routine again. There would be nothing to look forward to then. He would not see Blix in the afternoon, would not sit with her in the evening in the little dining room of the flat overlooking the city and the bay, would not wake in the morning with the consciousness that before the sun would set he would see her again, be with her, and hear the sound of her voice. The months that were to follow would be one long ache, one long, harsh, colorless grind without her. How was he to get through that first evening that he must pass alone? And she did not care for him. Kandai at last knew this to be so. Even the poor solace of knowing that she too was unhappy was denied him. She had never loved him and never would. He was a chum to her, nothing more. Kandai was too clear-headed to deceive himself upon this point. The time was come for her to go away, and she had given him no sign, no cue. The last days passed. Blix's trunk was packed, her half-section engaged, her ticket bought. They said goodbye to the old places they had come to know so well: Chinatown, the Golden Balcony, the waterfront, the Lake of San Andreas, Telegraph Hill, and Lunasand had bade farewell to Ricardo and to old Richardson. They had left K500, B and Captain Jack until the last day. Blix was to go on the 2nd of January. On New Year's Day she and Kandai were to take their last walk, were to go out to the lifeboat station, and then on around the shore to the little amphitheater of blackberry bushes where they had promised always to write one another on the anniversary of their first visit, and then for the last time climb the hill and go across the breezy downs to the city. Then came the last day of the old year, the last day, but one that they would be together. They spent it in a long ramble along the waterfront, following the line of the shipping even as far as Meigs's wharf. They had come back to the flat for supper, and afterward, as soon as the family had left them alone, had settled themselves in the bay window to watch the new year in. The little dining room was dark, but for the indistinct blur of light that came in through the window, a light that was a mingling of the afterglow, the Nurisen moon, and the faint haze that the city threw off into the sky from its street lamps and electrics. From where they sat, they could look down, almost as from a tower, into the city's streets. Here a corner came into view. Further on, a great puff of green foliage, palms and pines side by side overlooked a wall. Here a street was visible for almost its entire length, like a stream of asphalt flowing down the pitch of the hill, dammed on either side by rows upon rows of houses, while further on the vague confusion of roofs and facades opened out around a patch of green lawn, the garden of some larger residence. As they looked and watched, the afterglow caught window after window, till all that quarter of the city seemed to stare up at them from 1,000 ruddy eyes. The windows seemed infinite in number, the streets endless in their complications, yet everything was deserted. At this hour the streets were empty and would remain so until daylight. Not a soul was stirring, no face looked from any of those myriads of glowing windows, no footfall disturbed the silence of those asphalt streets. There, almost within call behind those windows, shut off from those empty streets, 1,000 human lives were teeming, each the center of its own circle of thoughts and words and actions, and yet the solitude was profound, the desolation complete, the stillness unbroken by a single echo. The last night of the old year was fine. The white, clear light from a moon they could not see grew wide and clear over the city, as the last gleam of the sunset faded. It was just warm enough for the window to be open, and for nearly 3 hours Kandai and Blix sat looking down upon the city in these last moments of the passing year, feeling upon their faces an occasional touch of the breeze that carried with it the smell of trees and flowers from the gardens below them, and the faint fine taint of the ocean from far out beyond the heads. But the scene was not in reality silent. At times when they listened intently, especially when they closed their eyes, there came to them a subdued, steady burden, profound, unceasing, a vast, numb murmur, like no other sound in all the gamut of nature-eth sound of a city at night, the hum of a great, conglomerate life, wrought out there from moment to moment under the stars and under the moon, while the last hours of the old year dropped quietly away. A star fell. Sitting in the window, the two noticed it at once, and Kandai stirred for the first time in 15 minutes. "That was a very long one," he said, in a low voice. "Blix, you must write to Mew, must write each other often." "Oh yes," she answered, "we must not forget each other. We have had too good a time for that." 4 years is a long time," he went on. "Lots can happen in 4 years. Wonder what I will be doing at the end of 4 years. We have had a pleasant time while it lasted, Blix." "Have not we?" she said, her chin on her hand, the moonlight shining in her little dark brown eyes. Well, he was going to lose her. He had found out that he loved her only in time to feel the wrench of parting from her all the more keenly. What was he to do with himself after she was gone? What could he turn to in order to fill up the great emptiness that her going would leave in his daily life? And was she never to know how dear she was to him? Why not speak to her? Why not tell her that he loved her? But Kandai knew that Blix did not love him, and the knowledge of that must keep him silent. He must hug his secret to him, like the Spartan boy with his stolen fox, no matter how grievously it hurt him to do so. He and Blix had lived through 2 months of rarest, most untroubled happiness, with hardly more self-consciousness than 2 young and healthy boys. To bring that troublous, disquieting element of love between them and requited love, of all things would be a folly. She would tell him, must in all honesty tell him that she did not love him, and all their delicious camaraderie would end in a scene. Kandai, above everything, wished to look back on those 2 months, after she had gone, without being able to remember there in one single note that jarred. If the memory of her was all that he was to have, he resolved that at least that memory should be perfect. And the love of her had made a man of him, could not forget that, had given to him just the strength that made it possible for him to keep that resolute, grim silence now. In those 2 months he had grown 5 years. He was more masculine, more virile. The very set of his mouth was different. Between the eyebrows the cleft had deepened. His voice itself vibrated to a heavier note. No, so long as he should live, he, man-grown as he was, could never forget this girl of 19 who had come into his life so quietly, so unexpectedly, who had influenced it so irresistibly and so unmistakably for its betterment, and who had passed out of it with the passing of the year. For a few moments Kandai had been absent-mindedly snapping the lid of his cigarette case while he thought. Now he selected a cigarette, returned the case to his pocket, and fumbled for a match. But the little gunmetal case he carried was empty. Blix rose and groped for a moment upon the mantel-shelf, then returned and handed him a match, and stood over him while he scraped it under the arm of the chair wherein he sat. Even when his cigarette was lighted, she still stood there, looking at him, the fingers of her hands clasped in front of her, her hair, one side of her cheek, her chin, and sweet, round neck outlined by the faint blur of light that came from the open window. Then quietly she said, "Well, Kandai." "Well, Blix." "Just well," she repeated. "Is that all? Is that all you have to say to me?" He gave a great start. "Blix," he exclaimed. "Is that all, and you are going to let me go away from you for so long and say nothing more than that to me? You think you have been so careful, think you have kept your secrets so close. Kandai, do not you suppose I know? Do you suppose women are so blind? No, you do not need to tell me. I know I've known Ito for weeks." "You know what?" he exclaimed, breathless. "That you have been pretending that you did not love me. I know that you do love me, I know. You have been trying to keep it from me for fear it would spoil our good times, and because we had made up our minds to be chums and have no more foolishness. Unseen those days, when we first knew each other, I knew you did not love me when you said you did. But now, since that afternoon in the Chinese restaurant, remember, I have known that you did love me, although you pretended you did not. It was the pretense I wanted to be rid of. I wanted to be rid of it when you said you loved me and did not. And I want to be rid of it now when you pretend not to love me, and I know you do." And Blix leaned back her head as she spoke that no, looking at him from under her lids, a smile upon her lips. "It's the pretense that I will not have," she added. "We must be sincere with each other, you and one. Blix, do you love me?" Kandai had risen to his feet. His breath was coming quick. His cigarette was flung away, and his hands opened and shut swiftly. "Oh, Blixie, little girl, do you love me?" They stood there for a moment in the half-dark, facing one another, their hearts beating, their breath failing them in the tension of the instant. There in that room, high above the city, a little climax had come swiftly to a head, a crisis in two lives had suddenly developed. The moment that had been in preparation for the last few months, the last few years, the last few centuries, behold, it had arrived. "Blix, do you love me?" Suddenly it was the new year. Somewhere close at hand, a chorus of chiming church bells sang together. Far off in the direction of the wharves, where the great ocean steamships lay, came the glad, sonorous shouting of a whistle. From a nearby street, a bugle called aloud. And then from point to point, from street to rooftop, and from roof to spire, the vague murmur of many sounds grew and spread and widened, slowly, grandly. That profound and steady burden, as of an invisible organ swelling, deepening, and expanding to the full male diapason of the city aroused, and signaling the advent of another year. And they heard it, they too heard it, standing there face to face, looking into each other's eyes, that unanswered question yet between them, the question that had come to them with the turning of the year. It was the old year yet when Kandai had asked that question. In that moment's pause, while Blix hesitated to answer him, the new year had come. And while the huge, vast note of the city swelled and vibrated, she still kept silent, but only for a moment. Then she came closer to him and put a hand on each of his shoulders. "Happy New Year, dear," she said. On New Year's Day, the last day they were to be together, Blix and Kandai took their walk, as they had come to call it the walk that included the lifeboat station, the Golden Gate, the ocean beach beyond the old fort, the green, bare, flower-starred hills and downs, and the smooth levels of the golf links. Blix had been busy with the last details of her packing, and they did not get started until toward 2 in the afternoon. "Strike me," exclaimed Captain Jack, as Blix informed him that she had come to say goodbye. "Why, ain't this very sudden-like, Miss Bessemer? Hey, Kitty, come in here. Here's Miss Bessemer come to say goodbye, going to New York tomorrow." "We will regularly be lonesome without you, miss," said K500. B, as she came into the front room, bringing with her a brisk, pungent odor of boiled vegetables. "New York such a town as it must be. It was called Manhattan at first, you know, and was settled by the Dutch." Evidently K500, B had reached the ends. With such deftness as she possessed, Blix tried to turn the conversation upon the first meeting of the retired sea captain and the one-time costume reader, but all to no purpose. The matrimonial objects were perhaps a little ashamed of their personals by now, and neither Blix nor Kandai were ever to hear their version of the meeting in the back dining room of Luna's Mexican restaurant. Captain Jack was, in fact, anxious to change the subject. "Any news of the yarn yet?" He suddenly inquired of Kandai, "What do those Eastern publishin' people think of our mug and Billy Isham and the whiskey schooner?" Kandai had received the rejected manuscript of In Defiance of Authority that morning, accompanied by a letter from the Centennial Company. "Well," he said in answer, "they are not, as you might say, falling over themselves trying to see who will be the first to print it. It's been returned." "The devil you say," responded the captain. "Well, that's kind of disappointin' to you, ain't it?" But Blix hastened to add, "We are not at all discouraged. We are going to send it off again right away." Then she said, "Goodbye to them." "I dunno as you will see me here when you come back, miss," said the captain, at the gate, his arm around K500. "B, I have got to schemin' again. Do you know," he added, in a low, confidential tone, "that all the mines in California send their cleanups and gold bricks down to the Selby smeltin' works once every week. They send 'em to San Francisco first, and they are taken up to Selby's Wednesday afternoons on a little sternwheel steamer called the Monticello. All them bricks are in a box dumped in like so much coal, and that box sets just under the wheelhouse, for'ard. How much money do you suppose them bricks represent? Well, I will tell you. Last week, they represented $780,000. Well, now I got a chart of the bay near Vallejo. The channel's all right, but there are mudflats that run out from shore 3 miles. Enough water for a white hole, but not enough for the patrol boat, for instance. 2 or 3 slick boys of a foggy night off course. I am not in that kind of game, but strike. It would be a deal now, would not it?" Do not you believe him, miss, put in K500. He's just talking to show off. I think your scheme of holding up a Cunard liner, said Kandai with great earnestness, is more feasible. You could lay across her course and fly a distress signal. She would have to heave to. Yes, I've been thinking o' that. But look here, what's to prevent the liner taking right after your schooner, after you have got the stuff aboard, just following you right around and finding out where you land. She would be under contract to carry government mails, contradicted Kandai. She could not do that. You would leave her mails aboard for just that reason. You would not rob her of her mails. Just so long as she was carrying government mails, she could not stop. The captain clapped his palm down upon the gatepost. Strike me straight, I never thought of that. Chapter 14. Blix and Kandai went on along the narrow road upon the edge of the salt marshes and tules that lay between the station and the Golden Gate, on to the Golden Gate itself, and around the old grime-encrusted fort to the ocean shore, with its reaches of hard white sand, where the boulders lay tumbled and the surf grumbled incessantly. The world seemed very far away from them here on the shores of the Pacific, on that first afternoon of the new year. They were supremely happy, and they sufficed to themselves. Kandai had forgotten all about the next day, when he must say goodbye to Blix. It did not seem possible, it was not within the bounds of possibility, that she was to go away, that they two were to be separated, and for that matter, tomorrow was tomorrow. It was 24 hours away. The present moment was sufficient. The persistence with which they clung to the immediate moment, their happiness in living only in the present, had brought about a rather curious condition of things between them. In their love for each other, there was no thought of marriage. They were too much occupied with the joy of being together at that particular instant to think of the future. They loved each other, and that was enough. They did not look ahead further than the following day, and then but furtively, and only in order that their morrow's parting might intensify their happiness of today. That New Year's Day was to be the end of everything. Blix was going. She and Kandai would never see each other again. The thought of marriage, with its certain responsibilities, its duties, its gravity, its vague, troublous seriousness, its inevitable disappointments, was even a little distasteful to them. Their romance had been hitherto without a flaw. They had been genuinely happy in little things. It was as well that it should end that day, in all its pristine sweetness, unsullied by a single bitter moment, undimmed by the cloud of a single disillusion or disappointment. Whatever chanced to them in later years, they could at least cherish this one memory of a pure, unselfish affection, young and unstained, and almost without thought of sex, come and gone on the very threshold of their lives. This was the end, they both understood. They were glad that it was to be so. They did not even speak again of writing to each other. They found once more the little semicircle of blackberry bushes and the fallen log, halfway up the hill above the shore, and sat there a while, looking down upon the long green rollers, marching incessantly toward the beach, and there breaking in a prolonged explosion of solid green water and flying spume. And their glance followed their succeeding ranks further and further out to sea, till the multitude blended into the vast, green, shifting mass that drew the eye on and on to the abrupt, fine line of the horizon. There was no detail in the scene. There was nothing but the great reach of the ocean floor, the unbroken plain of blue sky, and the bare green slope of Lanthry immensities, gigantic, vast, primordial. It was no place for trivial ideas and thoughts of little things. The mind harked back unconsciously to the broad, simpler, basic emotions, the fundamental instincts of the race. The huge spaces of earth and air and water carried with them a feeling of kindly but enormous forcial mental force, fresh, untutored, new and young. There was buoyancy in it, a fine breathless sense of uplifting and exhilaration, a sensation as of bigness and a return to the homely, human, natural life, to the primitive old impulses, irresistible, changeless and unhampered, old as the ocean, stable as the hills, vast as the unplumbed depths of the sky. Kandai and Blix sat still, listening, looking and watching, intellect drowsy and numb, the emotions, the senses, all alive and brimming to the surface. Vaguely they felt the influence of the moment. Something was preparing for them. From the lowest, untouched depths in the hearts of each of them, something was rising steadily to consciousness and the light of day. There is no name for such things, no name for the mystery that spans the interval between man and woman, mystery that bears no relation to their love for each other, but that is something better than love, and whose coming savors of the miraculous. The afternoon had waned, and the sun had begun to set when Blix rose. "We should be going, Kandai," she told him. They started up the hill, and Kandai said, "I feel as though I had been somehow asleep with my eyes wide open. What a glorious sunset! It seems to me as though I were living double every minute. And oh, Blix, is not it the greatest thing in the world to love each other as we do?" They had come to the top of the hill by now, and went on across the open, breezy downs, all starred with blue iris and wild heliotrope. Blix drew his arm about her waist and laid her cheek upon his shoulder with a little caressing motion. "And I do love you, dear," she said, "love you with all my heart. And it's for always, too, I know that. I have been a girl until within the last 3 or 4 days, just a girl, dearest, not very serious, I am afraid, and not caring for anything else beyond what was happening close around me, don't you understand? But since I have found out how much I loved you and knew that you loved me, everything is changed for me. I am not the same, I enjoy things that I never thought of enjoying before, and I feel so larger, do not you know, and stronger and so much more serious. Just a little while ago I was only 19, but I think, dear, that by loving you I have become ill of a sudden, and without knowing it a woman." A little trembling ran through her with the words. She stopped and put both arms around his neck, her head tipped back, her eyes half closed, her sweet yellow hair rolling from her forehead, her whole dear being radiated with that sweet, clean perfume that seemed to come alike from her clothes, her neck, her arms, her hair, and mouth, the delicious, almost divine, feminine aroma that was part of herself. "You do love me, Kandai, do not you, just as I love you?" Such words as he could think of seemed pitifully inadequate. For answer, he could only hold her the closer. She understood. Her eyes closed slowly, and her face drew nearer to his. Just above a whisper, she said, "I love you, dear. I love you, Blix." And they kissed each other then upon the mouth. Meanwhile the sun had been setting. Such a sunset! The whole world, the 3 great spaces of sea and land and sky, were incarnadined with the glory of it. The ocean floor was a blinding red radiance, the hills were amethyst, the sky one gigantic opal, and they too seemed poised in the midst of all the chaotic glory of a primitive world. It was New Year's Day, the earth was new, the year was new, and their love was new and strong. Everything was before them. There was no longer any past, no longer any present. Regrets and memories had no place in their new world. It was hope, hope, hope that sang to them and called to them and smote into life the new keen blood of them. Then suddenly came the miracle, like the flashing out of a new star, whose radiance they felt but could not see, like a burst of music whose harmony they felt but could not hear. And as they stood there alone in all that simple glory of sky and earth and sea, they knew all in an instant that they were for each other, forever and forever, for better or for worse, till death should them part. Into their romance, into their world of little things, their joys of the moment, their happiness of the hour, had suddenly descended a great and lasting joy, the happiness of the great, grave issues of life, a happiness so deep, so intense, as to thrill them with a sense of solemnity and wonder. Instead of being the end, that New Year's Day was but the beginning of their real romance. All the fine, virile, masculine energy of him was aroused and rampant. All her sweet, strong womanliness had been suddenly deepened and broadened. In fine, he had become a man and she woman. Youth, life, and the love of man and woman, the strength of the hills, the depth of the ocean, and the beauty of the sky at sunset, that was what the new year had brought to them. "It's good be, dear, is not it?" said Blix. But Kandai would not have it so. "No, no," he told her. "No, Blix. No matter how often we separate after this wonderful New Year's Day, no matter how far we are apart, we two shall never, never say goodbye." "Oh, you are right," she answered, the tears beginning to shine in her little dark brown eyes. "No, so long as we love each other, nothing matters. There's no such thing as distance for us, is there? Just think, you will be here on the shores of the Pacific, and I on the shores of the Atlantic, but the whole continent cannot come between us. And we will be together again, Blix," he said, "and it will not be very long now. Just give me time, a few years now. But so long as we love each other, time will not matter either. What are the tears for, Blixie? He asked, pressing his handkerchief to her cheek. Because this is the saddest and happiest day of my life, she answered. Then she pulled from him with a little laugh, adding, Look, Kandai, you have dropped your letter. You pulled it out just now with your handkerchief. As Kandai picked it up, she noted the name of the Centennial Company upon the corner. It's the letter I got with the manuscript of the novel when they sent it back, he explained. What did they say? Oh, the usual thing. I have not read it yet. Here's what they say. He opened it and read. We return to you herewith the mise of your novel, in defiance of authority, and regret that our reader does not recommend it as available for publication at present. We have, however, followed your work with considerable interest, and have read a story by you, copied in one of our exchanges, under the title, A Victory Over Death, which we would have been glad to publish ourselves had you given us the chance. Would you consider the offer of the assistant editorship of our quarterly, a literary and critical pamphlet that we publish in New York, and with which we presume you are familiar? We do not believe there would be any difficulty in the matter of financial arrangements. In case you should decide to come on, we enclose our passes via the ATSF 100, A and New York Central. Very truly. The Centennial Publishing Company. New York. The two exchanged glances, but Blix was too excited to speak and could only give vent to a little, quivering, choking sigh. The letter was a veritable god from the machine, the one thing lacking to complete their happiness. I do not know how this looks to you, Kandai began, trying to be calm, but it seems to me that this is that thighs. But what they said then, they could never afterward remember. The golden haze of the sunset somehow got into their recollection of the moment, and they could only recall the fact that they had been gayer in that moment than ever before in all their lives. Perhaps as gay as they ever were to be again. They began to know the difference between gaiety and happiness. That New Year's Day, that sunset, marked for them an end and a beginning. It was the end of their gay, irresponsible, hour-tour life of the past 3 months, and it was the beginning of a new life, whose possibilities of sorrow and of trouble, of pleasure and of happiness, were greater than aught they had yet experienced. They knew this, they felt it instinctively, as with a common impulse they turned and looked back upon the glowing earth and sea and sky, the breaking surf, the beach, the distant, rime-encrusted, ancient fortall, that scene that to their eyes stood for the dear, free, careless companionship of those last few months. Their newfound happiness was not without its sadness already. All was over now, their solitary walks, the long, still evenings in the little dining-room overlooking the sleeping city, their excursions to Luna's, their afternoons spent in the golden Chinese balcony, their mornings on the lake, calm and still and hot. Forever and forever they had said goodbye to that life. Already the sunset was losing its glory. Then, with one last look, they turned about and set their faces from it to the new life, to the east, where lay the nation. Out beyond the purple bulwarks of the Sierras, far off, the great grim world went clashing through its groovest world that now they were to know, the world that called to them and woke them and roused them. Their little gaieties were done, the life of little things was all behind. Now for the future. The sterner note had struck, work was to be done. That too, the new year had brought to them work for each of them, work in the world of men. For a moment they shrank from it, loath to take the first step beyond the confines of the garden wherein they had lived so joyously and learned to love each other. And as they stood there, facing the gray and darkening eastern sky, their backs forever turned to the sunset, Blix drew closer to him, putting her hand in his, looking a little timidly into his eyes. But his arm was around her, and the strong young force that looked into her eyes from his gave her courage. "A happy new year, dear," she said. "A very, very happy new year, Blix," he answered. The end.